Chapter 901, The Army Arrives. Jiang Fei stopped, stomping the ground as hard as he could to direct himself away. Psshhh, when the blobs of blackened blood touched the ground, they made a sizzling sound, corroding and melting away even the rocks on the ground. Sheesh! Thank God for that, Jiang Fei cried, surprised at how vicious the attack was. If he had taken that head-on, he would have been momentarily maimed and seriously injured if he failed to purge himself of that poison. From there on out, Jiang Fei decided to be economical on his efforts. The mutant army was coming and it was already far too late for the other martial artists to retreat. If he wanted everyone to survive, he would have to be at his best all the time and fight them. After Baron Blood's attack was evaded, Jiang Fei charged forward to attack one of Baron Blood's clones. His sword went straight through his head. However, even though Jiang Fei could see his sword piercing through the clone, it did not feel like he had struck anything. On the contrary, he felt as if he was only hitting the air. Macham. A non-physical clone. Jiang Fei scoffed. If the actual body of Baron Blood could be rendered non-physical, Jiang Fei would never be able to kill him even with the Zhanlu's sword. Just as he was distracted, Jiang Fei did not hear anything but saw a shadow coming towards him as he noticed the ground. At that instant, he heard the sound of the wind, created only by swinging one's arm. It was a physical attack, which meant that one of the clones had materialized himself to attack. Jiang Fei dodged the attack at the very last second. At that instant, the two other clones charged towards him, preparing for an attack. Damn it! These clones are annoying, Jiang Fei complained. Not only did he need to save his strength, but also time. If he continued to delay the fight, it would be terrible for him when the main mutant army arrived. Macham! Jiang Fei grunted as he unleashed a series of kicks to knock back one and slashed his way through another. Baron Blood had resorted to using his clones to attack Jiang Fei because he feared Jiang Fei's powers. Until now, he was still buying the idea that Jiang Fei himself was capable of sending his chi into an enemy to kill him in a single touch. Persistence, little cockroach! Baron Blood roared. Gradually becoming more desperate, Baron Blood could not land an attack no matter how he tried coordinating his clones to attack. He was getting desperate. The clones that he had created could last only for 30 seconds. Worse, he did not know how far away Lincoln's army was. Hence, at that moment, every second past that Jiang Fei was still alive would be the death of him. I need to go all out with this one. With less than 15 seconds left, Baron Blood decided to head in. With just a thought, Baron Blood controlled his clones to spit more blackened blood on Jiang Fei, forcing him to retreat away, opening a window of attack for himself from behind Jiang Fei. At the right time, Baron Blood sneaked behind Jiang Fei and jumped at him when he did not notice. Captain! Behind you! 0541 blared. Shields! Jiang Fei responded with a plan of attack. For him to come so close to Jiang Fei meant that Baron Blood was desperate to kill him right there and then. Unfortunately for him, Jiang Fei had more than just one trump card. A blue barrier was put up and stopped Baron Blood's dagger from touching Jiang Fei. F***ck. Baron Blood shrieked. He knew that he had made a fatal mistake and it was too late for him to do anything about it. Die! Jiang Fei roared, spinning around with the Zhanlu's sword where he was. Ping! A loud metal crashing sound was heard and the remains of what was a dagger were seen on the ground. Baron Blood tried to parry that swing but failed miserably and even gotten himself cut behind his palm. You're dead now. Jiang Fei snickered. Such a wound would not mean anything to regular human beings but extremely deadly to any metahuman. Blood started to gather at the open wood and not sooner, Baron Blood could feel his veins burning. This is not your ability, he roared. Grut splat! Being a veteran fighter, Baron Blood knew that if he allowed the wound to stay attached to his body, he would die. Without hesitation, the man manifested his powers in his left hand and pried off his entire right arm before the effect could travel to the rest of his body. Grah! He roared, trying to endure the pain. As he did, he threw away his severed arm aside and said, "This is not your power. It's the power of the legendary God Blade." Jiang Fei frowned. "You know too much." Jiang Fei wanting to kill him because he had seen how the sword killed others. Now that he had guessed it right, there was no way he could let Baron Blood leave. With one arm gone and his clones disappearing, there was no way he could fight Jiang Fei and live to tell the tale. Without wasting any time, Baron Blood kicked off the ground and ran at full speed. "Captain, the mutant army is arriving in 30 seconds. 0541 chimed in. "There's no time to waste then," Jiang Fei urged himself. The thought of how it would turn out if Baron Blood lived to tell others about the sword sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, Baron Blood was a good kilometer away from Jiang Fei. He then infused wind origin force into his feet and sprinted faster than he had before. All the muscles in his body were screaming for him to stop, tearing itself apart as Jiang Fei continued to put more power into his feet. It was a tremendous toll for obtaining speeds that no man had ever obtained, but it was worth it. He needed that boost to chase Baron Blood and kill him. The ground tore apart like dough when Jiang Fei stepped through it, leaving a trail of destroyed dirt when finally Jiang Fei was right next to Baron Blood. The man known as the strongest Scarlet Hunter was fast, but because of his severed arm, he could not maintain balance long enough to maintain his speed. "Captain, the mutant army will arrive in 15 seconds. 0541 blared in, warning Jiang Fei that the unwanted encounter with the mutant army was approaching closer. "Enough games." Jiang Fei grunted as he swung his sword and pierced the vampire's heart. "Erg!" Baron Blood writhed in pain as he tried to dodge the sword swing. Even though he did manage to turn his body away from the sword, he had gravely miscalculated the distance between the sword and where his arm used to be. The tip of the Jean-Louis sword managed to slice through his dangling veins and into the top of his shoulder. "And not done yet," Jiang Fei roared. They were extremely close to Lincoln and the rest, and if Baron Blood suddenly decided to just yell out the existence of Godblade, the others would hear it. He kept his sword aside and quickly manifested the power of fire and burned him down with everything he had. The poor mutant could not even squeal as intense blue flames engulfed his entire body, burning him into ashes. His enemy was defeated, but he was not safe just yet. Jiang Fei made a quick U-turn and ran back to his comrades. "What is that sound?" Lincoln said when he heard a faint ground-crushing noise coming from where Jiang Fei was a few seconds ago. Lincoln frowned, thinking that it might be possible that his enemies were closer than expected. "Go! Go now! Panther, gather your men and scout ahead," he roared. "Yes, sir." A few mutants broke from the group and ran towards the front. Chapter 902. A last-minute ambush. Jiang Fei was frowning as he ran towards his comrades. The incoming enemies were too close to him. If Jiang Fei was alone, he could have aerial teleport him away to safety. To teleport the entire group of martial artists and androids would be unwise. Not that she did not have the capabilities to do so, but doing so would violate the war agreement. Level 5 metahumans were not allowed to participate in fights that did not directly involve them. Ariel had once helped Jiang Fei to teleport, but it was not directly influencing the overall outcome of the fight. She did not lay a hand on the enemy. Although some would say that it was a direct involvement, but it was not too serious to the point where another level 5 metahuman would interfere. If Ariel had helped to teleport the entire group of martial artists and androids, she would be saving them, which was direct involvement in the war. That act would be a violation against the agreement, which would lead to the involvement of other level 5 metahumans. If Jiang Fei was not afraid of getting the others to join in the fray, he would have sent Ariel to teleport everyone back to China. There would be no need for him to wait for the military to send their rescue ships. A few moments later, Jiang Fei joined the rest of the group and found that the 5 remaining Scarlet Hunters that Hong Yu and the girls pinned down were killed by Bai Wanli and Gan Yangzhiren. They had successfully killed all 30 Scarlet Hunters. "We need to leave. Right now. Follow me, it'll lead you to a place that we can set up an ambush." Jiang Fei barked, panting for his breath as he was suppressed his pain and fatigue from the recent battle. They were at the bottom of the hills where the earth was plain and flat, perfect for the mutant army and their sheer number of people. "We're right behind you," Bai Wanli cried, and the rest followed. Everyone followed immediately with no questions asked. Time was not a luxury at the moment. The martial artists could not afford to make proper burials. Everyone worked together to quickly create deep trenches in the earth and bury their own comrades. That was the least they could do at their current predicament. "Captain, the mutants are coming in 30 seconds. The army had split into several groups, and the first group will reach first, because of the younger, weaker martial artists, Jiang Fei, and the entire group was slowed down slightly. The gap between the two opposing sides was closing in quick. Is there any suitable place for us to set up an ambush?" Jiang Fei asked 0541. It had a complete schematic map of their surrounding area and would surely know where would be a good spot. 5 kilometers directly ahead. The mountainous region makes it suitable for an ambush. There is one more place further away, but it is unlikely that you will be able to make it in time, said 0541. Guide me then. Jiang Fei was slightly relaxed when 0541 gave him at least 2 choices. Having an area to choose from was far better than having to fight the mutants in such a large, flat ground. "Make haste, everyone!" Jiang Fei roared and increased his speed slightly. "Captain! The enemies have stopped!" 0541 called out. The mutants had stopped because they had just found the dead bodies of the Scarlet Hunters. "Impossible!" Lincoln gasped in disbelief. "They are 30 pinnacle stage of level 4 mutants. How could they be killed? All of them even. Did a level 5 fighter aid them?" The mutants were startled greatly when they found the bodies of the Scarlet Hunters. For people like them, the pinnacle stage of level 4 was the strongest comrade they could have on the battlefield. Even if they were faced with an equal or stronger opponent, it would still be hard to kill all of them. These Scarlet Hunters were literally killed in only a few minutes. Something was off. That was what everyone was thinking. The only logical answer to their mysterious, uncalled death was the participation of a level 5 metahuman. Their suspicions frightened them. So frightened to the point that they stopped moving from the gory scene. They quickly made their way back to inform Lincoln and the others. "All dead," said Lincoln with a hint of fear and disappointment after arriving at the scene several minutes later. Scarlet Hunters were the epitome of the mutants' bioenhancement. Even though he recognized that a level 4 pinnacle stage martial artist was hard to deal with, it was impossible for an entire team of 30 Scarlet Hunters killed in several minutes. "Sir, it could be the work of a level 5 Chinese metahuman," said a mutant beside Lincoln. "Although that theory is tempting, but it is impossible," said Lincoln. Even though he could not figure out the reason for the Scarlet Hunter's demise, he was certain that no level 5 metahuman was involved. There was no aura of a level 5 metahuman energy around. But they did come to Japan, that is to kill their own traitor. It is different. Although I wish for their downfall, the Chinese would stick to their rule. Moreover, there are no level 5 metahuman energy around here. If they had been here and killed the Scarlet Hunters, we would know, said Lincoln. It pained him to think that no level 5 metahuman was involved, but he was also glad too. If the situation escalated to that point, Lincoln feared that it might be the end of the world. The battle between 2 level 5 metahuman was unheard of, but Lincoln knew that if a fight erupted, they would be fighting in a bigger playing field. When it was hard to kill each other, they would start to target those that would be easily killed, their weaker comrades, or citizens of their affiliated nation. The innocents would be involved. "What should we do now, sir?" Desser asked. "What we should have done a few minutes ago, chase after them," Lincoln barked. If a level 5 metahuman did not kill Baron Blood, it would definitely be those martial artists. The likelihood of them being injured from the battle would be high, leaving them exposed to attacks. Everyone followed Lincoln and went on their way to track the martial artists. Only a few weaker ones remained to bury the dead and paid their respects for the others that could not. "Captain, it seems that they had started to move again. The first group will reach in 20 seconds. 0541 called out. "Get ready, everyone." There will be a group of mutants coming, but I want everyone to let them go. Our targets are the main group. Jiang Fei whispered to the first few and told them to pass it on. The mutants would take a few moments to get there, and Jiang Fei already had more than enough time to set up his ambush. All he needed to do then was to wait. Chapter 903, Fight like your life depended on it. Just after Jiang Fei had informed the group, a cluttering of footsteps was heard. "They're here," said Jiang Fei, keeping himself hidden from behind the trees as he peeked at the incoming enemies. The group of mutants that had just arrived had over 300 people. Their powers were around level 3 and level 4, nothing much to worry about. That being said, they were fast enough to reach where Jiang Fei was. "Stop!" cried the man in charge as he reached a certain point. "Captain, the pathway is getting smaller. The trees are very close to each other." "It's a perfect spot for an ambush," said the captain. "I doubt it. They aren't that brave enough to even fight us," said the other. He was saying that based on an assumption that the martial artists were both mentally and physically tired after the most recent battle with the Scarlet Hunters. If they could not even run for their lives, how could they even fight? Hard to tell. "Best be careful," said the captain before turning around suddenly. "Split up and check every corner to see if there's enemies hiding around." Because of the close approximate distance, Jiang Fei could hear every conversation the mutants were having. Bai Wanli and the others could hear it as well, but they could not understand their language. When Jiang Fei understood what they were saying, he freaked out. "F***CK," he cried. If the mutants head out into the woods to search for them, the ambush would be a failure. Even though they could kill them separately, it would only be a waste of such a perfect ambush spot. Besides, the ambush was set up for the main army, not this small group. 0541, deploy hologram, cried Jiang Fei as the last minute. "Yes, Captain." Following Jiang Fei's orders, 0541 created an exact copy of all the martial artists and androids, sending them off towards another direction. "Captain! Look over there," cried one of the mutants, pointing towards the hologram. "What the hell?" the captain gasped when he saw a large group of about 600 people running down the mountain towards the opposite direction of the beach. "Sir Lincoln, what is the enemy head count?" the captain asked. "We don't have an exact number, but based on previous reports, it is estimated that there were about 600 of them. I'm sure that after fighting the Scarlet Hunter, their numbers should be less," Lincoln replied. "Due to the retreat of the American naval fleet, the mutants no longer have intelligence given to them." The captain began to think. After the battle with the Scarlet Hunters, there should be around 400 to 500 of them left. With the androids with them, their numbers would be 600. That group of people that the captain had just seen should be the lot of them. "Follow me! We are chasing them," cried the captain, giving up on the search and heading towards the holograms that 0541 had made. "They bought it," said Jiang Fei, breathing a sigh of relief when the entire group chased the holograms. "Brother Jiang Fei, could we also slip past the main attack group and head to the beach quietly?" "I only wish to avoid a fight," said Bai Wanli. Jiang Fei's ambush plan was almost hatching, but the martial artists cared less for the fight as they only wanted to survive. Even if the ambush was deemed a success, a fight would be unavoidable. If they had chosen to completely ignore the fights and head straight to safety, they might actually be able to return to China unharmed. "How about the rest of you? Do you share the same feeling as Bai sect leader?" said Jiang Fei, turning to the other elders. Everyone was staring at him, hoping that Jiang Fei could give them some leeway. "Brother Jiang Fei, it's not what you think. We could fight, but what of our disciples? They are all basically running on fumes now. None of them could afford to fight anymore," said Bai Wanli. "Looks like you are thinking that I'm not giving you a choice. The choice is yours to make. I'm only telling you what will happen after you made the choice. If you don't want to fight, you will be abandoning this perfect ambush ground to head to a beach where once you're detected, there is no way the mutants can't kill all of you. I will survive, for I have my powerful friend here to teleport me back to China at any moment. So, make your choice," said Jiang Fei, scoffing coldly at everyone. Everyone was quiet. Jiang Fei was being only reasonable. Although an all-out war would happen one way or another, it was better to have the terrain advantage than to allow themselves to be caught with their pants down. Everyone started to sigh heavily when they realized some truth behind Jiang Fei's not-so-good pep talk. What are you sighing about? Remember that we are being cornered here. If there's no way for us, we will cut ourselves one. Zhu Tianfei roared. I guess there's nothing that we could do to avoid it, said Bai Wanli, exchanging a look with Ganyang Zhenren. The current main attack force of the martial artist side was Jiang Fei and his group of young female fighters. If anyone had angered Jiang Fei, he might just pack up and leave with his army of female soldiers, leaving the martial artists to fend for themselves. There was something that Jiang Fei kept to himself, which made things worse for the martial artists. The entire group was able to roam around Japan undetected because of 0541's isolation field. If Jiang Fei left, these martial artists would not be able to leave Japan alive. It's now or never, everyone, said Bai Wanli. He took out a small bottle of pills, distributing them to everyone in his section. The pills that Bai Wanli had was bought from Jiang Fei and never used until this moment. They were so expensive and precious that Bai Wanli had deemed the situation dire to finally use it. It's the final battle. There's no need to save it anymore, said Ganyang Zhenren as he too distributed the pills he had with him. The rest of the elders followed. After taking the pills, everyone recovered a small amount of qi, restoring their vitality, removing their fatigue. Although they were not in their best shape, they were still prepared for a fight. Chapter 904, Prelude. While everyone was getting ready for the fight of their life, Jiang Fei heard footsteps coming from afar. The sound was getting louder to the point where he could even feel their thumps on the ground. They are here, Jiang Fei whispered. Everyone's hearts sank for a brief moment then as they gripped their weapons harder. It was the main mutant army that had strong level 4 and level 3 fighters. When their footsteps got loud enough, everyone peeked just to have a look. What they saw sent shivers down their snipe. The numbers were just too much for them to handle even though they had the terrain advantage. There were at least 5,000 mutants then. Even though more than half, approximately more than 3,000 level 3 mutants, at least 2,000 of them were level 4. Who knows how many of them were at the pinnacle stage? The atmosphere grew tense by the second when everyone tried their best to keep their breathing down to the absolute minimum. Scenarios were running in their minds. The best one, as everyone was hoping for, was to jump out at the last second and deliver swift death to all of them, taking out as many mutants as they can before the fight begins. That way, the weaker ones could be easy to deal with. They would win the battle and return to China in one piece. If the ambush failed, they would have to fight an army with at least 10 times the size. Despite having the advantage, the outcome might not be too pretty. They had over 400 fighters left. In the beginning, they had over 600, but the Scarlet Hunters had managed to kill over 100 weaker disciples. Adding the androids into their ranks, the total number of fighters on the martial artist side would come close to 600. That was a bit over 10% of what the enemy had. Come on. Come closer to me. Come on, baby, Jiang Fei nervously muttered to himself. Hold! Desser cried out. What's wrong? Lincoln asked, coming from behind. Vice President, the root is getting smaller and the trees are getting thicker. If I were the enemy, I would set up an ambush here. Desser explained. Not probable. The others had already been through here, and if there was an ambush, don't you think they would have noticed it? Moreover, the report said that the enemy main group is further ahead. Their numbers match what we know. Move on. There's no time for us to delay any longer. We need to help them, said Lincoln, dismissing the notion where the enemy could be in front of them, which they were, not that they knew it. Information could be fictitious but not intentional. The first group that went ahead of the main group might have looked past a few martial artists since they only cared to chase after the larger fish. Even if they were ambushed, they would only be buying time to let the main group escape. That was what Lincoln had in mind, and that is why Lincoln had no fear about the terrain ahead. All he cared was to chase after the main group. Yes, sir, Desser nodded at the suggestion and decided to go along with Lincoln's order. Although Desser could not deny that an ambush ahead would be advantageous for the enemy and bad for his, he did not care much since Lincoln himself believed the report sent in by the group ahead. Even he thought the same as Lincoln did. If there were any enemy waiting to ambush them, they would be of smaller numbers and the ambush would not work for they had the sheer number. At most, they will be delayed by a few minutes. Move on! Lincoln shouted when Desser had nothing to add. Come on closer! Closer to Papa. Jiang Fei snickered to himself when he could actually see them trotting closer to where he was. The closer they got, the more excited he became. It's now or never. Jiang Fei whispered to ZA-001. Affirmative. All hands, attack, said ZA-001 via wireless command. All the androids were in position and they lifted their weapons in hand. A faint electronic whirl could be heard as the weapons started to charge up. Ambush! Get down! Desser roared as he immediately noticed the sudden movement and the weapons charging sound. Even so, they were already too late. They were all bottlenecked in the middle of a ravine, in a straight line. It was impossible for them to escape in time. BSHHH. All the weapons were fired, blasting powerful energy beam that pierced through the ravine and even a mountain wall that was nearby. More than hundreds of mutants that were in the path of the beam were vaporized instantly. That attack was equivalent to a level 4 advanced stage full-powered attack. The androids were not able to perform as strong as they should, not because their attacks were weak but the mutants' reaction was too quick. Even though they were shooting near light-speed projectiles at them, the mutants could dodge before the shot was fired. Right now, the enemies were all lined up neatly in a straight line. The thick forest masked the entire canyon, tricking the mutants to think that the route was just getting smaller. When all their targets were grouped together, so conveniently, the android had only needed to pull the trigger. The attack was on point as many were hit. Level 3 mutants could not even see it coming while Level 4 beginning stage could only see but do nothing about the attacks. It did not stop with just one blast. The androids were basically emptying their weapons clip. Ambush! Enemy ambush! It was already too late when Lincoln roared out. Even so, many of those that were still alive fanned out to decrease their hitbox. However, due to the structure of the terrain, the mutants were limited to where they can run. Alas, the androids had only needed to shift their aim either a little to the right or left to hit them. Rush to them. Force them to a melee fight. Desser took over the command. That was not the first time they were attacked by androids and he knew exactly how to defeat them. They might have powerful ranged attacks but their movements were only as good as regular humans. If they were forced to melee, their energy attacks would be rendered useless which allowed the mutants to confront them easier. Protect the androids! Jiang Fei cried as he jumped to his feet. All men! It is time for bloodshed, cried Jiang Fei, running first into the enemies. Everyone else, buffed by the man's war cry, followed in with vigor. The martial artists were tasked to stop the mutants from coming up the mountain. They had to keep them down to let the androids have enough range to attack. What? Why are they here? Lincoln gasped. When they were attacked by energy beams, Lincoln was taken aback, only slightly. He understood that the androids might be left behind to help the martial artists to escape. He could destroy these androids first and collect their remains to be reverse engineered back in America. At least they could get something back in return. However, when Jiang Fei leaped out, followed by several more martial artists, he was thrown. According to information from the group up front, they were supposed to be running away. How is it that they could be in two places at the same time? Could they have shadow clone techniques or even teleportation ability? Lincoln was fine with the androids since he knew how to defeat them and could even collect their remains as a reward. However, the bane of mutants, the martial artists were there to fight them. The androids might be trashed if the mutants were able to get close enough, but the mutants would be trashed if the martial artists get close enough. Chapter 905, Overdoing Things, Charge! Lincoln roared. Even though there were martial artists that he had to go through, that was the only option left. If he had chosen to withdraw from the fight, he would only be exposing his back to the enemies. The loss would be greater than it already was. When the martial artists came down to attack, the mutants did the same. Both sides charged at each other. The mutants were at a disadvantage as they were going uphill. It mattered not then if they could not fight the androids since they had to deal with the martial artists first. At the same time, to avoid friendly fire, the androids had stopped attacking. "Hold them down!" Jiang Fei yelled out as he took the front lines and made his stance. "Humph." Jiang Fei grunted slightly as he applied a small amount of force into his sword, slicing through 3 mutants in one quick swing. The sword that he was using then was not the Zhanlu's sword. Even though that sword had a better killing efficiency, using the Chengying was just as efficient then since his enemies were not running and dodging all the time. That was one thought that came to his mind when he killed those mutants. Even if he used the God Blade right then, there was no guarantee that he would survive the fight. For safety reasons, Jiang Fei had used his normal sword to kill. Even without the cosmetic effects of the bloodied explosion, he was still able to maintain the one swing, one death killing spree. "You dirty yellow-haired monkeys! I'll slice you up good for what you had done to my disciples!" Zhu Tianfei roared. The man was enraged to the point where his face was vermilion. The root of his rage lies with the countless deaths of his own disciples. The cause was none other than these ruthless mutants. "Hear me, disciples of Rainbow Longsword Sect. It is time for a performance," cried Ganyang Jimren. Even though the Halo sword formation could not be performed by the remaining disciples, there were still other sword formations that the disciples could perform to increase their combat prowess. The war had reached its peak when the forest was set ablaze. Swords and blades were clashing whilst blasts of powers were coming from both sides. As the battle raged, the number of casualties on both sides escalated. However, martial artists suffered very little as compared to the mutants. It was especially hard for martial artists since they were outnumbered greatly. A strong tiger could not survive an attack from a pack of wolves. Boom! Out of a sudden, the androids that had stopped attacking resumed their attacks. Their targets were those mutants that were too far behind from the closest martial artists. Attacking with their particle beam weapons was safe. As such, the kill count of the androids was far higher than the martial artists, even Jiang Fei. "Kill that kid," cried Desser as he pinpointed Jiang Fei, who had charged too far ahead from the rest of the martial artists. Bai Wanli and the other elders were powerful fighters, but they needed to stay close to their own disciples to protect them. Jiang Fei was untethered to anything. Hong Yu and the other girls were more than capable of protecting themselves, allowing Jiang Fei to freely charge ahead without restraint. As a result, he was a target that needed to be eliminated first. "Yes, sir," more than 10 pinnacle stage of level 4 mutants answered the call and quickly formed a group to kill Jiang Fei. They charged and surrounded him. Based on what he had done, everyone knew that the best way to kill him was to attack together at the same time instead of going in one by one. As a result, Jiang Fei was gradually overwhelmed. "Captain, you are burning way too much energy. At this rate, you might not be able to last for the entirety of the war," said 0541. Even though he had consumed one spirit pill, he would only be quickly burning away all the energy that he recovered. "I know that I'm overdoing it, but, in trying to escape here, if you haven't noticed," Jiang Fei barked. He could not deny that he had let himself go when it came to killing and might not have realized that he had gone too far. Now that he was surrounded, returning back to the rest of his comrades would be hard. "Protect our brother," cried Hong Yu. It took a while, but Hong Yu noticed that her master was missing. When she did, she quickly went out on her way to search for him. When she had found him, Jiang Fei had already been surrounded. Without hesitation, she ordered the rest of her squad to protect Jiang Fei. "Teru, hold them back!" Lincoln roared when he noticed that the girls were desperate to save Jiang Fei. Every mutant on the battlefield knew that Jiang Fei was the strongest fighter amongst the martial artists. Most importantly, they had a very limited number of level 4 strong fighters. Hence, if they could kill Jiang Fei, it would deal a massive blow to the martial artists' morale. "Yes, sir, a huge man, roughly as tall as a tank, covered in rocks and stones, answered Lincoln's order and came forward to stand in Hong Yu and the girl's way. Besides him, there were many other mutants that had joined the cause. That particular mutant might not be strong, but he had a special ability, and that was a super thick rock-like skin that allows him to take hits. The mutant was chosen since the goal was not to kill the girls, but to stop them from reaching Jiang Fei. With no assistance, Jiang Fei would be killed by the other mutants. "Move or you will be moved," Hong Yu roared. All the girls that were blocked by the huge man were genuinely pissed. Their loyalty towards Jiang Fei was so strong that even if there was a mountain stopping them from getting to him, they would blow that mountain away, lest mention a mutant. With a quick command, Hong Yu ordered the girls to get into formation. That formation was imprinted into their minds by 0541, created specifically to allow the other girls to focus their powers on Hong Yu. "This is bad," said Teru when he noticed that the girl in the front of the formation was giving off a bad vibe. "Time to die!" Hong Yu cried. In the next second, a cone of what seems to be electricity surrounded her entire body. There was no warning, no indication, or whatsoever. Hong Yu flashed like lightning itself and bolted towards Teru. "Armor!" Teru roared and activated his mutant ability. The rock-like skin hardened immediately, forming an even thicker armor that grew thicker and thicker. After being enhanced, his hardness was stronger than even the strongest alloy on Earth. Even so, the man was not convinced. He shouted to the rest of the mutant behind him. "Help me, yes, Sir Teru," cried the others as they manifested barriers of all sorts. One controlled the fallen trees around and made a wall, one formed another layer of rocks on Teru, one even managed to create a layer to steal on him, and some created ice armor, and one managed to make a wall of dirt 3 meters thick. "Humph. Useless!" Hong Yu roared. When she was close to the wall of dirt, she leaped on it, kicking herself to climb the wall, and jumped even higher. Once she was in the air and on top of Teru, she directed her spear towards Teru and started to spin. Like a drill, she descended downward. While she was descending, all 24 bio-human girls were still pouring everything they had into Hong Yu, providing her with more power to break through the thick armor. Ding! A loud crash was heard when the spear made a crisp metal-breaking sound. "Heh! So much for just a little girl," said Teru. As soon as he said that, the rest of the mutants that were helping him changed their expressions. Chapter 906, a successful attempt. Hong Yu's spear stopped at Terra's outermost armor for only a split second before breaking it apart. Hong Yu's spinning spear technique continued on as she drilled deeper into Teru. Be it steel or ice, nothing could be harder than Hong Yu's spear. With the girls constantly providing power to Hong Yu, she only needed to ensure that she continued to attack. Ding! That was the second time Hong Yu was stopped. All the other barriers that the other mutants had created on Teru failed miserably. This time, it was Terrace himself. With so much pressure and destructive power, Teru started to sweat. No matter how hard he tried to mend his broken armor, Hong Yu's spear drilled away any of his attempts. There was no stopping her. "Break!" Hong Yu shrieked as she put everything into the spear. While spinning, she could still see that Jiang Fei was being surrounded. Every second she wasted there with an enemy placed Jiang Fei at a greater risk. The girls, including Hong Yu, and of course, Ariel, were not just loyal to Jiang Fei, but infatuated with him. When their loved one was in mortal danger, they would, by any means necessary, move heaven and earth just to keep him safe. Ariel even died once trying to save Jiang Fei's life. Driven by desperation, Hong Yu forced herself to put in strength that she never had. It severely damaged her muscles, but in return, Terra's armor cracked. "Oh no!" Teru gasped. The crack might be small, but the rest of the armor would fall like dominoes. "You can do it, Captain," cried the other girls. They quickly got into their formation and made a last attempt to provide power to Hong Yu before charging towards the other mutants with swords in hand. "Break already, goddammit!" Hong Yu cried. With one last boost, Hong Yu poured in everything she had and successfully opened up the small crack. Krrgh. The crack broke and now there was a huge opening. Nothing was protecting Teru now. Ugh! Teru grunted painfully as Hong Yu's spear pierced through his flesh, damaging him a little. That was just the beginning. She needed to make an opening for her next move. With every little ounce of power she had left in her, Hong Yu kicked herself off Teru and landed next to Teru. Her first point of attack was Terra's head, specifically, the point between his eyes. Teru might be a level 4 pinnacle stage mutant, but he was still not a match with Hong Yu, whose martial arts were designed by 0541. Hong Yu's spear art was special as it was derived from the famous 6 harmonious spear technique. 0541 had removed all the nonsensical moves and modified it to be extremely lethal. Her efficiency with the spear was unmatched. Before Teru could even hit the ground, Hong Yu followed through her technique. First, the forehead, second, the heart, third, the abdomen, fourth, the hamstring, fifth, the knees, and finally, sixth, the legs. The final blow was supposed to be at his head once more, but Teru fell to the ground, lifeless, before Hong Yu could finish going through her art. While Hong Yu was fighting, the rest of the girls was busy as well. They were targeting the other mutants that were behind Teru. They were only level 4 and below, making it fairly easy for the girls to tear them apart like hungry tigresses. They were sweet little things, one could easily fall in love with them at first sight. However, when their most important person in the world was in mortal danger, they would, figuratively, morph into horrifying banshees from the depths of hell and reap those who dared to threaten Jiang Fei's life. All the mutants that were sent to surround Jiang Fei, and those that were in their way, were killed by the girls. "Brother! Are you hurt?" Hong Yu cried, worried. "I would be if you hadn't showed up," said Jiang Fei, smiling with relief as the cavalry had arrived. To be honest, Jiang Fei was only flirting with Hong Yu. Although he was being surrounded by those that were as strong as he, Jiang Fei was far stronger in terms of melee combat. His sword arts was also designed by 0541. Although it would be difficult and cost him energy, he would still be able to get out of that. Watch out, just when the other girls were rushing towards Jiang Fei, like Hong Yu did, one of the level 4 pinnacle stage mutants jumped out of nowhere to strike the girls. "You dare!" Hong Yu roared from the top of her lungs. The girls were her subordinates in the game, and in real life, they were her sisters. Emotions ran deep when it came to them, although not as much as how she perceived Jiang Fei. Still, when the girls were in danger, she could not help but feel scared, the same feeling she had when she saw Jiang Fei surrounded. "Die!" Jiang Fei groaned, hurling his Qingying sword at a certain point. At the same time, he infused wind origin force into his entire body, granting him supernatural speed. "Whoa!" the mutant gasped. His battle axe was about to land on one of the girls when he noticed something coming for him from the side. He turned and immediately stopped moving forward. If he had not done so, his head would be pierced through by the sword, like AF** King Kebab. He would not want to trade his life just to land a non-lethal hit on his target. Ding! Just when the sword flew past the mutant, Jiang Fei appeared behind him with his leg aiming for the mutant's head. The mutant reaction was so fast that Jiang Fei's kick was dodged. He quickly got away from the girl and had to focus on Jiang Fei. At the same time, the girl that was being targeted ran for the Qingying sword, catching it and hurling it back to Jiang Fei. "Brother! Catch!" she cried. After missing his kick, Jiang Fei made a roundhouse kick to create a small breathing room for him to catch the sword. As soon as he did, he started to attack. "Get in formation!" Hong Yu ordered. Without the formation, the girls would be vulnerable. The others were not as strong as Hong Yu, making them an easy target for level 4 pinnacle stage mutants. "Yes, Captain," everyone responded quickly. The next second, the girls got into formation, ready to unleash their fury. Once in formation, the girls, including Hong Yu, proactively defended against all attacks. No one then could try to attack lest they would be killed. The formation of the other sect, namely Ganyang Jimren and his disciples, was strong. However, not all sects had such arts, only those that were well established. "Brother! Control your bloodlust," cried Hong Yu when she noticed Jiang Fei chasing after random mutants too far into enemy lines. *T. I almost fell for it. Jiang Fei snapped. If Hong Yu had not stopped him, he would have chased the mutant that had been annoying him like a fly. That mutant was good. Jiang Fei quickly gave up on chasing the enemy and regrouped with the girls. That mutant that tried to bait Jiang Fei into his trap sulked when he noticed that Jiang Fei had stopped chasing after him. He then called out to the mutants that were waiting to ambush Jiang Fei to group up with him and strike back. Both Jiang Fei and the entire girl formation went back to the main martial artists group. It was then when Jiang Fei noticed that they had already lost about 60 fighters. However, compared to the mutants, their loss was minuscule. The androids' bombardment was strong and continuous. Almost half of the entire mutant army was killed by them, mostly level 3 and weaker level 4. They were not experienced as the others and did not pay attention to the bombardment. Those that survived the blast would be rendered useless since they would not be able to even fight. Chapter 907, Nuclear War. Just when the final battle between the mutants and the martial artists was reaching the climax, the Chinese and American naval war was hitting a tipping point. When Hasley contacted the Pentagon and told them what had happened and what he proposed, the whole Pentagon went amok. The reason was simple: Halsey was proposing to drop a nuclear bomb in China. It was known that America held the highest number of nuclear warheads. It was not a question of power, but the outcome of it. A nuclear launch from America would definitely be retaliated with a nuclear launch from China as well. How would they be able to stop China from launching their own nuclear bombs? Mutually assured destruction, or M.A.D., was a doctrine of military strategy and national security policy in which a full-scale use of nuclear weapons by two or more opposing sides would cause the complete annihilation of both the attacker and the defender, and in this case, China and America. Even though China did not have as many nuclear warheads as America, they had just enough to completely annihilate the entirety of America. Although America had the best airborne projectile deterrent called Terminal High Altitude Area Defense that could intercept and destroy ballistic missiles. Even so, how could they be 100% sure about destroying all the ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missile, preventing them from reaching American soil? No! We cannot escalate this war any further. China will retaliate with the same. It's madness. Mutually assured destruction, cried one of the cabinet members. Humph. So what? At least we have the chance to do so. If we do not destroy China right now, our entire fleet would be destroyed and the world would be run by China. When that happens, you will be their slaves. Do you want that? Another member refuted, obvious agreeing with Hasley's idea. Even if it meant taking one for the team, they would have to prioritize on destroying China to ensure their position as the world's ruler. Mr. President, what do you think? Said one of the moderators, placing him as the decisive vote. Mr. Chairperson, what do you want me to do? Said the President of the United States of America, trying to deflect the question to someone else. The man was silent for a good minute before turning to the President and nodded. All right then. It's a go! I am now declaring a nuclear strike on China, said the President after no one dared to voice out their opinion. The President had only dared to sanction the nuclear strike because the chairperson was none other than the President of the Mutant Brotherhood, Xavier. Unlike how the martial artists ran things, mutants had infiltrated deep into the American government. Both the government and the Mutant Brotherhood shared the same interests. It was even safe to say that the Mutant Brotherhood had their hands so deep that they were controlling the government. The sanction of using nuclear bombs reached down the chain of commands quickly. In America, silos across all parts of the land opened up, revealing nuclear ICBMs that were ready to be launched. In just a few minutes, countless of missiles were launched into the air and into suborbital space. Besides that, there were also missiles launched from the sea, carried by submarines that were always on standby in the Great Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. Besides that, there were stealth fighters in the air, the ones that Americans took pride in but were trashed by China's alien fighter jets. They flew towards China, carrying short-range nuclear missiles. It was obvious that they were going all out in this attempt to completely destroy China. What? The Americans had done what? They dared to launch nuclear missiles. Looks like we need to answer them the same way, with fire and fury. China was not weak, although their military strength was known to be weaker than America's. However, that did not mean that they would not know about the missiles targeting them. However, even though they had received information about Americans launching their ICBMs, they did not panic but calmly relayed the information up the chain of command. ICBMs would usually take about 30 minutes before hitting their target. It was enough time for China to launch a counterattack. The government has issued an order to deploy Project Iron Curtain. Attention, we are not allowed to launch a counterattack. The order came back, but instead of ordering a counter-nuclear strike, a defensive order was laid down. What? We are only to defend, said one of the officers in the National Defense Army of China. They had already made preparations to launch all their missiles in retaliation, ready to bomb America back to the Stone Age. Stop whining. We have our orders, said the senior officers. Although they too did not understand why the higher-ups would make such a decision, they did not have time to question the order. Nuclear missiles are coming. Project Iron Curtain only took 2 minutes to deploy, and when the Iron Curtain was up, 80% of the entire China had their electricity cut. All of the electricity were being redirected to power up a few designated places in China. From outer space, besides a few hundred tiny blinking lights, the entire China was now black. Those few spots were military bases where Han Tianyu had installed anti-fission devices and land-to-air missile defense turrets. When Han Tianyu was being held by the military, those bases were confiscated by the military and taken over by them. Due to the sheer amount of power, those bases could not operate at all times. However, the situation called for it since there were countless of missiles armed with a nuclear warhead coming to China. Now that they had enough power to turn on, the plant Namek machine that Jiang Fei had given, activated. Located American stealth jets. Targets locked. Even though the American stealth jets were strong and were able to hide away from China's radar detection system, they could not hide away from Planet Namek's technology. When the machine was turned on, those high-altitude fighters were immediately detected and locked. Calculating missile count, targets locked. Besides the American bomber planes that were still in American airspace, ICBMs in the air were detected and locked on by the land-to-air missile defense turrets. Once they were in firing range, they would be shot down. Everyone that was involved in this airstrike was tensed. The cabinet members in the Pentagon was at the edge of their seats, waiting for the result of the first wave of nuclear strike. They were also on edge about how China would retaliate. On the far side of the world, the Chinese were also extremely worried. The alien machine was turned on for the first time and had yet to be tested. Who could know how well they would work and how efficient would they be? Even if they have a 99.99% efficiency, that would mean at least one nuclear missile would get past the Iron Curtain and strike China. At this point, only higher government officials of both countries knew about the nuclear strikes. Neither side had informed the public about it since a panic would not benefit them. While the government officials were nervous, the citizens of both countries were just living their lives as usual. China, however, were raging on about the nationwide blackout. All they cared about was the mother-of-King electricity. Chapter 908, a reply, waiting for the missiles to drop was akin to sitting in a classroom, listening to the teacher mumbling about nonsensical topics that you had no interest in. The few minutes of waiting felt like a year. Everyone was waiting nervously for the missiles to enter China's atmosphere, and when it did, the sky lit up like fireworks. Open fire, cried commanders in every operating base. Anti-missiles were launched immediately, targeting the Americans' ICBMs and stealth fighter jets. The alien machine was activated and adjusted to aim for the skies. The electronic buzz whirled loudly before firing concentrated light beams that took down the fighter jets first since they were flying at a lower altitude. These fighter jets were lethal as they were carrying nuclear bombs, but they were of lower threat than the large ICBM missiles higher in the air. Compared to the ICBMs, fighter jets were fast but easier to target and take down. Every American jet that entered China's airspace were destroyed in a few shots. Commander. All 17 fighter jets were shot down before the package could be delivered, cried an operator. Impossible. They are stealth, for God's sake, the commander gasped. He snorted immediately and the proud expression returned to his face. Didn't you guarantee me that these fighters could never be detected? He barked at the operator. The reason the commander was so agitated was because the operator had requested permission to sortie those stealth jets and had even promised that those fighter jets would never be detected and could deliver their payload easily. Now that all the stealth jets were destroyed before they could even enter the enemy's airspace, the commander took it out on the operator since they were extremely expensive compared to ICBMs. The stealth fighter jets that were sortied and destroyed were special. They were classified as bomber planes, but of a different level. Due to their extreme cost and maintenance cost, there were only a total of 22 in America. One was inoperable due to an engine mishap, while the other 21 fighter jets were kept and cared for as if they were American treasures. Alas, 17 were launched and destroyed in the most spectacular manner. The remaining 4 that were still in the base got lucky. Commander. There's no worries. We might have lost the frontliners, but we still have hundreds of ICBMs in the air, said the operator as he wiped away the sweat on his forehead. The man was nervous for a second but calmed down as he realized that the fighter jets were just an appetizer compared to the hundreds of ICBMs. After the fighter jets were taken down, the night sky calmed down and the dust settled. However, in mere seconds, the sky cracked and the ICBMs had entered China's airspace. As soon as these missiles entered the atmosphere, they were immediately intercepted and destroyed. Change of plans. Program the missiles to release the warheads before they enter the atmosphere. Unlike military commanders, mutants were able to sense something was wrong and made quick changes to their attack plan before all of their missiles were destroyed. Mutants were unlike politicians, who did not understand how to fight and how to react when the enemies deployed a counter tactic. All politicians cared about was to get their hands on the bigger stick and worry about who to fight after. After the script on the missiles were changed, the missiles then immediately released their warheads from the main rocket before entering the atmosphere. Unlike conventional ICBMs, these ICBMs contained not one, but as many as 10 nuclear warheads in a single rocket. These nuclear warheads split up while entering the atmosphere, making it harder for China to intercept them all. There were at least 108 bases with terminal high-altitude area defense turrets installed. Even with such a staggering amount, the defense system was still unable to intercept thousands of nuclear warheads. Calculate the warhead projection. Focus on only those that are falling into densely populated areas. The others that are heading into the mountains can be ignored, ordered the Defense Secretary of America to all commanders throughout the land that had launched their own ICBMs. Theoretically speaking, a nuclear detonation in the outskirts would still affect the city and even further out. However, Jiang Fei had already predicted that if there was a nuclear threat coming into China, as the final countermeasure, he had given Han Tianyu the ultimate nuclear deterrent, the anti-fission device. As the name defines its purpose, the anti-fission device stops the fission process from happening right in the warheads. Without fission, the radioactive materials would not be able to unleash their devastating destructive powers. Once activated, the nuclear material would be stabilized, or in layman's term, bricked. At most, these warheads would cause minor damage overall when they land in China. There were bound to be casualties. It was expected since a football-sized metal container could make a meter-wide crater. Imagine it striking a building or a tree. All the military needed to make sure was to clear them before they hit major cities and other densely populated places. Good job! The warheads will be detonating in China, cried the higher-ups of the Mutant Brotherhood, cheering prematurely. They were celebrating since of all the ICBMs were launched, only 1/3 was able to make it beyond the atmosphere and enter China's airspace. For better or worse, they had considered it as a win. However, after a few minutes, someone checked the satellite readings and discovered that something was wrong. Sir! I am not picking up any radioactive signal coming from China, cried the operator. At that moment, the cheering stopped, followed by a tense atmosphere that caused everyone to return to their seats. The E.T.A of the bomb detonation had long passed its due, and they were supposed to pick up radiation spikes all across China. However, according to their readings, the warheads merely landed on the ground, quiet, unmoving. What's going on outside? Is it raining? I have no idea. Weather forecasts are useless anyways. No one can really predict the weather with 100% accuracy. Not long after the lights went off, the citizens of China that were awake had decided to spend the night outside their house due to the heat. When they were relaxing in their gazebo, they heard impacts on the roof, akin to raindrops. They did not know was those drops were tiny fragments of missiles that were destroyed by China. Many had thought that rain was coming since explosion in the skies was making light but not sound, as the explosion was happening way beyond the atmosphere. Compared to the cities where the people were relaxing, people in the countryside were having the time of their lives. Come quick! It's meteorite, where? I want to see it. Warheads that were rendered inert dropped into rice fields and farms. Naturally, the sudden incursion disturbed the wildlife that was sleeping and made a huge fuss. People were alerted and rushed to the site only to see a steaming metal ball within a large crater. The fragments and inactive warheads landed all across China sparsely. Not more than 2 dropped in the city and even less in villages in the countryside. Hence, no one would even think that these things were nuclear warheads. However, before the villagers could even try and touch it, authorities showed up quickly and picked them up. These inactive warheads would not explode, but the nuclear materials inside the warheads were still dangerous to humans. It was best to collect them and store it away. Hundreds of ICBMs were launched and thousands of nuclear warheads had entered and landed in China. Yet, nothing was going on. Not even panic on the news. It was as if nothing had happened. That made everyone in the Mutant Brotherhood high table scared and panicked. Should we launch a second strike? One of the cabinet members asked. No one dared to answer, and while they were trying to think of a way, China was preparing their reply. In conventional nuclear warfare, it was common for the country being attacked to send their own nuclear bombs at the attacker. However, using nuclear as a means of counterattack was too violent and merciless to the millions of innocent citizens. There was still one way to attack, and that was to use the powerful alien tech super submarine that was still in the South China Sea. Commander Nye, we have received the counterattack order, said one of the operators to Nye Sherlong. Finally! I've been waiting for this. Nye Sherlong bellowed as he clenched his fist. Even though he had thoroughly destroyed the American naval fleet, Nye Sherlong had always thought that the vessel could do more than chasing away enemies. Chapter 909, Cannon POW, Antimatter Main Cannon activated, target, 13.26 degrees north, 144.43 east. Nye Sherlong activated the ship's main attack weapon, a hyper-mega compressed antimatter beam cannon. Antimatter cannon activated. Particle compression rate is stable, target locked, start charging the cannon. Once the order to retaliate was received, the ship, armed with highly advanced alien weaponry, started to bare its fangs. The antimatter cannon was installed in the aircraft carrier and docked on the inside of the ship. Before the cannon started to charge, the ship front deck needed to be cleared before it unfolded out to make way for the 5-meter wide, 30 meters long cannon to slowly tot out by many other machinery. Even though the cannons did not manage to instill fear into the hearts of others, since it was dark and Americans had lost their means of spying on China, those that were presented to the cannon knew that the weapon was made not on Earth, and was akin to Hades cannons. Even though that was the first time that anyone on the ship started the machine, all crew members of the aircraft carrier had been in countless simulation training. They knew how to operate the machines even with their eyes closed. Report, sir. Antimatter cannon compression rate is now 94%. We have reached optimal firing rate. 5 minutes into charging, the cannon's main reactor core had reached its optimal compression rate. The cannon's barrel was already radiating with a faint light. Even though the light was faint, Nie Long and everyone on the ship knew that it was the match that would light up the fireworks later. "Gentlemen, all of you that participate in today's war shall know that history shall be rewritten," cried Nie Long. The man stuttered a little as his entire body was shaking with excitement. The cannon had not been fired before, but Nie Long knew that that would be the first and last time that he would be able to handle such a weapon. The outcome of the war after this would change dramatically. That and the fact that Jiang Fei, that pesky businessman, had only prepared one energy crystal, just enough for one shot. "Fire!" Nie Long yelled, pointing his hands out. He had always wanted to do that. Antimatter cannon firing in 3, 2, 1. Half a second later, a whirl of electricity could be felt in the air as the cannon blasted out a powerful dark beam. The beam was so powerful that the aircraft carrier was sent slightly backwards on the sea, toppling crew members who were not on their seats. The blast of antimatter went on and on until the storage tank depleted all of its compressed antimatter particles. "Contact the North Fleet and request assistance to drag our ship back to base," said Nie Long as soon as the reservoir of energy was depleted entirely. There was no energy left. Not even power to start the ship's propulsion system. As much as the ship was deemed useless, Nie Long could not afford to discard it. Until the day China and their research team could develop a similar power source such as the energy crystal, the ship would just be a hunk of floating metal. "Mr. President, we have trouble, what's the russ?" When Nie Long's call for assistance had been answered, the Pentagon was undergoing a few changes. "We have lost contact with Open Island." "Excuse me," said the president. He had been hearing the news that were hard to digest. Things like stealth fighter jets supposedly undetectable being shot down before they could even enter China's airspace. Right now, they had just lost contact with an entire island? Losing contact was not unfamiliar in military operations. It was far too common for battlecruisers, fighter jets, and even infantrymen. However, not being able to make contact with an entire island group was impossible. "Mr. President, there's something you need to see." A man brought over a few pictures obtained from satellite imagery and showed it to the president. With a face that had just seen a ghost, the man said, "Sir. 13.26° north, 144.43 east. This is the location of Open Islands." This picture was taken a year ago. He showed the president a picture of the Open Islands with clouds hovering over it, and here is a picture taken a minute ago. There were written GPS coordinates printed at the top right of the pictures, yet the two pictures of the same coordinates were different. One had islands and the other did not. "Sir, Open Islands is missing. What nonsense is this?" the president roared. He was not the only one. Even the other cabinet members started to laugh. However, the president of the Mutant Brotherhood, Xavier, was quiet. Open Islands was a huge island that was at least 550 square kilometers in size, with at least 200,000 citizens living on it. Most importantly, the island was the base of 4 important American military bases of operation. It was the virtual border that America had over China to control the entire North and South Pacific Ocean. "Sir, I have one more thing to show you," said the informant as he took out a remote controller and clicked on it. The monitors on the wall was turned on and played a video. The video was one of the military-controlled satellites that had recorded parts of the world every few minutes. The video was only around 10 seconds long. The video started off with the view of the entire globe and slowly focused on the broad area of the North Pacific Ocean. That entire area was placed in red alert as America and China was having their naval warfare there. Besides that, there was nothing going on. Everything was peaceful. Until suddenly a faint beam of light erupted from the corner of the screen. The footage was seen focusing on the beam's trajectory, and lo and behold, an island went missing, as if it was erased with a cloth, traceless. "Wait! Stop! Roll back the clip and slow it down," cried Xavier. The informant clicked on his remote a few times until the footage was slowed down by a few hundred times. It was then everyone saw what had happened. It was a truth that they could not accept. The beam of light was traced coming from China's general direction, and everything that the beam touched, it disintegrated into nothingness, literally. There was no explosion or any signs of destruction. Everything just dusted off. If they had not slowed down the footage, they would not know that the island was disintegrated. It's their retaliation. That's their counterattack to our nuclear strike, a cabinet member screamed, losing his mind. Everyone was frozen with fear, including the President of the United States of America and Xavier. They were completely thrown. What should have been an easy target turned out to be an enemy that they could not defeat. It was as if they were of another world. A denizen that capable of using advanced weaponry that no human on Earth could match. It was then when Xavier realized what was going on. It's alien weapons. China must have gotten their hands on alien weapons. How is that possible? Said the president. It's not a question of how they got it, but what should we do about it? Xavier barked. Should we just launch another nuclear strike at them? Xavier stood up from his seat, agitated. Did you not see what they just did to us? We had just launched thousands of nuclear warheads, and yet there they stood, unfazed. On the other hand, we had just lost an entire island to China. Unless you are blind, we are no longer capable of fighting against them. They have proven themselves to be stronger than any nation in the world. If you do wish to launch a nuclear strike, you are only condemning the entire nation to China. The meeting room went quiet. Nothing but the sound of electronics buzzing and beeping. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do or what to say. Mr. Chairman, I understand what you are saying, but what is our next step? Said the president. Right now, the entire military was incapable of fighting. His only hope was to rely on the mutants. I'll have to think, said Xavier. The man was torn. Telepathy was his ability, and every mutant that was under level 4 were linked to his thoughts. Even without communicating with Lincoln in Japan, he could still make out the situation by collectively reading all the emotional links of the mutants in Japan. He knew that the mutant army was being beaten back. When they themselves could not protect themselves, what could they do for the American military? Translator note: I fully understood what the author wants to write, but saying that Hawaii is Winter Islands is just, what the hell? Besides that, Open Island is a name given by the author. In reality, Open Island is Guam. In conclusion, Winter Islands equals Hawaii, Open Island equals Guam. Chapter 9:10, Blue Light. While America had their own problems to deal with, China was busy with theirs. First and foremost, they had a problem with power supply. China's military power was not as strong as America's, and without Jiang Fei, they would have lost the war. The problem with power supply was with the offensive weapons. Their defense was strong, but it needed the power supply to be redirected from the entire country to power up their defenses. Right then, most of their main attack forces were rendered useless due to insufficient power. With China's current naval fleet, they would never win against America in an all-out war. China still had one option left on the table, and that was nuclear strike. However, using it was another problem. Americans' defenses were not as perfect as China's, but they still had strong turrets that could bring down many ICBMs before they could even re-enter the atmosphere. Additionally, China's nuclear storage was not as large as America's. They were enough to pose a threat, but not enough to completely annihilate the entire country. Hence, if their goal was to completely destroy America and did not have the means or method to do it, they could still instill fear into the hearts of Americans by showing off the power of their massive antimatter cannon. Although the antimatter cannon could not be compared to the area of destruction of a nuclear weapon, it was far deadlier since the destructive capability was instantaneous. There was literally no way of knowing when it would be fired nor any means of stopping it. Nuclear ICBMs were lethal, but it could still be stopped by many methods available then. The thing was, China had only one shot at it, and America did not know about that. The cold hard truth was that China no longer had any other arsenals to play with, and America could still turn the table around if they wanted to bring an end to it. It was similar to the case during World War II when Americans dropped 2 nuclear bombs in Japan. While the American did not have any more bombs, the Japanese surrendered immediately, thinking that there might be a third strike. Right now, America was facing a greater threat than nuclear bombs. The destructive power of the beam weapon was so powerful that if China had intended to fire a second or subsequent shots, they could literally erase the entire American continent from the face of the world. If both nations had to resort to the traditional nuclear arsenals, all the important people could hide in emergency bunkers and survive the nuclear fallout. Both nations could still use their hidden nuclear arsenals that were kept secret from the world to fight again until one or both sides were eradicated. However, the weapon that China had just revealed to the world was so strong that a bunker would be nothing but an oversized metal coffin. An entire island was destroyed and there were too many dead to be counted. However, collateral damage was literally invented by the Americans, and if they did not want civilian casualties, they should not have started the war in the first place. When Open Island was destroyed, American had lost 4 military bases of operations and also the entire Pacific Ocean. For there on out, Pacific Ocean was now in the hands of the Chinese. Nie Shilong had literally claimed the entire Pacific Ocean for China in just one shot. It was literally the most well-deserved shot ever fired in the history of naval warfare. "Call back all assets," said the president after he had enough with the war. Everyone in the Pentagon was silent. No one dared to interject that order as they realized that they were no match for China. It was lucky that they did not target the Pentagon itself, or else they would not be breathing then. The order went down the chain of command and all the naval fleets that were still on standby in deep sea set course for home. There was no other way to face China and their technology. By doing so, they had figuratively handed over the seat to the world over to China. It was a shameful act, but it was far better than being at war to the very end with China. While the American military were retreating, the mutants that were still at war with China's martial artists were left behind. At that moment, the fight between the two sides was at its climax. Out of 500, there were only 300 martial artists left. As for the mutants, only 1,500 out of 5,000 survived. Both sides were equally battered. While the battle was still raging on, loud engine noises could be heard coming from the skies. "Our reinforcements have arrived," said Z8-001. At that moment, including him, there were only less than 50 androids in the battlefield. Although they had managed to collect most of the fallen androids' memory chips, the loss was still too much for them. After defeating the American naval fleet, Qin Tian gathered all available ship vessels and proceeded to Japan at top speed. The first to arrive was none other than the androids with flight pack. Scanning ground. Enemy detected, proceeding with hostile elimination, permission granted. Fire at will. With Z9-001 leading the fray, the newly arrived army of androids began to fire at the mutants that were already being fired at by the Z8 android team. "Guys! We have help! Look!" cried a level 3 fighter from way behind the front line. As soon as everyone realized that reinforcements had arrived, their morale was boosted. Their spirits were lifted, which helped them a little since fighting without any hope to survive was inefficient. "It's over," Lincoln sighed heavily. With new enemies arriving, he knew that the mutants were not going to leave Japan alive and well. Although they had the larger army initially, they were ultimately defeated by the martial artists because of their mastery and terrain advantages. Androids from far behind the martial artists were constantly attacking them as well. Long-range mutant attackers were completely destroyed by Jiang Fei, and without them, there was no hope in trying to fight on even grounds. That was not all. Although mutants and martial artists were considered as metahumans, the energy they used was different from chi for martial artists. Martial artists' chi flow was strong and almost everlasting when compared to mutants. In the end of it all, martial artists could literally fight for days while mutants needed to rest from time to time. Right now, the worst had come true when martial artists had just received their reinforcements flying in the air. When all hope was lost and Lincoln was about to call for a mass retreat, the entire battlefield glowed with a faint blue hue. The faint blue light slowly glowed brighter and everyone, including Jiang Fei and the androids, were frozen in place. Even the Z9 team that was flying in the sky could not move. Even so, they did not just fall, the light acted like a dampener, slowly descending as if they were in water. After that, All the mutants were gathered and arranged to a side while the martial artists and the androids were moved to the other. While no one could move, Jiang Fei and the other martial artists could recover their qi. All the light did to them was to render them motionless. Nothing else. Jiang Fei knew that whoever that was responsible for the light meant no harm to either side. Chapter 911, Reimbursement. Jiang Fei tried to move, but no matter how hard he tried, the blue light would not let him go. At that moment, the only person who was not affected at all was Ariel. "Humph, show yourselves, now that you have already meddled in this," she said without batting an eye. "Who?" "Very well," a voice replied. In front of Jiang Fei, a flash of blue light appeared and a portal opened. An old man with blonde hair, dressed in a long red jacket that covered all the way down to his knees, came out of the portal and stood in front of Ariel. Although he was not able to move, he could still see the man looking at Ariel nonchalantly as if he was meeting an equal. The man looked no older than 50 years old, but Jiang Fei knew better. Any level 5 metahuman could easily live longer than any normal metahuman. He might look like he was in his 50s, but he could have been 500 years old. "Are you done?" said Ariel in an annoying tone. "Hee. My, you're a feisty little one, aren't you?" said the man. The man did nothing, yet the blue light that engulfed the entire battlefield disappeared in an instant. Freed, the fighters grouped to their respective sides, not fighting. They knew there was no need to continue fighting since another level 5 metahuman had gotten involved in it. "Come now, there's no need to hide." "Do you expect me to invite you as well?" said Ariel, turning to a certain spot. Hee. I thought that I was hiding myself good there. Looks like I've been discovered." "How shameful," another voice replied, laughing as he did before descending from the sky. It was another old man. He was a Chinese man, dressed like a common deity appearing in temples. He was dressed in the most traditional deity wear that Jiang Fei realized it was almost similar to that of Zhuge Shanshan's disguise. One look and he knew that the old man was a traveler. "Grandmaster," cried Ganyang Jimren, kneeling before the great man. "I'm just spending some time away." "On your feet," said the man as he helped Ganyang Jimren to stand. After that, he turned away from him and gestured a hand signal to retreat. It was a situation that no ordinary human should be involved with. "I am from the Mutant Brotherhood." "You can call me Welton," said the Western level 5 mutant. "Respect to the Great One." "This nobody is merely the master Taoist of the Rainbow Longsword sect, Lu Taizhen," said the old man, smiling and bowing respectfully. "How should I address this young one?" said Lu Taizhen as he faced Ariel. Even though she looked extremely young, the power that she was leaking out was undeniably level 5. As if their words mean nothing to her, Ariel kept quiet and stood next to Jiang Fei. "This is Ariel. She is my junior from the same school that I am in," said Jiang Fei, proactively. Theoretically speaking, he was not qualified to talk to another level 5. However, he knew better since he had been continuously masking lies. He was afraid that Ariel might slip and reveal her true self. That was the reason why Jiang Fei stepped in. "That means you are the infamous and talented Jiang Fei?" Welton glanced at him. Welton did not look down on Jiang Fei just because he was only a level 4 metahuman. Ariel was so pompous that she did not even want to talk to him by trying to build up airs as if Jiang Fei was her superior. Besides that, the entire metahuman society had been talking about Jiang Fei and his master, the legendary mysterious Zhuge Shanshan. At the very least, other level 5 metahumans would respect Jiang Fei only because of Zhuge Shanshan. Because of his extremely rare appearance in the world, the name Zhuge Shanshan had become a famous topic. Everyone would know about it since the mysterious man was capable of performing many unexplainable acts of power. There was even a rumor that Zhuge Shanshan was a level 6 metahuman. However, since very few people in the world had seen the man, many metahumans had the benefit of the doubt. Using the Zhuge Shanshan card, Jiang Fei held onto it as firmly as he could to try and talk to the other level 5 metahumans. Without it, Welton would have smashed him without batting an eye. Even the Chinese level 5, Lu Taizhen, would stay out of it. No one would try and test the might of a level 5 metahuman lest one had a taste of their wrath. This unworthy being is indeed Jiang Fei. I am but honored to meet the two masters. Jiang Fei bowed his head and greeted the two with the utmost respect. Why is your master not here? Lu Tianjin asked. If he was being honest, he would explain his curiosity about Zhuge Shanshan's character and would even ask for a friendly duel to know what he was capable of. He wanted to know whether Zhuge Shanshan was truly a level 6. When level 5 metahumans were treated like godlike beings, what would a level 6 metahuman be treated as? It was known that level 5 was the limit to one's power, and if there was a level 6 metahuman, those that had been stuck at level 5 would finally be given a new path to travel on. My master is unbothered by the likes of my lowly self. Master has never expressed his interests in any fights, Jiang Fei explained. Ah, I understand. It is fortunate that there are very few of us, said Lu Taizhen, shaking his head disappointingly. Many level 5 metahumans could not be bothered about the likes of other beings. In fact, it was a Chinese culture. Mind your own household before you cared about others. Even if enemies had invaded their land, as long as their house was left undisturbed, they would not make a scene. While that was the common case, the Western community had it different. Level 1 or level 5, everyone was united as a nation, and when America was under threat, or even the entirety of the Mutant Brotherhood was under threat, the level 5 mutants would appear to save the day. Alright. I'll be frank. This war is nothing but a huge farce. Since both sides had incurred some losses, I'd suggest we let bygones be bygones. Let's leave it at that, shall we? Welton said to Lu Taizhen. This one shares the same thought. In the eyes of a level 5 metahuman, others that were weaker, be it the pinnacle stage of level 4 or even the weakest level 1, were all seen as ants. Welton did not even bother to know whether who was right or wrong. All he wanted was to have the fight stopped. Wait! Jiang Fei snarled angrily. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Yeah, the mutant had suffered more casualties compared to us, but Jiang Fei sucked in a deep breath. Where the F***ck were you when the mutants were trashing us? Why did you suddenly appear and demand that we stop the fight when we finally had the chance to kill them all? Who gives you the right to stop this? Everyone that could understand what Jiang Fei was saying literally froze in place. Jiang Fei was just a level 4 fighter. Even though he was strong, he was just a pipsqueak compared to the level 5 metahuman. How could someone like him yell at a level 5 metahuman? Had he lost his mind? Welton didn't like that one bit. He turned around, with eyes shimmering with a faint blue light. He arched an eyebrow, clearly annoyed and irritated. He had only given face to Jiang Fei because of Zhuge Shanshan. But the disrespect that Jiang Fei was showing him was clearly overstepping it, and he did not like that. Even so, he did not act on impulse. Not when he saw Ariel was standing right next to Jiang Fei, clearly being protective of him. Additionally, even though Jiang Fei stated that Zhuge Shanshan did not bother to appear, he might still be around, looking out for his student, and would interfere if things went south. What do you mean? He said. This fight is clearly the fault of the mutants. I demand a retribution. Jiang Fei roared. Jiang Fei himself knew when not to overstep his line. If he insisted on killing all the mutants right there and then, he might get more than he had bargained for. Fine, you want retribution. How about I offer a reimbursement? Name your price, said Welton. The man was clearly angry when Jiang Fei was shouting, but when Jiang Fei demanded something in return, he went all happy and jubilant all of a sudden. In his point of view, Jiang Fei was just like a kid that had his toy broken and wanted a new one. Such a demand meant nothing to a level 5 metahuman. To them, nothing materialistic could satisfy them. Besides a god blade in hand, they did not care about wealth. If Jiang Fei wanted, he could even offer up half of American soil to him, and no level 5 mutant would even care about it. Chapter 912, Role Model, a Price? Jiang Fei was startled. Jiang Fei had been pouring his heart and soul into finding fragments of Braveheart. Not to mention the time invested. Throughout his search, there were some that had been found by others and were kept safely and guarded. It was hardly odd at all since the ship had crashed on Earth for more than 7,000 years ago. Jiang Fei had been searching for those that had not been touched by any human. Those that had been found were left until the day he could find a way to nab them. Even though Jiang Fei had obtained powers that he could never dream of, it was still a long road ahead until he could face the forces that were keeping the alien artifact for themselves. Now that Welton had offered up a blank check for Jiang Fei to write a number on, he would not waste such an opportunity on other materialistic items. Lu Taizhen was representing the entire martial artist community to give up on continuing the war. As for the androids, they were from the military and could not do anything much when it came to a level 5 metahuman. Hence, the only person that could demand a payment was Jiang Fei. "I am interested in those alien artifacts," said Jiang Fei, bluntly. "HM? What would you do with an God Blade?" "Ask for something else," Welton said, thrown aback. When Jiang Fei mentioned about alien artifact, the first thing that came to his mind was the all-powerful God Blade. The thought of the alien artifact itself did not pop up since he knew Jiang Fei was just a martial artist. He would not be interested in something of such advanced technology. "I didn't say anything about God Blade. I just want those alien artifacts," said Jiang Fei, gesturing that he was not at all interested in God Blade. To be fair, he had lost all interest in weapons of mass destruction since he had 0541 and the Zhanlu sword. "Oh? Is that what you want?" Welton questioned, scoffing as if he had overestimated Jiang Fei for being a man of potential. He had genuinely thought that Jiang Fei might someday become a level 5 and would want to have a God Blade in hand to prepare himself. However, when Jiang Fei expressed his interest in those alien artifacts, he had lost all his interest in Jiang Fei and even thought that the boy would never become something greater than he already was. "That's right. I've always thought that those things were interesting," said Jiang Fei, smiling. "In that case, there's no problem about it." "Lincoln, come here," said Welton, calling for Lincoln. The man was happy and satisfied since Jiang Fei was not interested in God Blade. He did not even demand anything else and stopped at just the alien artifacts. "Sir? Did you call for me?" said Lincoln, hanging his head low, afraid to look at the level 5 mutant directly. "Do you know anything about alien artifact?" Welton asked. He did not know where they were since he had never indulged himself in matters of the outside world. "Well," Lincoln staggered. It was an important secret, but when a level 5 metahuman was questioning him, Lincoln dared not lie. Unlike Welton that had closed himself to the world, Lincoln was part of the mutant brotherhood that had allied themselves with the government, working towards the same goals and interests. It was peril that they needed to rely on alien technology since they had been utterly trashed by China in every way. If they were to let those gold mines go, they would be losing their only way to rebuild the road to glory. However, since the man was the vice president of the Mutant Brotherhood, there were things that only the president and he knows about, which includes the whereabouts of an alien artifact. "Sir, we have found an alien artifact in the Klauia volcano in Winter Islands." Instead of revealing the ones that they had already possessed, Lincoln decided to reveal the one that they had found but could never retrieve. That artifact had been lying in the depths of molten lava for several years. Because of that, the mutants could not retrieve it and left it untouched for more than 10 years. Even with the greatest heat-resistant technology that they had, it was still impossible for them to dive into the volcano and retrieve it. The worst part of it, they only knew there was an artifact there but not its size or its properties. Hence, Lincoln thought it could be a safe bet. Even if it could be something that was worth investing the entire world's finance to retrieve it, it was an impossible task to do. Hence, he was willing to throw it out there to let Jiang Fei take it, if he could. From Lincoln's point of view, Jiang Fei, as a martial artist, could do nothing but only know about it. "I see. Well, Jiang Fei, I will give you that alien artifact as well as Winter Island." "Are you satisfied with that?" said Welton. As soon as he said that, Lincoln could not hide his extreme disappointment. "Sir, you're not in any position to just give away an entire state to the enemy. The Winter Island is not just an island but an archipelago of several islands. That's more than 16,000 square kilometers of land. It's 30 times more than what the Chinese had destroyed. That was what Lincoln was thinking but dared not voice out. The person that was giving away the island was a level 5 metahuman. Unless he had some ways to stop the man, there was no way for him to stop Welton from giving away the entire archipelago to Jiang Fei. Not even Xavier would dare to say anything about it. Because level 5 super beings were never interested in anything besides Godblade, Welton and Lutian did not ask for demand for any compensation. Welton was even bold enough to put out a state of America for Jiang Fei. Lincoln, the only person that had authority there, could not say anything but hold down his incredible urge. To be fair, the Winter Islands was far away from any other American land. Now that American naval fleets were retreating back to the mainland and consolidating their assets, they would not be able to do anything if, by any chance, China wanted to dominate the island. Hence, Welton's offer was nothing much of a waste. Not even the Mutant Brotherhood or the American government could do anything but follow Welton's orders. The Winter Islands was situated right at the center point of the entire Pacific Ocean. It was one of the main intercept points of both aerial and nautical transport. That place was a precious point of defense, and since the American was figuratively bleeding out, they could not afford to make any effort to defend the land. "Thank you," said Jiang Fei with a 90-degree bow. Even though he was not a level 5 metahuman, he held no interest in those islands as well. Sure, the islands are nice and warm, with beautiful scenery and untainted water, but what would he do with it? Spend his days as the king of Winter Islands? He would rather spend his time and effort searching for the other fragments of Braveheart. If the ship was restored, he could easily fly out of Earth. What would he do with a few islands on Earth? He was familiar with the name Winter Islands, but he had never been there, nor would he ever be unless it was for the alien artifact. The only thing that he was interested in was the volcano, the one with a name he could not remember. Jiang Fei had flown across the Pacific Ocean more than once and had to make a detour to avoid being detected by the American military installations there. Now that the island belonged to him, he could easily fly in to retrieve his alien artifact boldly, without the fear of being detected. Now that Jiang Fei had his demands met. The curtain for the war in Japan was closed due to the involvement of level 5 metahumans. Americans were returning to their homes and beginning to consolidate whatever assets they had left. China, on the other hand, did the same thing and focused on defense. They had spent too much power in running the alien submarine, aircraft carrier, and the antimatter cannon. The message that was sent to the world was that China was a country that loved peace and prosperity. Any nation that dared to attack and disturb the peace would be met with fire and fury. One thing is for sure, China would never invade other country and land for any stupid reasons. Before the war, if that message was laid out, the world would only think that China was merely bragging. However, after being bombarded with nuclear ICBMs and refraining to retaliate via the same way, everyone believed China was capable of doing more damage but chose not to. Now that the world had seen what they were capable of, they should be choosing China as a role model. A peace-loving nation that chose not to attack but would if disturbed. Chapter 913, Saving Han Tianyu. One night after the war ended, peace returned to the other side of the globe. The fear of escalation to world war was gone. Even though in one night America had suffered losses of more than 10 sea vessels and approximately the deaths of over 300,000 civilians, it was a small loss when compared to a world war. Besides America, other nations had suffered so little casualties that it could be said that they did not suffer at all. Now that America had abdicated the throne to the world, other little nations that were once under the great nation of freedom had started to treat them differently. In one night, China rose to the top in terms of power. All nations had immediately started to organize the best diplomatic group in order to play on China's good side. Praise to the Almighty Kingdom! China had finally restored her glory after thousands of years. It was a celebration that all citizens in China would be more than happy to cheer. No one could believe it, since China had always been in the bottom of America's boots. China had always been the rud of the world, big and strong yet helpless against America and her allies. Now, things are different. China would not bully other nations' guard dogs, but if you don't have the dog on leash, China would put one on the dog and the owner. A new age had just begun, with China holding the torch, lighting the future. While the higher-ups of China were popping champagne and clinging tall glasses, Jiang Fei and the other martial artists took the military rescue ships and returned to China. The war was finally over and they were very much needed back at their respective sections. By the end of it all, after counting their losses, the martial artists had just realized that they were the ones that had sacrificed the most. Over 700 martial artists had landed in Japan and only close to 300 returned. Most of them battered and a few of them were injured severely. Even though they had won the war, they had nothing but the deaths of their fellow fighters to mourn. Jiang Fei had something else to do when he reached China. The first thing he did was head over to the military base that Han Tianyu was kept. His brother was still held against his will by the military and could be killed any time since the war was over. Jiang Fei would be devastated if Han Tianyu was killed. Even though there was more than enough evidence to call out the military for holding Han Tianyu, there were things that were too delicate to just hammer in like that. After all, the relationship between the military and the martial artists alliance was extremely brittle. Winter had came and since the apple trees bear no fruit, might as well chop it down for firewood. The enemies were eliminated. The threat of other nations was no more. America would not dare to do anything harsh for the time being. At best, they would play it quiet for the next few years, spending all their resources into researching the alien artifacts. Right now, the weapon that China had, the martial artists, were of no use to them anymore. The tension between China's military and martial artists had only gotten higher. However, China's military are not stupid. They know when to call back their attacks if they saw an enemy that cannot be defeated. They had already developed Z-10 Supreme Android soldiers, but they did not immediately dispatch them to attack the martial artists while they were licking their wounds. The reason was simple. They saw what a level 5 metahuman could do and knew that androids was not the way to go. When Walton appeared with his blue light, not even the Z9 androids could do anything to counteract against his powers. Even though Z10 androids were much stronger than Z9, they were just androids. Right now, there was no means of attack, hence the military had temporarily postponed using androids to attack the martial artists. The only way to do so was to prevent Han Tianyu from revealing their plans. They were planning to kill him nonetheless. Jiang Fei may not know the details about their plan, but he knew that the military was going to kill Han Tianyu for knowing too much. Hence, as soon as he stepped into China, Jiang Fei had Ariel to do her thing. Since Jiang Fei and Ariel had been in the same room as Han Tianyu, Ariel could easily teleport inside with just snap. This time, she didn't even bother to go there. Instead, with a snap of her finger and a flash of white light, Han Tianyu was pulled out of that room and in front of Jiang Fei. "Took you long enough. Here I thought you might not make it in time." Han Tianyu gasped with relief, hugging Jiang Fei tighter than ever. What Jiang Fei and Ariel did not know was the situation that he was in right down to the second before he was teleported away. Two androids with guns in their hands were aiming at Han Tianyu's head while he was being tied down. The barrels were already rotating. Luckily, Ariel had teleported Han Tianyu away at the last minute when the trigger was pulled. "Relax, how could I ever let you die before me?" Jiang Fei jested. Han Tianyu was his right-hand man. Without him there would be too many things Jiang Fei could never do. "What are you planning next?" Han Tianyu asked. The Grand Young Master of Manda Group had nowhere to return to now. He literally had nothing left since the government had confiscated everything he owned. "Well, many things," Jiang Fei sighed before explaining what had happened. Right now, Jiang Fei was waiting for the Americans to evacuate the Winter Islands to retrieve the ship part that was stuck in the volcano. After that, he had to deal with 0541 and the mysterious thing that was happening inside the game. He did not know what it was, but 0541 had been pestering him about it. Judging from the pressure that 0541 had been pushing on Jiang Fei, it was likely that it was fairly important. Winter Islands? Han Tianyu gasped, both horrified yet delighted. Jiang Fei may not have any interest in those islands, but Han Tianyu was. Right now, Han Tianyu was without a home, or a nation to be frank. After being rescued from the government, Han Tianyu would not want to expose himself in public. It would be a savior for him if Jiang Fei would allow him to reside on that island. Jiang Fei would care less to manage them, but for Han Tianyu, it would be a piece of cake. No problem. When the Americans leave, he'll have you manage everything there, said Jiang Fei nonchalantly. He knew the suffering Han Tianyu had gone through and would have to face if Jiang Fei was not there to help. Who was once the young master of the great Manda group was now homeless and a wanted fugitive of the country. What better place to hide than Jiang Fei's own private island? I'll take your word for it. Han Tianyu replied happily. Even though the Winter Islands was not that huge when compared to what Han Tianyu used to own, it was still Jiang Fei's little kingdom. Han Tianyu could do whatever he wanted with it. Even though he had lost Manda Group, he could still start from scratch with the alien artifact and built a nation around it. Jiang Fei could not help but smile at Han Tianyu's happy reaction. To be honest, after going through so many ordeals, Jiang Fei's emotional spectrum was almost the same as a level 5 metahuman. Worldly materialistic benefits did not matter to him anymore. The only difference between he and the other level 5 metahumans besides his actual power level was the fact that he could not see other humans as worthless. His humanity was still preventing him from being heartless. Jiang Fei had Hong Yu and the other girls to stay and protect Han Tianyu at a small village outside of the city. He then had Ariel to teleport him home. In a way, he could ensure Han Tianyu's safety with so many powerful girls around him. In another way, he had no idea how he was going to explain to his parents. Even if his parents could accept it, Si Tying would cut off his balls seeing a line of girls, all infatuated with Jiang Fei. Chapter 914, Karma. When Jiang Fei returned home, everyone was in. His father, his mother, and even Si Tying. Jiang Fei! Si Tying cried and leaped into his embrace. Guilt struck him deep into his soul when he wrapped his arms around Si Tying's frail little figure. He was out in the world, fighting with his life on the line, letting his entire family, and even his beloved, to worry for him. When Jiang Fei lifted his head up, he saw his parents. They had not even hit their middle age, yet there were silvery white strands of hair. Ever since the tension between the two nations grew higher, Jiang Fei's parents had been worried for their son's safety. When war erupted, the stress that his parents felt was so strong that they had grown white hair. Even though the news had been reporting the victory of China, that good news did not even elevate Jiang Fei's parents' mood. Not one bit. Like all close ones of the soldiers that had been drafted to war, Jiang Fei's parents was dying to know about their son's safety. The worst fear they had was to see Jiang Fei's body being wrapped in China's national flag. What could they do with honor bestowed upon their family name if it cost them the life of their treasured son? Rather than hoping China had won the war, they would rather have their son return alive, even if it meant the collapse of the nation. When Jiang Fei turned the knob of the door and greeted everyone, even Jiang Fei's father, the always stoic man with no expression on his face, teared up and smiled. Jiang Fei mothers did not hide her feelings. She was literally crying her eyes out at the sight of her son. If Si Tying, with newfound powers of a metahuman, had rushed to him first, Jiang Fei's parents would have hugged him tightly. "Mom! Dad! I missed you so much!" Jiang Fei cried out. He had never experienced true war before and could never truly understood the meaning of life and the love that his parents had showered upon him. "As long as you're fine," the father nodded his head as he wiped away his tears. The man's blood pressure dropped instantly to 120/70. "My son! You must be hungry for Mom's cooking." "Don't you worry, I'll whip up a meal that will put my past cookings to shame," said the mother, choking on her tears. The mother was not a poet. She was not good with words as she was better at cooking. What better way to express her love to her son than cooking? As the mother quickly made her way to the kitchen, the father consoled Si Tying, who would not let Jiang Fei out of her embrace. The poor girl must have been worried sick. As her tears wet his shirt, Jiang Fei could not help but feel glad. It was a sense of fulfillment, a feeling of gratitude and belonged. Jiang Fei could swear that he would never be as happy even if he managed to collect all Braveheart's parts. If it was not for Isabella's resurrection, Jiang Fei might have given up on fighting. He was so sated with happiness that he could just take off the ring on his finger, store it in his drawers, and forget everything that had to do with fighting. However, Isabella meant too much for him. He had owed her too much to give up then. At that moment, he felt ashamed, guilty even. The girls that he had been bringing out of the game grew exponentially. What about Isabella when she was revived? How would his household be like then? Before the poor Tang could finish crying weeks' worth of tears on Jiang Fei's chest, the mother called everyone in for dinner. Only then did she let go of Jiang Fei even though she refused to leave his side. During dinner, everyone talked about random topics, anything that had nothing to do with metahumans, war, and Jiang Fei's absence. Jiang Fei did not want to worry his parents and they did not want to ruin such a peaceful, happy moment. After dinner, the parents proactively took Ariel and Shang Guanqi out. They were merely excusing themselves to give a private, alone time for Jiang Fei and Tang. The two deserved some time alone. When Jiang Fei was not at home, Tang had moved in with his parents and had been taking good care of them. It was then the parents realized that no woman was more suited to be their daughter-in-law. She had obtained their blessings. Everyone was gone and the two were left alone in the living room. The girl was blushing madly. How could she not know what the parents were up to? She's not a kid anymore. She was more than capable of understanding what was going to happen. How are you, lately? Jiang Fei fumbled with his words. He had not seen the woman of his life for almost a month. Am doing great, the girl stuttered. Her voice was squeaking even softer than an ant. She was so embarrassed that she could not bring herself to look at Jiang Fei. Ba dump! Jiang Fei's superior physique allowed him to hear the poor girl's heartbeat. As her heart beat faster and faster, so did Jiang Fei's. If it was not for his powerful body, Jiang Fei felt that he might have already passed out from hypertension. Jiang Fei shifted closer and closer to Tang, trying to hold her hand. As he did, he could smell the fragrant smell of her usual shampoo. When he tried to touch her shoulder, the poor girl flinched so hard that Jiang Fei thought that he might have accidentally activated Origin Force. When she finally accepted his touch, Jiang Fei felt a sudden jolt of power rushing to his body. It was inevitable. Jiang Fei was a boy and Tang was a girl. The two were alone in the house. The two loved each other. If he did not have that rush, he would be considered as abnormal. Finally, when Jiang Fei could not take it anymore, he stood up abruptly and carried Tang into his embrace and planted a passionate kiss on her supple lips. That was not the first time he had kissed her, but every time he did, the soft, supple lips, planted on his, made Jiang Fei's body surge with power that he could never get used to. Slowly, Jiang Fei kissed and kissed until the room temperature rose along with the love of the two. "Let's do it in my room," said Jiang Fei, sweat dripping from his forehead. "All right," the girl answered, sweating just as profusely. With Tang still in his arm, Jiang Fei opened the door easily with his hips. Like a floating specter, Jiang Fei slowly drifted towards his bed and placed Tang gently. Just when Jiang Fei was about to reach out his hand to caress her face, 0541's voice blared in his mind, like a fire truck siren. Omega level being detected approaching at high speed, Omega level being. A level 5 metahuman. Just when 0541 had ended the sentence, the metahuman appeared right in his window and entered the room nonchalantly. Even though he was staying in the 100th floor of Manda Square, such a feat meant nothing but a walk in the park. Huh? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Oh, geez. I'm really sorry for disturbing the two of you. Shall I come back again in 2 hours? Said Welton as he apologized profusely at Jiang Fei, whose hand was hovering on Tang's chest. King hell. So this is what it feels like. Brother you, I'm so sorry for not knocking on the door, said Jiang Fei to himself. It was the first time he had felt the shame for having an unannounced guest while he had a girl in his room. Back then, Jiang Fei had interrupted Han Tianyu and his secretary having their time. Such a payback this was. Looks like karma hits back hard. Chapter 9:15, Curtains Close, Ugh. What can I do for you, Mr. Welton? Asked Jiang Fei, biting through his teeth as he held back his annoyance. There was no way he could express his discomfort in the face of a level 5 metahuman, especially when Ariel was not around. Oh man. I'm truly sorry. Are you sure you don't want me to leave? I can always come back later, said the American. Stuff like these was nothing to be ashamed about. Just spit it out, said Jiang Fei, at the verge of raising his voice. Well then. My bad for disturbing you when you guys were having a good time. Anyway, it's about the Winter Islands. The government is tearing down their facilities there and might take some time. Roughly 1 month? I think. Most importantly, there are some locals that would not want to leave. Xavier wanted me to ask you to take care of those locals, Welton explained. Is that it? Jiang Fei hissed. A level 5 mutant traveled halfway across the world just to relay some unimportant message. Yeah. That's pretty much everything, Welton snickered. Arg. Thanks for that then. Do me a favor. If there's anything about the island that you want to tell me about, contact this person instead, said Jiang Fei, handing him a card that belonged to Han Tianyu. Oh nice. I can call him next time. Guess he'll take my leave now. Get busy, you guys, said Welton with a smile on his face before flying out of the window with a faint blue light. Jiang Fei, could you please get off me, said Si Tying, blushing madly since his entire body was over hers. It all happened too fast and ended too quickly. Jiang Fei did not even bother to stand up straight. Oh, right, sorry about that, said Jiang Fei, lifting himself up and helping Si Tying to sit upright. When Welton left, the sensual atmosphere in the air followed him out of the window. Jiang Fei was no longer in the mood. If Welton was not there, Jiang Fei would have already went his way with Si Tying. Even though Si Tying was more than happy to let Jiang Fei take her, a revived Isabella might not feel the same way. Who knew what storm she would conjure if she discovered that Jiang Fei had made love to Si Tying? Isabella was known to be the jealous type. Because they were in the game, some things were just not programmed to work. Even so, she had always wanted Jiang Fei's first time to be with her. Things might really turn out for the worse if Isabella found out that Jiang Fei was no longer a cherry boy. He had a sudden thought. For everything that he had done, he did it to create the perfect level 5 body for Isabella. Once revived, she would be much stronger than Ariel. If she decided to throw a massive fit, no one around could stop her from tearing a hole in the world. Once both Jiang Fei and Si Tying had calmed down, the two continued to talk about martial arts and Si Tying's progress. Neither one could bring themselves to get into the mood. I see that your powers is stabilizing at level 3. You must have trained really hard while I'm gone, said Jiang Fei, pulling her closer to him. Yes. I was training every day with Big Sister. She has been a great support. Si Tying buried her face deep in his chest. It was a habit that she cultivated since she could not resist him. It was a girly way of cuddling which Jiang Fei felt cute. It was a genuine expression of her love for him and nothing similar to vixens like Yang Pa and Yang Qing fake and disgusting. Actually, you don't need to push yourself so far, said Jiang Fei. He got a little worried for her since he could feel the muscles in her arms. They were firm and tough, those unfit for a girl. It's nothing at all. By the way, can I take the second pill now? Said Si Tying, pulling herself up and looking into Jiang Fei's eyes. Why the rush? Said Jiang Fei as he stroked her hair. Si Tying was more than ready to take the second batch of potion, but Jiang Fei did not want her to suffer so soon. Not when he had just returned home. Because I don't want to be sitting at home, kneeling in front of the altar, praying while crying my eyes out for you. I want to be there with you, in the face of danger, fighting by your side as your equal, said Si Tying, staring straight into Jiang Fei's eye. Jiang Fei was stunned at Si Tang's confession and felt extremely touched. "Thank you for that," said Jiang Fei with a heavy heart. She would only confess such a thing because of all the pain that she had to suffer through every day. The thought of Jiang Fei exposing himself to danger was not something anyone could take. Ever since Jiang Fei had gotten into the metahuman society, his lifestyle changed abruptly. He stopped schooling. He stopped conforming to social norms. Playing games was the only thing that he did similar to normal kids his age. At least he had that going for him. There would be times like this when war erupted because of stupid reasons. He had to face his enemies head-on. Even with 0541 in his finger, Jiang Fei was still facing tough challenges that would have ended his life if he was not careful. Such an adventure was not worth involving Si Tang. He could not bear to see his beloved injured, or worse. Jiang Fei's parents had purposely dragged out Shang Guanqi and Ariel out of the house, just to make some space and time for Jiang Fei and Si Tang. It was not until late at night, roughly after dinner time, that they returned home with luxurious takeout food. After dinner, everyone chatted for a bit until it was almost 10 p.m. By then, Jiang Fei's parents was going to hit the hay and had Shang Guanqi, Ariel, and even Si Tang to go to sleep. Jiang Fei said he had something else to tend to and was left alone in the living room. It was then when 0541 started to pester him again. "Captain! The special event is about to start. You do not have much time left. I urge you to log into the game right away," said 0541. Even when Jiang Fei was fighting mutants in Japan, 0541 was still profusely pestering Jiang Fei to play the game. "When are you going to answer my questions properly?" "Sheesh. Am busy as well, you know? What event could be so important that I am needed to log in and play even when I am busy fighting mutants?" Jiang Fei barked and rolled his eyes. Although not all the time, Jiang Fei had been obedient enough to follow 0541's suggestions and play the game even though he had no idea what it was for. After a nice hot bath and a little tidying up, Jiang Fei was ready for bed. The online population of the game was declining rapidly ever since the high tensions between China and America. Approximately 70% of all Chinese players did not log in as frequently. That night, even though the news had reported that China had emerged victorious, many of them were not yet ready to join the game. The game, Dawn Break, was made by the military to help create artificial souls. Even though the war was over and androids were created, the game continued on to function. After skipping the game for so many days, Jiang Fei had missed out on a lot of in-game main story scenarios. The Shadow faction and the Draconian race had been at war with each other, and the war was reaching its climax. When Jiang Fei was abruptly logged out by 0541 when he was in Japan, Imperial Dragon followed their original plan and raided various dragon lairs. Unfortunately, without Jiang Fei's help, the guild had failed to defeat the Overlord tier boss. After some time, the war between the Shadow faction and the Draconian race had reached its climax. The flames of war spread even to the borders of neutral faction zone. However, due to the sudden trend of inactive players, many game benefits were left unclaimed. Only the NPCs were fighting each other. When Jiang Fei finally logged in, the Elder Prince, Otis, had lured the main Draconian army into the Shadow faction's territory where Sea Emperor Poseidon and his men were ready for an ambush. Currently, the war was about to reach its conclusion with very few players active in the game to reap the rewards. Chapter 916, Dragon Slaying. Jiang Fei opened the guild interface and realized that only a third of guild members were online. It seemed that many were still in their celebratory mode after the victory announcement in the news. Most might want to rest their minds instead of playing the game. Not only were most members absent, even the high officers were missing as well. Rosette Rose, 7-star warrior, and other prominent figures in the guild were offline. Fortunately, Lady Casanova and Billy Boy were in that day. After exchanging greetings with the rest of the guild members, Jiang Fei headed to Demon Dragon Fortress and met up with the NPC girls. After being absent for so long, it was crucial for him to mingle with them to cultivate their relationship. For the entire morning, Jiang Fei spent his time hanging out with the girls, and when afternoon came, Jiang Fei got bored. He entered the game specifically because of 0541's pestering. Now that he was in the game, he had no idea what he should do. At that moment, a Naga priestess came to Jiang Fei and said, "My master, a demon wishes to have an audience with you." "A demon? Let him in," said Jiang Fei. He was stunned for a moment. Who would want to talk to him? Or rather, which NPC would want to talk to him? "Yes, my master." The Naga priestess bowed and left. Not a minute later, she brought in a young demon. The demon was from a lower-class demon race, a satyr demon. He was not all that powerful as he was only a level 85 High Lord tier NPC. Dicarveler, satyr, High Lord, level 85. Note, the 58th son of the Nephilim King. Jiang Fei quickly dismissed any importance of this demon even though he was the son of the Nephilim King Augustus. Most importantly, the Nephilim King had over 100 offsprings and only those that had pure noble blood were prioritized. Everyone else was treated merely as common tools. Not even Akatsiris, an Overlord tier NPC, was treated like his own daughter. The Nephilim King could simply just give her away as if she was nothing but a simple gift. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Verger Glider," said Dicarveler as he knelt on his knee. He then turned to Akatsiris and greeted her as well. "It's been a while, oh third sister, what do you need?" said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was a little disappointed at the young demon as most of the NPCs that he was in good terms were Celestials and even Overlords. Any NPCs with a lower tier was ignored. "The Nephilim King wishes to have your audience," said Dicarveler. The way he addressed his own father was as if he was the black sheep of the family, as if he did not have the qualifications to call him his father. He could only address him the same way as other normal demons could. What does he want with me?" said Jiang Fei to himself. However, not a second later, he understood why. The last time he had seen and talked to him was when he organized a large party of players to raid the Dragon Lair. After that, the quest's progress must have been stalled greatly due to his absence. Right now, the Dragon's Lair was still unharmed and the army of players had shrunk too much. Even though they were offline temporarily, NPC had thought that they were missing in action. From their point of view, adventurers were gone. Without adventurers, the quest to destroy the Dragon's Lair could not be completed. If the Nephilim King sent in regular NPC soldiers, they would die. End of story. Players were different. Jiang Fei, especially, was an adventurer that could revive endlessly. Most importantly, the man was the disciple and successor of the great Ouyezi, one of the 4 heavenly sages. Who would dare to go against him? Even though he could not directly punish Jiang Fei, the Nephilim King deserved to know what was going on and at the very least, inform him about the situation. "All right. I will be there," said Jiang Fei. He then left the Demon Dragon Fortress after talking to his harem of girls. With the Abyss Gate, Jiang Fei teleported straight to the 10th floor of the Abyss. Unlike Otis, Dicarveler could not teleport on his own. Without the Abyss Gate, Jiang Fei would have to follow the little demon to run a few portals. Usually, the Nephilim King would have Otis to be in charge of contacting Jiang Fei, but since he was in war with the Draconian race, the Nephilim King was forced to summon one of his useless sons to do his bidding. Once Jiang Fei was in the abyss, Jiang Fei summoned his sky-gliding dragon and flew towards the royal palace with Akatsiris behind holding onto him tightly. "Where have you been?" cried the Nephilim King. His tone had a minor amount of hostility, but he was mostly worried. "Some important matter that I have to tend to in the adventurer world," said Jiang Fei. Sigh, the Nephilim King sighed heavily and nodded his head. He knew that most of the adventurers were gone, and when Jiang Fei explained the reason of his absence, the Nephilim King gave up on prying further. The boy was supported by Ouyezi as well as the ancient human. He would not dare to do anything to Jiang Fei. "Well, let's proceed with the important matter. Right now, the Dragon Lair have reinforced their defenses and it would be hard to rely on the adventurer forces. I would like you to join forces with Otis and press on the assault," said Augustus. Jiang Fei intuitively opened his quest window and realized that the extra window, where he had the authority to issue quests, was gone. He then realized that would be the penalty of not being able to complete the task given to Jiang Fei. Even though such a penalty was nothing, it was still a rather huge blow to Jiang Fei since he would not have the privilege to grant quests to his own guild members. Your Highness, what is the situation currently? Jiang Fei asked. The war? It's almost finished. Augustus barked, smiling from ear to ear. Even though Jiang Fei and the rest of the players could not finish the task given, the main Draconian force was baited into the Shadow Faction's territory. With the help of Poseidon's forces, the entire Draconian army would be destroyed at best. If they were still able to crawl back up, they would be forced to retreat back to their lair. At this point, it was likely that the Dragon God would be killed or rendered too weak to even participate in the War of the Light and Shadow. That's great! Jiang Fei gasped. Although he had no qualms with the Draconian race, he was still mad at the Dragon God himself for indirectly causing the deaths of both Ariel and Isabella. The real culprits that he wanted to kill was the Celestial and the Divine Light God. The hatred and enmity he had was intense and was branded deep inside Jiang Fei's bones when both Isabella and Ariel died for his sake. If there was a reason for him to play the game, half of it was because 0541 was forcing him to, and the other half was to have his revenge on the Divine Light God. I can see the number of adventurers roaming the world are decreasing as we speak, but it is still a force large enough to take down the Draconians. Gather them and engage in the last push, said Augustus. Even though he did not want to reward Jiang Fei for failing his task the previous time, he decided to give phase to Ouyezi and gave Jiang Fei one more chance to prove himself worthy. Ding! The Nephilim King, Augustus, has a quest for you, dragon slaying. Would you accept it? You have my word, Your Highness. I will not let you down this time, said Jiang Fei. Chapter 917, Move Forward. Young man. After accepting the quest, Jiang Fei checked the details of the quest. This quest was unlike the others Jiang Fei was used to. It was an open-ended quest. Open-ended quests were less strict in terms of sharing rewards. It did not require other players to form a group with Jiang Fei. As long as one was on the same map and contributed to the quest, one would be able to earn the associated rewards. Most open-ended quests were large in scale. As there were limitations as to how many members each group could have, the system would issue such quests to allow large numbers of players to participate in a specific quest. The Dragon Slaying Battle quest was very simple, which only required Jiang Fei to work with the Nephilim army to destroy all of the Dragon race's members who entered the Dark Faction's territory. Players would be able to earn rewards based on their level of contribution in the quest. Although Jiang Fei was the one who accepted the quest, his main purpose was only to appear on the battlefield. In terms of rewards, he would earn the same ratio of rewards based on his own contribution. Ah! It seems that the rewards I can earn have decreased due to my previous poor record. Jiang Fei sighed. Jiang Fei used to earn much better rewards due to his higher reputation points. However, since he had failed to complete the Nephilim King's previous quest, he would not be able to earn any additional rewards for the current quest. Despite not having additional rewards, Jiang Fei was still much more capable of killing his enemies than other players. If Jiang Fei went all out in killing the Dragon race's members, he would earn a significant amount of experience points and equipment. Alright. Off you go. I hope you won't let me down this time. Although the Nephilim King did not criticize Jiang Fei out of respect for Ouyezi, he still gave Jiang Fei a fair warning. Don't worry, Your Highness. I won't let you down again. Jiang Fei nodded. Since there was not much going on in the real world, Jiang Fei would not log out of the game without prior notice. After bidding farewell to Augustus and returning to the Demon Dragon Fortress, Jiang Fei discussed with Lady Casanova about the quest. After all, 7 Stars Warrior and the others were not online. So, Jiang Fei could only reach out to Lady Casanova. I think we should share the rewards with the other guilds so that they could help lift some of the burdens off of our shoulders. After all, the dragon race is not easy to defeat. Lady Casanova said after some thought. Yeah, I think so too. Jiang Fei nodded. Lady Casanova had spoken his mind. The dragon race was full of adult dragons which were at least ranked at Lord or above. Although other players supported Jiang Fei, he still felt immensely pressured. Since you agree with my idea, leave the rest to me. Lady Casanova said when Jiang Fei expressed that he agreed with her idea. She took on the responsibility of reaching out to the other guilds to establish a better relationship with these guilds. After all, the Imperial Dragon had been hoarding too much of the benefits. All right. Do as you see fit. Jiang Fei nodded. Since Lady Casanova was willing to take on the responsibility on her own, Jiang Fei naturally obliged. After making sure everything was properly arranged, Jiang Fei was left with not much else to do. Although he had accepted the quest to fight against the dragon race, he and the other players would still have to wait for the Nephilim and Oceanic race to take action first. Jiang Fei then spent the remaining time with Sylphie and the other ladies before logging off at 6 o'clock in the morning. Although Jiang Fei initially could not understand why Dawnlight was set to be accessible only at night, he eventually found out that the game was designed by the military to develop man-made souls. After all, the game was not created to make money. The military had set a time limitation to make it easier for them to monitor the progress of their experimental software. After Jiang Fei logged out of the game, 0541 suddenly spoke to him. Captain, 0541 sounded hesitant. What's the matter? Jiang Fei asked confusedly. You can't waste any more time. You must work harder in the game. 0541 was trying not to breach the rules of its programming. As such, it could not directly give Jiang Fei obvious hints. Damn! You need to tell me what I must do. Jiang Fei exclaimed. He was doing as much as he could in the game according to 0541's advice. However, Jiang Fei had no clue as to what he should focus on in the game. You don't have the rights to inquire. 0541 was trying to avoid breaching its limitations and to give Jiang Fei hints. However, it still failed in the end. Planet Namek was very good at designing flawless limitations in artificial intelligence such that it was basically impossible to avoid them. You don't have to give me a hint directly. Perhaps you could try using another way to guide me. Jiang Fei knew there was something important 0541 wanted to tell him. However, 0541 could not breach the restrictions in its programming. Therefore, Jiang Fei tried to look for other ways to go around it. Captain, do you still remember the unyielding quest from the Dragon God? Please complete it if possible. 0541 said after hesitating for nearly half an hour. Unyielding quest? Jiang Fei was stunned by what 0541 said. However, he quickly recalled the quest. Quest name, move forward, young man. Quest objective, attain the reputation of infatuated with 10,000 females. Quest reward, 10 billion experience points, 1 million gold coins, 5,000 dragon race reputation points, mysterious equipment. Remark 1, during the quest period, your rate of acquiring female reputation points is increased by 100%. Remark 2, this quest cannot be forfeited. Damn. Could you be talking about this stupid quest? Jiang Fei finally recalled the quest 0541 was talking about. Yes. Captain. 0541 said. Get out of here. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He was already occupied with a lot of females. 0541 was now asking him to woo up to 10,000 females. It was too much for Jiang Fei. Captain, I can't tell you what to do exactly. However, if you complete this quest, there is a 95% chance of achieving your initial target. 0541 said. Oh? Jiang Fei suddenly realized what 0541 meant. 0541 was most probably talking about how he needed to make an important lady fall in love with him. This lady would play a huge part in the future. The only problem was that 0541 could not tell Jiang Fei who this lady was. Therefore, It hoped that Jiang Fei could complete the quest of wooing 10,000 ladies, as there was a large possibility that this specific lady would be among one of them. Damn! You want me to woo 10,000 women for the sake of one girl? You are truly the worst. Although Jiang Fei had finally caught on to what 0541 was trying to tell him, he was speechless. Chapter 918, Forced Downtime. Although Jiang Fei could not woo 10,000 ladies as instructed by 0541, at least he had a rough idea on how to approach the issue. Captain, I have violated the system restrictions. I will experience a forced downtime for 72 hours. During this period, please look after yourself. Although 0541 tried very hard to avoid violating the restrictions, the way it had hinted Jiang Fei still resulted in an indirect violation. Fortunately, it had not directly revealed the hint to Jiang Fei and was therefore forced to experience only 3 days of downtime. Oh! Jiang Fei did not expect that 0541 would be punished. However, when Jiang Fei wanted to say something, he realized that 0541 was no longer responding. It must have already entered the state of forced downtime. It's probably good for you to take a rest now. Jiang Fei sighed. As there was nothing urgent that Jiang Fei needed to deal with at the moment, and battles would not take place anytime soon, 0541's forced downtime would not affect him too greatly. After taking a bath, Jiang Fei started pondering. Although 0541's hint was very general, Jiang Fei now had a rough idea of what he needed to do. According to Jiang Fei's prediction, 0541 needed him to win over the heart of one particular lady. Even if the lady would not genuinely love him, he needed to at least make her reputation toward him reach the infatuated state. By doing so, the lady would wholeheartedly assist Jiang Fei during the special circumstance 0541 mentioned would take place. As Jiang Fei had the title of Romeo and the Dragon God's nearly impossible quest, gaining female reputation points was not a difficult task for him. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei did not know who this particular lady was. Jiang Fei did not want to woo so many females at once, as he was already greatly occupied by the females around him now. If he really tried to woo 10,000 ladies at once, he would probably want to commit suicide at some point. Jiang Fei had a few thoughts about this unknown lady. Firstly, she would not be one of the existing female figures around Jiang Fei. Otherwise, 0541 would not be urging him as it did. As the reputation of these females toward Jiang Fei had already reached the infatuated state, there was no need for him to increase any more reputation points with them. Based on Jiang Fei's guess, this particular lady would also not be too far away from him. Otherwise, 0541 would not be so confident that Jiang Fei would be able to find her with a 95% success rate as long as he completed the task of wooing 10,000 ladies. However, the lady would also not be very close to Jiang Fei, as 0541 still asked him to woo quite a number of women. Damn! Who the heck is this girl? Jiang Fei frowned. Although he had a rough idea of what he needed to do, the scope was still very broad. I need to ask 0541 a few more questions after it is reactivated. If I can narrow down on the target area, I don't mind letting it rest for a few more days. Jiang Fei finally gave up on figuring it out on his own. After all, the scope was too broad. It was unrealistic for him to go with the scattershot approach. After a little longer, Jiang Fei's family members gradually woke up. As soon as they finished having breakfast, trouble came knocking at the door. Knock! 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 The sound of someone knocking on the door could be heard. I'll get it, Shang Guanqi stood up and said. After spending so much time with Jiang Fei's family, Shang Guanqi had naturally become assimilated into the family. She was treated as if she was Jiang Fei's biological sister. Is this Mr. Jiang Fei's house? An unfamiliar man stood at the door. He did not seem to exhibit any energy wave and was clearly a normal human being. That's right. Who are you looking for? Shang Guanqi asked confusedly. Is Mr. Jiang Fei home? The stranger asked. Oh, come on in. Shang Guanqi let the person into the house. She then shouted into the living room, Ah Fei, somebody's looking for you, I'm coming, Jiang Fei answered as he walked over. Who are you? Jiang Fei was surprised as he did not recognize the stranger. Hee hee, nice to meet you, Mr. Jiang. My surname is Zhang. My name is Zhang Song. The stranger smiled as he spoke. Oh! Jiang Fei nodded. He immediately realized who this was. This was the Zhang family's housemaster. Jiang Fei used to liaise with Zhang Yangshu from the Zhang family and therefore knew quite a lot about the Zhang family through him. Jiang Fei still felt slightly guilty about his history with the Zhang family. He had once stolen all of the Zhang family's planet Namek energy weapons from their storage. Although the entire Braveheart technically belonged to Jiang Fei, his act of stealing still made him feel guilty when he finally met the housemaster from whom Jiang Fei had stolen. He felt a little bit awkward about it now. Why have you come here to find me? Jiang Fei asked. Hey, race the thing. The Manda group has been taken over by the military. Should we discuss further the potion trade? Zhang Song was obviously not here to only discuss the potion trade with Jiang Fei. Now that the Manda group had been taken over by the military, and whether Han Tianyu was alive or not was still unknown, Jiang Fei's working relationship with the Manda group was naturally terminated. Zhang Song had the objective of replacing Han Tianyu as the manager of relationships between Jiang Fei, the martial artists, and the leaders of the normal humans world. The Han family was able to grow so quickly in the past, mainly because they had the support of the martial artists. As Han Tianyu was the bridge between the martial art alliance and the normal humans world, the Han family was able to grow their power without much resistance. Although nobody knew what had happened to the Han family, Han Tianyu's father was still rewarded very lucratively ever since the military had taken over the Manda group. From this fact alone, Zhang Song was certain that he would benefit from establishing a good relationship with the martial art alliance. If this was accomplished, not only would the Zhang family be able to expand its powers greatly, it would also eliminate the risk of ever being entirely annihilated. The worst that could happen to the Zhang family was losing all of its financial capabilities. As the housemaster of the Zhang family, Zhang Song was naturally unable to resist such temptations. Therefore, instead of sending Zhang Yangshu over to find Jiang Fei, Zhang Song personally came to negotiate with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei remained silent for a while. To Jiang Fei, cooperating with the Zhang family was not of any significance. Firstly, Jiang Fei did not care about monetary benefits. Although Jiang Fei was able to easily produce truckloads of the potions the Zhang family wanted, he personally did not care about earning any money from them. However, Jiang Fei believed that there were still some benefits to be gained by working with the Zhang family. Firstly, a large sum of money might be needed if Han Tianyu was able to take over the Winter Islands. Secondly, Jiang Fei also hoped to train a capable manager who could represent him under various circumstances instead of always having to personally show up everywhere. Chapter 919, At a Moment's Notice. As Jiang Fei thought of these considerations, he decided to agree to Zhang Song's request to work together. Jiang Fei was not stingy about supplying the potions. After all, these things cost very little to Jiang Fei. He could produce truckloads of these potions without expending much energy. Moreover, although these potions did not help in curing diseases, they would still lower the risks in medical operations as patients' wounds would recover much faster with the help of these potions. Even if the Zhang family sold these potions at a high price, Jiang Fei would still end up indirectly saving the lives of many through supplying these potions. Apart from cooperating in terms of the potion production, Jiang Fei did not plan to work closely with the Zhang family in other aspects for now. Although Jiang Fei possessed a few other good items, these other items required a lot of energy to produce, especially those that were related to firearms. Even Jiang Fei could not bear the cost of producing these items. After making Zhang Song leave, Jiang Fei was able to relax somewhat. He intentionally spent some time with his family to compensate for the worries he had caused them. With Si Tang's insistent request, Jiang Fei retrieved the other half of the energy potion. Si Tang had only consumed a small part of it the last time she used it to advance to the level 3 metahuman state. Jiang Fei had kept the remaining portion with him all this time. Even if 0541 was facing a forced downtime, Si Tang's consumption of the potion would not be affected. Naturally, Si Tang had to bear the pain of drinking the potion. As the potion affected not only her physical body but also her soul, Jiang Fei could not do anything to lessen the pain she felt in the process. He could only watch as Si Tang suffered from immense pain. After a few hours, Si Tang's nightmare finally ended. Her capabilities had reached the beginner level 4 state. Of course, only her energy level had reached the beginner level 4 state. Her battle powers were still far from reaching the level 4 state, just as how Jiang Fei had initially advanced into the level 4 state. This is amazing, Shang Guanqi gasped. Jiang Fei did not hide what he did to Si Tang from his sister. Once my master creates a potion that can be used by martial artists, I will definitely help you too. Jiang Fei could hear the admiration in Shang Guanqi's tone. After all, the young girl had experienced tremendous challenges to acquire her current state of achievement. However, Si Tang merely drank 2 bottles of potions and was already able to reach the same level as she did. Although Si Tang's battle techniques and battle experiences were far inferior to Shang Guanqi, the rate at which she advanced in terms of her capabilities was enough to make any martial artist envious. It's all right. And not in any hurry, Shang Guanqi smiled at Jiang Fei. She knew that her brother was not a stingy person. She also knew that, as a pure martial artist, she was different from Jiang Fei and the other normal human beings. Jiang Fei had his reasons for not allowing her to use his potions. Sister Shang Guanqi, can you help me out with a shower? Si Tang said softly with a blush. As she had just consumed the potion, her body was full of sweat and dirt from the period of suffering she just experienced. All right. Shang Guanqi nodded. As she helped Si Tang to stand up, she rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. Clearly, she was hinting for him to leave the room. After dinner, Jiang Fei spent some time chatting with his family before returning to his room to enter the game. Although 0541 was not able to tell Jiang Fei which lady to woo, Jiang Fei began to pay attention to his own. He would pay extra attention to the special ladies he met in the game. According to 0541, the lady who would be able to help Jiang Fei would at least be a high-tier artificial intelligence. Therefore, Jiang Fei could directly exclude merchants or regular soldiers who had incomplete intelligence. Despite the amount of effort Jiang Fei put into this, it was still a difficult task that could not be completed in a short amount of time. However, when Jiang Fei logged into the game today, he noticed that a lot more of the guild's players were online. At least 75% of the guild members were online. It seems that the trauma from the war has passed. Jiang Fei nodded. At this rate, the number of players in the game would return to its peak in a few more days. Although China had just experienced war, the war did not directly affect normal citizens. Although normal citizens had experienced some fear over the past few days, the war was now officially over. They had won big time. Therefore, the lives of citizens very soon returned to normalcy. Jiang Fei was informed by players at the front lines that the dragon race had fallen for their trap and had already entered the designated region whereby the Nephilim race and Oceanic race could ambush them. Thus, Jiang Fei immediately informed Lady Casanova and 7 Stars Warrior to gather their men. Guildmaster, should we inform the other guilds? Lady Casanova asked. Yes, let's inform others. There are too many enemies this time. We won't be able to kill them all on our own. Jiang Fei nodded. The dragon race's army was full of lord-level monsters which came in droves. Most players would find them difficult to defeat. Although Jiang Fei and the other players would only target a few dragons, there were still far too many dragons for Imperial Dragon to handle on their own. As soon as Lady Casanova sent the message out to everyone in the Dark Faction, many of the guilds started forming their groups. After all, this was the final chance for these guilds to earn their rewards in the battle. Even without the rewards from the open-ended quest Jiang Fei had issued, the experience points and equipment rewards from killing the dragons were enough to tempt these guilds. Wild Hunters Group has been formed. All strong tankers and attackers are welcome. Wild Hunters Group is recruiting 2 more clerics. We will depart immediately. All equipment will be shared equally. Not only did the bigger guilds take action, but even the pub players in the Dark faction had also started participating. Although none of them dared to challenge the Overlord Dragons, they could still form groups of around 500 players to challenge the level 80 Lord Dragons. Even if they did not kill these dragons, they would still be able to benefit from Jiang Fei's open-ended quest as long as they contributed in the battle. Therefore, many of the pub players were equally excited to participate in the battle. Players from the neutral faction were naturally aware of the Dark faction's actions. However, due to the characteristic of the neutral faction and the dragon race's arrogance, there was very little interaction between the dragon race and these neutral faction players. Although these players wanted to assist the dragon race, they were not given any attention by the dragon race at all. Let's depart. Jiang Fei waved his hand. He then led members of Imperial Dragon toward the designated battlefield. When other guilds saw that Imperial Dragon had begun the journey, they quickly followed behind them. The groups of pub players also swiftly tagged along. The battle would start at a moment's notice. Chapter 920, Beasts Trapped in a Fight, when Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at the designated battlefield. Some of the bandits in the guild reported to him that many of the neutral faction's players had also gathered around. However, they were uncertain if these players were here to rescue the dragon race or to blend in with the rest of the crowd. If these players were here to blend in with the rest, their objective would be the same as the Dark factions, which was to kill the dragon to earn experience points and equipment. If this were the case, the neutral faction and the Dark faction would not come into conflict. However, if these players were here to rescue the dragon race, they would definitely come into conflict with Jiang Fei and the others. In this case, the Dark faction's players would need to prepare in advance to fight against the neutral faction's players. Try to find out what their objective is. Jiang Fei frowned. He then asked 7 Stars Warrior and Billy Boy to split Imperial Dragon's groups into 2. Some of them would have to be on standby in case of any unexpected situations. When it was 12 o'clock in the game's time, Jiang Fei thought to himself, "They're coming." As Jiang Fei was a core member of the Nephilim race, he was very well informed about the Nephilim and Oceanic race's plot. Naturally, he knew when they would initiate the ambush. Bang! As a loud explosion was heard from afar, the battle officially began. Meanwhile, the dragon race's army was still pursuing Elder Prince Oda's scattered soldiers from the Dark faction. However, as soon as they reached the shoreline of a wide river, something happened. A teleportation point suddenly appeared behind the dragon race's army. Tens of thousands of Nephilim soldiers began appearing from the teleportation point. Haha! Have you nasty little Nephilim bugs decided not to hide anymore? The dragon race's commander laughed loudly. He was not surprised by the Nephilim race's appearance. Although the dragon race was previously fighting against a few scattered Nephilim soldiers, they knew the Nephilim race's main army was somewhere around. Kill them! The Nephilim race's army did not hesitate as they immediately charged toward their enemies. Go to hell, you little creeps! As the strongest race among all 5 races, the dragons were not afraid of the Nephilim race's soldiers. However, just as they were about to begin attacking, huge waves began to appear from the wide river behind them. Swoosh! The waves rose up to 30 meters in height. After that, a large number of oceanic soldiers appeared above the waves. Big lizards, it's time for you to pay the price of being arrogant. The commander of the oceanic race's army was Triton, who was also Poseidon's son. The merfolk was riding on a giant whale and also held a trident in his hand. What? The dragon race was now horrified by what they were seeing. The oceanic race was even more powerful than the celestial and Nephilim races. In fact, they were on par with the dragon race. While the oceanic race dominated the seas, the dragon race dominated the skies. Ever since the merfolk unified all of the oceans, they had become even more powerful. Now that the oceanic race was cooperating with the Nephilim race, the dragon race was in deep trouble. Merfolks! We the dragon race have nothing against you. Why are you plotting against us? The commander of the dragon race asked. By right, the dragon race and the oceanic race did not have any conflict with each other. There was no reason for the oceanic race to declare war against the dragon race. Ha ha ha. It's because my father still lacks several dragon crystals in his collection of treasures. Triton laughed loudly as he waved the trident in his hand. Bouts of waves began to move toward the shore as countless oceanic soldiers began charging toward the dragon race. The dragon race had been surrounded. The Nephilim race was blocking them from the front while the oceanic race chased after them from behind. Most importantly, the dark factions scattered soldiers who were running away from them earlier now turned around and started attacking them as well. Retreat! Although the dragon race's members were arrogant, they were not dumb. Well aware that they could not defeat the enemies before them, the dragon race's commander decided to retreat. After all, the dragons had wings which allowed them to escape even if their paths were blocked. Escaping? No way! Elder Prince Otis laughed coolly as a few winged beastmen appeared. Nets formed by the forbidden flight spell forced the dragons back to the ground. Jiang Fei had once fallen prey to the same forbidden flight spell. This time, it was the dragon race's members who were affected. Bastards! You darn insects, I will kill you all. The dragons were the fiercest beasts in the game after all. Although they were far more intelligent and capable than the other beasts in the game, they were still beasts in the depths of their hearts. Once they were forced into a desperate situation, the beastly instincts of these dragons were aroused. The infuriated giant dragons began attacking the enemies around them regardless of which race they were from. Bam! The first draconian magic spell was used and immediately resulted in a lot of casualties amongst the Nephilim race's soldiers. This was also the signal Jiang Fei and the others were waiting to join the battle. Although the dragon race instantly killed thousands of the Nephilim and oceanic race's members, there were still millions more. On the other hand, there were only a few thousand of the dragon race's members. Indeed, there were very few high-tier pureblood Nephilim race members. Most of the soldiers in the Nephilim army were low-tier Nephilim races like the Sartras, lava demon hounds or fallen demons. Although they were not as strong as the high-tier Nephilim races, they were much larger in numbers. The oceanic races were even more abundant in their numbers. Basically, they had an endless supply of soldiers. As soon as the battle started, the dragon race started attacking enemies in all directions. Within a few 10 minutes, they had killed nearly 100,000 of their enemies. However, these Nephilim and oceanic casualties were intentionally allowed so that the dragon race's energy would be expended. Low-tier Nephilim race members continued to appear from the teleportation point while large numbers of the oceanic races also surfaced from the waters and charged toward the dragons. Regardless of how many of their enemies the dragon race had managed to kill, more enemies kept showing up around them. Gradually, the dragon race's members started to feel exhausted. Even if these dragons were well known for their magic powers, they were no longer able to use any of their magic spells. Within half an hour, they had used up most of their energy. However, the enemies before them did not seem to decrease. Brother Otis, I think it's time. Triton glanced at Otis. Although their soldiers were dying in the millions, these two NPCs were not taking any action at all. This was because the casualties were already expected to occur. All right. It's time to reap what we sowed. Otis nodded. Right then, the dragon race's members were almost completely exhausted. The dragon race had used up most of their energy to kill the low-tier enemies. It was now time for the main forces to eliminate the dragons. Chapter 921, Main Forces Appear, Buzz. A dim light flashed. This time, the creature which came through the teleportation point was no longer a low-tier Nephilim. Instead, it was a pure-blood Nephilim which Jiang Fei had initially evolved into. These were all 2.5 feet tall and muscular Nephilim soldiers. They had purple skin and a pair of wings behind them. Each of them held a giant scythe in their hand. They were the most elite main forces of the Nephilim army. Swoosh! Right then, huge waves of over 30 meters in height splashed against the shores on both sides of the river. After that, heavy footsteps could be heard as giant whale warriors started moving ashore. They were carrying giant anchors in their hands. Although the anchors looked rusty, based on their weights, these anchors were more than capable of cracking the bones of the dragons upon impact. As soon as these high-tier oceanic rays and pure-blood Nephilims appeared, the dragon race appeared to be in a more precarious situation. Although the former could not fight against the dragons each on their own, they had an advantage in having greater numbers. Moreover, the dragons were also very much exhausted at this point. If they could not fight the dragons on their own, they would fight against them as a group. Hence, each of the dragons were surrounded by 3 to 5 giant whale warriors or pure-blood Nephilims. The elite soldiers from the Oceanic and Nephilim races had been resting all day. They were now full of energy in contrast to the dragon race whose members had already expended most of their mana and were also physically exhausted. Very soon, casualties began to occur on the dragon's side. Roar! As the pitiful cry of a dragon could be heard, one of the dragon's head was smashed into pieces by a giant whale warrior's steel anchor. From then on, it was as if the dominoes effect was taking place. The dragons were killed one after another. They had initially been the ones killing their enemies, but now they were being killed instead. Let's retreat. Over there! The dragon race's commander knew they could not go on like this. If they did, all of the dragon race's elite soldiers would die in this place. However, it was not easy to break through the Nephilim army's barrier. Apart from the high-tier pure-blood Nephilims, there were still many other low-tier Nephilims blocking their way. Even if these low-tier Nephilim races were weak, the dragons still needed time to kill them to make way for their escape. Unfortunately, time was not a luxury the dragons could afford at the moment. Charge! It's every dragon for itself now. Right then, the dragon race had already given up on retreating strategically. They were aware that they had been thoroughly defeated. Only the lucky ones would be able to escape now. Although the Oceanic and Nephilim races had an absolute advantage, the dragon race was still a force to be reckoned with. Therefore, when the dragons worked together, they very quickly broke through the Nephilim army's barrier, albeit only creating a very small opening. Now and then, one of the dragons would be able to escape through the opening. However, the dragons who managed to escape the Nephilim race's barrier were not necessarily safe. Jiang Fei and the other players would not let them escape in peace. As soon as these heavily injured dragons made their way through the Nephilim race's barrier, they were met with a bunch of annoying adventurers. Roar! The dragons cried out angrily. They were prepared to kill anyone who stood in their way. No need to rush, everyone. There are plenty of dragons to go around. Jiang Fei shouted loudly as he led the Imperial Dragon's players toward one of the Overlord dragons. Kill them! The other guilds did not dare to engage an Overlord. Therefore, most of them only targeted Lord Dragons. Everyone, be careful. Clerics, keep your distance while you heal others. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. These dragons were unlike those in dungeons who did not have any intelligence. Therefore, they were unaffected by aggro. If the clerics got too close, these dragons would not hesitate to use their dragon breath to kill them all. Roar! The Overlord dragon engaged by the Imperial Dragon's members immediately killed over 100 players with a single dragon's breath. Regular players appeared to be extremely weak against the Overlord. Damn it! Come at me if you dare! Jiang Fei charged toward the Overlord dragon on his juvenile skygliding dragon. At the same time, he started firing arrows at the dragon. As the dragon's body was very large, Jiang Fei was not worried about missing his attacks. As the arrows started piling against the dragon, Jiang Fei's ruthless barrage began accumulating stacks. His attack power very soon increased to nearly 400,000. Although the Overlord dragon had very high defense, each of Jiang Fei's arrows could deal over 300,000 damage. With Jiang Fei's ability to fire 8 arrows in a second, the dragon was very rapidly losing its health points. Despite having over 200 million max health points, the Overlord dragon had lost most of its health points before it escaped out of the Nephilim army's barrier. Jiang Fei and the other players only dared to engage these dragons because their mana had already been expended. Otherwise, most of the players would be killed by the draconian forbidden spells. Roar! When the Overlord Dragon realized Jiang Fei's frightening attack power, it immediately turned its attention toward him. After all, Jiang Fei's damage was higher than all of the other players combined. As the dragon cried out angrily, it began using Dragon's Breath on Jiang Fei. "Humph. I'm not afraid of you." Jiang Fei snorted. In the past, Jiang Fei needed to transform to withstand an Overlord's attack. However, now that he had completed the tier challenge quest and had become an Overlord himself, Jiang Fei had very high resistance against enemies of the same tier. Although Jiang Fei only had around 300,000 health points, he had the Cauldron of Spirit, which allowed him to regain full health points almost immediately as long as he was not killed by a single attack. After Jiang Fei successfully drew the attention of the dragon to himself, the damage dealt to other players and Imperial Dragon decreased dramatically. The clerics took the opportunity to revive the players who had been killed. Although Jiang Fei could withstand the Overlord Dragon's attacks, other guilds were not as fortunate. Even if the tankers in the other guilds were tough enough, the dragons were far too intelligent and were unaffected by aggro. Therefore, the dragons would still go after players who they deemed a threat. Hence, in a short time, a lot of the players were heavily injured or killed. Most of the Nephilim and Oceanic races' soldiers had been easily killed by the dragons. This was despite the fact that the soldiers were all elite monsters above level 80. They were already much stronger than the level 70 players. Therefore, in terms of capabilities, the players were even weaker than the soldiers. The dragons were now tied down by the players mainly because they were too few in numbers. After all, it was not easy to get out of the Nephilim race's barrier. On top of that, the few lucky dragons which managed to escape from the barrier had already been heavily injured. Most of them had less than 50% of their health points and were unable to use their draconian forbidden spells to kill the players around them. Although Dragon's Breath was also able to deal AoE damage, the coverage was much smaller as compared to that of the draconian forbidden spell. Chapter 922, Destroyer of Kingdoms. Although the dragons were very brutal and managed to kill many players, their health points were also continually being reduced. The players might not have as strong capabilities as the dragons, but they were larger in number. Without mana, the dragons were unable to use AoE magic spells to defeat their opponents. Thus, the dragons continued to lose health points from being attacked by groups of players. In the beginning, the players appeared in groups of hundreds. There were at most 500 players in one group. However, the players soon realized these dragons were not playing by the standard rules. The dragons would target the clerics and kill them before attacking other players. Therefore, the players decided to form even larger groups. If groups of hundreds were insufficient, the players would try forming groups of tens of thousands. In fact, multiple groups of players might even attack the same dragon. The already severely injured dragons were soon killed off one by one. Jiang Fei and his group were exceptionally efficient. Although the dragon they fought was an overlord, Jiang Fei was equally powerful. Moreover, he also had Akatsiri's support, who was also an overlord. Akatsiri might not be considered powerful among overlords. However, she had a lot of disabling skills, which made things difficult for the overlord dragon. Coupled with Jiang Fei's horrifying attack power, the Overlord Dragon was soon killed. "Your life ends here," Jiang Fei shouted angrily. As the dragon's health points came close to zero, Jiang Fei used a few final skills to end the dragon's life. Ding! You have eliminated Giant Dragon Barranca. Obtain 3 million experience points, obtain 100 Dark Faction reputation points, obtain 50 gold coins. Ding! You have performed well in the dragon slaying battle, obtained 200 million experience points. As Jiang Fei had dealt most of the damage in killing the dragon, the open-ended quest rewarded him with a lot of experience points on top of the amount shared equally with his group members. Jiang Fei smiled as he noticed the slight increment in his experience bar. Previously, he was stuck at level 90. Now that he had completed the tier challenge quest, he could continue to level up. Ding! You obtained the title of Dragon Slayer. Apart from Jiang Fei, everyone else in Imperial Dragon obtained the system notification. As Jiang Fei already had the more valuable title of the Mark of the Godslayer, the system naturally ignored the Dragon Slayer title. Therefore, only the other players received the title. There were two ways to obtain the title of Dragon Slayer. Firstly, one had to rise through the ranks one at a time, from Explorer to Elite Explorer, and then finally to Dragon Slayer. Secondly, one could acquire the title through contributing in a battle which eliminated a dragon at the Overlord level or above. Players would receive a lot of respect for acquiring the title. As such, they could be charged less for making purchases from NPC merchants or receive better rewards from completing quests. Big boss, let's see what it dropped. Little Rain called out. As the other dragons had already been engaged by other guilds, Jiang Fei and his group were currently unoccupied. Moreover, with Jiang Fei around, the rest of the Imperial Dragon could not be bothered with Lord-level dragons. All right. Jiang Fei walked over to the dragon's corpse and flipped it around. Shuffle. A golden light flashed. Everyone was instantly disappointed. TSK. It's only legendary. Little Rain rolled his eyes. It was difficult for anyone to feel excited when they worked so hard and were rewarded poorly in return. Protective Dragon Tooth Charm, Necklace, Legendary, Physical Attack plus 3000, Agility, plus 1000, Strength, plus 200, Equip. Each of your attacks will reduce the target's physical defense by 5% for 5 seconds. There can be a maximum of 5 stacks. Equip. Once you attack the same target 5 times, you will obtain the effect of Ferocious. Under this state, your attacks induce fear in the enemy for 0.1 seconds. Equip. Your attacks cause a tear in your enemy's wounds, resulting in a bleeding effect and dealing 1000 damage every second. There can be a maximum of 5 stacks. Level requirement, 90, hee, I'll take this, Jiang Fei exclaimed excitedly after checking the equipment out. Go ahead. Take it. Everyone in Imperial Dragon rolled their eyes. Regardless of what qualities the equipment had, it still required a player to be level 90 to use it. Therefore, the others did not even think of asking for it. Apart from Jiang Fei, 7 Stars Warrior who had the highest level around was still very far away from level 90. Everyone else would not be able to use the equipment for a very long time. Apart from the other impressive attributes, Jiang Fei was most pleased by the fact that the necklace provided him with 1000 additional agility points. This was because Jiang Fei had been holding onto a weapon for a very long time, but he had never been able to use it because he did not have enough agility points. Abraham, Destroyer of Kingdoms, Two-Handed Sword, Holy Item, Attack Power plus 100,000, Strength, plus 8,000, Vitality, plus 2,000, Equip. Your attacks have a splash effect, dealing 80% damage to enemies in a 3-meter radius around your target. Equip. You obtain passive skill, True, Bashful Halo. You and your allies in a 50-meter radius have 300% increased attack power. Equip. You obtain passive skill Demon Rage. For the next 30 seconds, your attack power is increased by 500%. After Demon Rage ends, all of your attributes will be reduced by 50% for 1 hour. The cooldown period is 4 hours. Attribute requirement, 2,800 strength and 1,500 agility. Title requirement, Dragon Slayer. Remark, Abraham, Destroyer of Kingdoms was made using the first Demon King Abraham's broken horn. The incredible might of the sword is feared even by the celestial beings. When Jiang Fei became a god of crafts, he was no longer limited to use only smithing hammers. Moreover, with the title of the Mark of the Godslayer, he also did not require the title of Dragon Slayer to use the weapon. Jiang Fei also had 4,800 strength, which was more than the required amount. The only thing he lacked was agility points. However, now that he had acquired the protected Dragon Tooth Charm, Jiang Fei's agility points had increased to 2,300. He had fulfilled all of the requirements to use the Destroyer of Kingdoms. Clang! Jiang Fei pulled out the long holy sword from his backpack. Roar! The moment Jiang Fei held the Abraham, destroyer of kingdoms, in his hands, the sword responded with a sound which resembled a dragon's roar. In the next second, a system notification could be heard. Ding! You have equipped the Abraham, destroyer of kingdoms. Your aura has been detected by the Demon King Ulysses. You will now be hunted by Ulysses. Chapter 923, Stronger Than Imagined. After equipping the holy weapon, Jiang Fei checked his attributes. Name, Verger Glider, Race, Nephilim, High Human, Level, 90, Class, Beginner God of Crafts, Health Points, 564,768, Attack Power, 1,709,040, Physical Defense, 32,743, Magic Defense, 309,255. After holding the long sword in his hands, Jiang Fei's health points had nearly doubled. His attack power had even increased by tenfolds. Although Jiang Fei's attack speed was reduced after equipping the Abraham, Destroyer of Kingdoms, and he was now only able to strike 4 times each second with his sword instead of shooting 8 arrows every second, the huge increment in his damage output compensated this loss. Moreover, the Holy Sword also greatly benefited his allies, as the true, bashful halo effect increased the attack power of all allies around him by threefold. Although Jiang Fei had to sacrifice his ranged attack and return to melee combat, he still had very high movement speed from his Romeo title, which meant it was difficult for the others to kite him. As long as Jiang Fei could get close to his enemies, he would be able to kill any of them swiftly. Damn! The sword looks so cool. The nearby players were all able to see Jiang Fei's new weapon. Holy crap! My attack power has increased by a lot. Many of the players noticed the enhancement in their attributes. Alright. Let's see if there are any bosses around. Jiang Fei started looking for a new target by riding around on his juvenile skygliding dragon. He was eager to test his new sword out on an opponent. Right then, the other guilds had finally managed to kill the dragon bosses they had engaged. After the dragons were killed, the players cheered loudly as the bosses had provided them with a lot of experience points as rewards. The equipment dropped were all given to core members in each guild. Guild Master, the neutral faction players are approaching. One of the bandits spying on other guilds shouted into the guild channel. Oh! Jiang Fei temporarily shifted his attention to the matter at hand, as he did not know why the neutral faction players were here. Very soon, the neutral faction players arrived on the battlefield. However, they did not seem to be interested in joining the battle. They merely observed from afar. Not only did these neutral faction players not attack the dark faction players, but they also did not engage the dark faction NPCs. Could they be here just to observe? Jiang Fei frowned. He did not believe that was the case. They're here! More bosses are coming. Right then, the second wave of dragons appeared. Although these dragons were also heavily injured, their levels were clearly higher than the first wave of dragons. After all, these dragons had been able to stay alive for so long purely because of their strong capabilities. 7 Stars Warrior, bring 1/3 of the members along to join me in fighting the dragons. The rest of you, stay with Billy Boy and remain alert in case the neutral faction players start doing anything odd. There's no need to reason with them. Just attack. Jiang Fei said after some thought. Alright. 7 Stars Warrior nodded as he started coordinating the players. Guild Master, don't worry. If these fellows are up to no good, well, be sure to teach them an unforgettable lesson. Billy Boy said as he nodded. Guild Master, I won't be joining you in fighting the dragons, Little Rain said. The Seal Curse spell was undoubtedly the most effective skill in PvP battles. Little Rain, who could cast 2 Seal Curse spells consecutively, would definitely pose a huge threat against enemy players. Therefore, to be on standby to fight against the neutral faction players, Little Rain decided not to join Jiang Fei in fighting the dragons. Instead, he decided to recover his mana so that he would be ready for the next fight. Alright. Jiang Fei nodded. Although Little Rain had very good equipment, he was still a normal fire-based magician. His attacks against single targets were not very effective, especially against very high-level bosses with strong defense. He was better off fighting against other players. That's the one. Very soon, Jiang Fei selected one of the intermediate Overlord dragons as the group's next target. Roar! Darned adventurers! Get lost! This dragon boss clearly had more intelligence than the others. TSK. So what if you're bigger? Jiang Fei snorted as he steered the juvenile skygliding dragon toward the boss. Although this dragon was an intermediate Overlord boss, it had lost a lot of its health points. It was left with around 200 million health points and had used up all of its mana. Darned insect. Die! When the dragon saw Jiang Fei still blocking in its way, it immediately used Dragon's Breath on him. Take this! Jiang Fei shouted after taking damage from the dragon's breath. Although Jiang Fei had lost more than 80,000 health points from the dragon's attack, his health points recovered fully immediately. For Jiang Fei, who had more than 500,000 health points, this dragon's damage output was of no threat to him. Ding! Jiang Fei's sword came into contact with the dragon's head. Minus 1,582,014. The damage of almost 1,600,000 appeared above the dragon's head. Although the dragon had very high defense, it still took a lot of damage from Jiang Fei, who was also an overlord. This is amazing! Jiang Fei exclaimed loudly. He continued to swing the huge sword in his hand. In 3 seconds, Ruthless Barrage was fully stacked. After Ruthless Barrage had been fully stacked, Jiang Fei's attack power reached a frightening 5 million. On top of that, the protective Dragon Tooth Charm shaved off the dragon's defense by 25%, which made Jiang Fei's damage output even higher. In fact, Jiang Fei noticed something incredible about the protective Dragon Tooth Charm. The ferocious effect was far more useful in battle than he had thought. After striking the same target 5 times consecutively, Jiang Fei would induce fear in the target for 0.1 seconds every time he attacked the target. Although it was a short period, it was enough to stun his opponent for a brief moment. However, with Jiang Fei's high attack speed, which allowed him to attack 4 times in a second, his opponent would be stunned 4 times per second. Although the duration was short, it was enough to prevent his enemy from reacting at all. For example, whenever the dragon raised its claw, Jiang Fei's attack would interrupt its attack. As soon as the dragon opened its mouth, Jiang Fei's attack would also interrupt it from using Dragon's Breath. Although the duration of fear induced was very short, Jiang Fei was still able to interrupt the dragon's attack each time. The dragon would have to restart its action after each time it was interrupted. Therefore, unless Jiang Fei's enemy had a faster attack speed than Jiang Fei, it would not be able to attack him at all. Chapter 924, Beard the Lion in his Den. Jiang Fei was pleasantly surprised by how the legendary necklace was able to benefit him as much as a celestial item could. As long as he increased his attack speed to the maximum, he would be undefeatable. If Jiang Fei successfully attacked a target 5 times consecutively, his opponent would not be able to respond at all. Jiang Fei would be able to continue hitting his target until it was dead. However, Jiang Fei had also discovered that the protected Dragon Tooth Charm's effect did not work when he used the Heaven's Breaker Twilight Bow. It seemed that the effect would only be activated when Jiang Fei was in melee combat. Looks like I need to spend more time to search for the assassin, Jiang Fei thought to himself. To significantly increase his attack speed, Jiang Fei would have to continue wooing women to increase the number of love contracts signed. By doing so, his infatuation skill would continue to stack his attack and movement speed. Although this was a viable plan, Jiang Fei was not entirely on board with it. After all, having too many women around was not good for him. Apart from that, Jiang Fei also had another option, which was to look for the Cauldron of Agility. The increment of 100,000 agility points would allow him to instantly acquire a massive amount of attack and movement speed. However, Jiang Fei still had no clue about who the assassin who once ambushed him might be. Ever since then, Jiang Fei had never met the fellow again. It was almost as if the assassin had given up on killing Jiang Fei. Meanwhile, the dragon Jiang Fei had engaged in battle was about to be killed. Although it was powerful, its might was hindered by Jiang Fei's protected dragon tooth charm. With Jiang Fei's incredibly high frequency of attacks, the dragon was not able to counterattack at all. It was stunned 4 times in each second. Roar! As the dragon cried pitifully. Its health points had been reduced to 0. After that, Jiang Fei received another system notification informing him about the experience points gained. Guildmaster, check out what this one has dropped. Little Rain and the others gathered around Jiang Fei. After all, they were all unimpressed by the previous legendary equipment dropped. All right. Jiang Fei nodded as he walked toward the dragon's corpse. However, right then, a red light flashed above the corpse. Ding! Player Dreamy Star has made a hostile move toward you. A system notification suddenly appeared before Jiang Fei. However, neither was he attacked, nor did anything happen to him physically. However, just as Jiang Fei came around to his senses, the dragon's corpse had turned gray. This meant that the equipment the dragon dropped had been snatched away. Damn! Jiang Fei exclaimed. Although only players who had killed the dragon could pick up the item dropped, someone appeared to have used a special tool to override that rule. It must have had something to do with the red light that flashed earlier. Therefore, Jiang Fei had not even been able to see anything when the item was snatched away. Piece of shit! Although Jiang Fei was furious, there was nothing he could do. Jiang Fei might be very powerful, but he did not have any skills to detect hidden targets. He used to not worry about hidden targets because 0541 was around to alert him. 0541 would usually notify him if there were any hidden target creeping around. However, 0541 was still under the effect of forced downtime. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not notice anything until someone had already snatched the item away from him. All right. Dreamy Star. I'll remember you. Jiang Fei said angrily. When 7 Stars Warrior instructed someone to use Illuminate, the fellow who had stolen Jiang Fei's equipment was long gone. Lady Casanova. Find out who Dreamy Star is. How dare he steal from me? Jiang Fei was truly infuriated. Things had always gone smoothly for him in the game since he first started playing it. Nothing of this sort had ever happened before. All right. Lady Casanova nodded. She would have to instruct someone to check on the player after they returned to the guild's base. For now, everyone was occupied on the battlefield. While Jiang Fei was still fuming because of what happened, a player suddenly appeared amongst the neutral faction's group of players. Invisibility was a high-tier magician's classic skill. Although one could not attack under the state of invisibility, it was much safer as compared to stealth of bandits or assassins. Unless other magicians used anti-invisibility in advance, nobody would be able to detect the player. Pay up! Dreamy Star waved his hands at the fellow in front of him. There was a piece of shiny golden equipment in Dreamy Star's hands. I'll be damned! You did it! Tutu smiled as he raised his thumbs. You are the only person who has the courage to steal a holy item from Jiang Fei. Enough of your rubbish. I've won the bet. Pay up! Dreamy Star rolled his eyes. He was not a close friend of Tutu's. The only reason he had stolen from Jiang Fei was to win a bet. That's not a problem at all. I always fulfill my promises. Tutu laughed as he directly transferred 200,000 gold coins to Dreamy Star. Tutu then asked, Are you going to sell the holy item you stole? I'm willing to buy it. Just make an offer, I will sell it, but not to you. Dreamy Star turned around after receiving the payment. Are you concerned that I won't have enough to pay you? Who will you sell it to? Tutu blocked Dreamy Star's path. Tutu was a high-ranking military commander with an abundance of money. Meanwhile, holy items were hard to come by and were indeed priceless. Of course I will sell it to Verger Glider. Dreamy Star laughed coldly. He then continued walking forward without looking back. Interesting. If you dare to sell the item to Verger Glider at the market price, I will give you another 100,000 gold coins. Tutu was very impressed by Dreamy Star's courage. Dreamy Star was actually planning to sell something which he stole to the person he stole it from. Hee hee. Deal! Dreamy Star nodded and proceeded to leave. Verger Glider, you have wronged me in the past. It's your turn to suffer now. This is karma. Tutu laughed coolly as observed the battlefield from afar. Not too long ago, Tutu had plans to annihilate Imperial Dragon on behalf of the Light faction. However, Jiang Fei had messed up Tutu's plan by bringing more troops to fight against him. Tutu had almost lost everything in that battle. If it were a direct battle between Tutu and Billy Boy's armies, Tutu might have succeeded with his perfect plan despite having weaker skills. The only thing which he failed to expect was Jiang Fei's sudden arrival, which caused his final defeat. Therefore, when he saw how Jiang Fei had suffered, Tutu felt very happy. He might have spent 200,000 gold coins without getting anything in return, but he felt that it was worth it. Darn him! Head better not appear around me. Otherwise, I'll skin him alive. Little Rain fumed when he heard about what happened. Ah! We were too careless. Who would have known that such a tool existed? Lady Casanova shook her head. As the game's system normally restricted the dropped items to only be accessible to players who killed the monsters, none of them had expected the incident to occur. Chapter 925, Shameless Bandits. While Jiang Fei was still upset, things became a lot more chaotic on the battlefield as more dragons had made their way out of the Nephilim army's barrier. Everyone, focus on earning rewards. There's no need to block all of the dragons. Jiang Fei shouted in the guild channel. Players had come to earn rewards and not to annihilate the dragon race. In fact, Jiang Fei was the only one who could hold off the overlord dragons which had made it through the barrier. Even so, Jiang Fei could not possibly fight against several overlords at the same time. Although he had a lot of health points, and also had the incredible recovery effect from the Cauldron of Spirit, he would still be killed in an instant if he fought against a group of overlords simultaneously. Just as the Dark faction players entered a state of chaos, the neutral faction players began to take action. These neutral factions players were not here to fight against the Dark faction. They were also not here to rescue the dragons. Their primary objective was to take advantage of the dead. Different factions had different ways of playing the game. The players in the Dark and Light factions mostly focused on building guilds, while the neutral factions players focused on stealing from others. For a bunch of bandits, stealing was nothing out of the ordinary. As the Dark faction players had killed quite a number of dragons, they were carrying some pretty good items. In fact, to fight against these strong dragons, the Dark faction players had to wear very expensive equipment. Thus, the bandits were waiting for these players to die so that their equipment would drop. In actual fact, the lords and overlords dropped very few items. In comparison to the tens of thousands of players' equipment, the drops from these dragons were basically worthless. To acquire massive wealth, the neutral faction's bandits clearly placed their attention on the Dark faction players. Charge! It's time to get rich, let's run quickly. We won't get anything if we're slow. The neutral factions players started charging directly toward the battlefield. As they had at least the friendly level of reputation with the dragon race, the dragons would not attack them. As such, these players benefited the most from the chaotic battle. These dragons were not dumb like those in the dungeons. As they possessed intelligence, they naturally cooperated with the neutral factions players to fight against their enemies. Darn it! Stop them, bastards! Don't let them get close. As soon as the neutral faction players charged into the battlefield, the Dark faction players began to suffer greatly. Although each of the bigger guilds had reserved some of their members to fight against the neutral factions players, they did not expect these players to play dirty. Haha. I bet none of you expected this. You need brains for this. Tutu laughed as he observed from afar. This was all part of his plan. Tutu was probably the only person who could unite the scattered groups of bandits. In the beginning, the Dark faction players planned to block the neutral faction players directly. However, they did not expect the neutral faction players to have devised an indirect strategy under Tutu's leadership. These neutral factions players did something entirely unexpected, which was to protect their druids at all costs while they charged forward. Once the druids got close enough to the dragons, they would cast Invigorate on the dragons. Invigorate was a classic skill of druids. It had the simple function of rapidly recovering a target's mana. How dare the Dark factions players bully the dragon race? Apart from the fact that they greatly outnumbered the dragons, it was also mainly because the dragons had used up all of their mana and therefore could not cast draconian magic spells. This meant the dragons' capabilities were significantly reduced and thus resulted in their disadvantage against the players. However, after receiving the recovery effect from Invigorate, the dragons very quickly recovered 30% of their mana. Although 30% mana was not enough for the dragons to use draconian forbidden spells, they could still use draconian magic spells. All of a sudden, the Dark faction players were killed in large numbers as the dragons started using draconian magic spells. Meanwhile, the neutral factions players were unaffected by their allies' spells and were able to move around freely in the areas affected by the dragons' spells. They were completely focused on picking up the equipment left behind by dead players from the Dark faction. Apocalyptic Scorch. As Little Rain shouted angrily, a beam of flames ascended into the skies. After a long moment of chanting, Little Rain had finally completed his Seal Curse spell. After being attacked by the Seal Curse spell, many of the neutral factions players were killed. However, despite being killed, these players were still very happy as they revived in the city. Although the neutral factions players died, they had merely lost the lousy equipment which were gifts from the system. While they would randomly lose one of the items they had just picked up, they would still earn a lot with the ones which remained in their backpack. Everyone, hurry up! Collect the equipment while you're still alive, don't block me, this is mine. The neutral faction players scurried around to snatch equipment left behind by the Dark faction players who had been killed by dragons. Regardless of how the Dark faction players had treated them, they continued to run around whilst picking up the equipment left behind. They did not stop until they were killed and were revived back in the city. Tutu had a very clear objective in this battle, which was to get rich. There was no point in killing their enemies as they would not earn any experience. Besides, the dragons were far more effective in killing than the players. Therefore, under Tutu's leadership, the groups of bandits fully ignored the damage inflicted upon them. They would try to heal themselves as much as possible. Those who did not have healing skills would depend on potions instead. The point was to stay alive for as long as possible and to pick up as many equipment as they could. Damn it! You bastards! Lady Casanova was close to tears. These bandits did not even respond to her attacks or verbal abuse. They merely focused on picking up equipment dropped by the Dark faction players. Ha ha ha. Verger Glider, you must be terribly annoyed. Ha ha ha. Tutu sent a message via the area's channel to taunt Jiang Fei. Piece of crap. Who is this Tutu? When have I ever done anything to him? Jiang Fei was confused. Although Jiang Fei had beaten Tutu up in the past, he had never paid any attention to the fellow and therefore had thoroughly forgotten about him. Chapter 926, Dirty Agreement. Right then, a very strange phenomenon happened on the battlefield. Although the neutral faction players were continually killed, they still had smiles on their faces. On the other hand, the Dark faction players all looked deeply upset despite killing many of their enemies. Within half an hour, most of the neutral faction players had died. Although these fellows were killed, they were all happy with the equipment they had looted from the Dark faction players, which were worth quite a lot of money. Conversely, the Dark faction players were downtrodden with the fact that they could not protect their equipment from being stolen by the bandits. As the neutral faction players had caused havoc on the battlefield, many of the dragons were able to escape. As soon as the dragons made their way out of the forbidden flight area, they immediately spread their wings and took off. Neither Jiang Fei nor the Nephilim army could catch these dragons once they made it into the air. After some time, the Dark Faction's players were still able to capture and kill several more dragons. However, all guilds including the Imperial Dragon had suffered significant losses. Despite Billy Boy's strategic formations and Little Rain's seal curse spells, many of Imperial Dragon's players still lost their equipment to the bandits. The dragons had killed many players after recovering their mana, resulting in equipment being dropped all over the place. Even Jiang Fei could not stop these bandits from stealing the equipment. If it were a straightforward battle, hundreds of thousands of players could be killed with a single seal curse spell. However, these bandits came in all directions and were scattered around the battlefield. Thus, the large AoE magic spells became ineffective, and it also became much more difficult for Jiang Fei to stop the bandits from stealing equipment. Tutu's plan of ambush was flawless. Regardless of how strong Jiang Fei was, he could not challenge the system's rules. Tutu was clearly using the system's rules against Jiang Fei. He took advantage of the fact that players would lose the equipment they wore upon death and one random item in their backpack. As such, the bandits still earned their share despite being killed on the battlefield. After being fooled twice, Jiang Fei was indeed feeling very annoyed. As dragons gradually escaped or were killed, the dragon-slaying battle came to an end. Although the Dark Faction's players earned a lot of experience points in the battle, they lost significantly in terms of their equipment. After all, only very few players like Jiang Fei could acquire equipment from the kills. The players who lost their equipment were still the majority. As the battle came to an end, the players returned to the city one after another. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei was summoned by the Nephilim King. "Your Highness, were you looking for me?" Jiang Fei returned to the Nephilim King's palace with Akatsiris. "Yeah. What do you think of the battle this time?" Augustus asked. "It went pretty well," Jiang Fei said after a moment of thought. Although the Dark Faction's players had lost a lot of their wealth, it was an overwhelming victory from the perspective of the Nephilim race and the overall Dark Faction. It didn't just go well. It went too well. I could hardly believe it, Poseidon said. Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. After all, the Nephilim race and the Oceanic race had worked together to fight against the Dragon race. Was the successful outcome not expected? Fei, you may not be aware of this. The Dragon race has a very small population. We had killed nearly thousands of them this time. Less than 100 of them have escaped. This is almost a genocide for the dragons. However, the dragon god still did not appear. Augustus explained as he noticed how confused Jiang Fei seemed. What do you mean? Jiang Fei seemed even more confused. Although celestial beings like us normally do not take part in battles, we would still protect our own race from being annihilated regardless of the stupid rules, Poseidon said. Oh! Jiang Fei suddenly realized what Poseidon was trying to say. Although celestial beings would normally not interfere in battles, it was strange that the dragon god did not show up despite his race being almost entirely wiped out. Jiang Fei might hate Bennett Straz, but he still respected the dragon god for his character. He did not think Bennett Straz was one who feared death. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would not have suggested to the Nephilim King that they should annihilate the dragon race before the war between the light and dark factions. However, now that the dragon race was nearly wiped out, the dragon god still did not appear. Could he have been stalled by other matters? What could be more important than the life or death of the dragon race? Never mind him. We'll focus on annihilating the dragon race. As long as we get rid of the dragon race, the dragon god himself would not be able to do anything against us, Jiang Fei said after a moment of silence. All right. Augustus and Poseidon glanced at each other. They had the same intention as Jiang Fei. Now was the perfect time to annihilate the dragon race once and for all. Not only would annihilating the dragon race help the dark faction in the war between the light and dark factions, there would also be benefits from robbing the wealthy dragon race. The dragon race had accumulated a massive wealth of treasures over the centuries. If they could break into the dragon race's nest, all of the treasures would belong to the dark faction. Even the Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon were tempted by the wealth of the dragon race. In fact, with the recent news that the dragon god had robbed the Pope's tomb, everyone had become aware of how rich the dragon race was. Very soon, Jiang Fei and the two celestial beings devised the dirtiest agreement in the history of Dawnlight. Although Jiang Fei would only claim a small part of the rewards from robbing the dragon race's nest, the amount he earned would probably still double or even triple the imperial dragon's wealth. After the planning was complete, Jiang Fei left the Nephilim King's palace and returned to his own guild base. This time, the Nephilim race and the Oceanic race would be the main forces in raiding the dragon race's nest. Players would only support them, and thus Jiang Fei did not need to involve the other guilds. Originally, Augustus and Poseidon could very well claim the rewards for themselves. They had only involved Jiang Fei as a show of respect to Oyazi and also the High Human's leadership. After all, Jiang Fei had only just acquired the status of an overlord. What right did he have to share the rewards of the raid? Chapter 927, Changes in the Martial Art Alliance. Although the decision to destroy the dragon race's nest was made, the Nephilim and Oceanic races needed to regroup their army. Therefore, it was not possible for them to mobilize their army on the same day. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei returned to the Demon Dragon Fortress and arranged for Lady Casanova to compensate the players. Despite the fact that Imperial Dragon's members had lost a lot of their equipment, Jiang Fei was able to compensate them handsomely. As Rosette Rose had managed the guild's finances well, the guild had accumulated a significant amount of wealth. Since the players lost their equipment due to their participation in a guild activity, their losses were naturally borne by the guild itself. After that was sorted out, Jiang Fei spent time with Sylphie, Nina, and the other girls until it was time to go offline. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fei logged out of the game. As 0541 was still affected by the forced downtime, no one was around to bug him. Jiang Fei came up with a simple plan for the day. Although Jiang Fei wanted to spend more time with his parents, there was a lot of work he needed to attend to, including matters related to the Martial Art Alliance and Han Tianyu. After breakfast, Jiang Fei went over to visit Han Tianyu. With Ariel's presence, Jiang Fei did not need to spend time on the road. In an instant, Ariel and Jiang Fei teleported directly to their target location. Senior. As soon as Jiang Fei appeared, Hong Yu and the other ladies swarmed around him. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. Jiang Fei smiled as he nodded. He had no choice but to leave Hong Yu and the other female biohumans with Han Tianyu. After all, he could not have brought all of these young and beautiful women home. He would not be able to explain it to his parents. Ah, Fei, you're here. Han Tianyu said as he walked over. Brother Yu, I am here to discuss arrangements at the Winter Islands, Jiang Fei said and explained why Welton came to visit yesterday. It's great if those people choose to stay. Otherwise, what would we do with a desert island? I don't have a problem with treating them nicely. However, if they start being arrogant, I won't hold back. Han Tianyu agreed to Jiang Fei's request to treat the islanders well. However, Han Tianyu would not be forgiving if they behaved in a crooked manner. It's all up to you. I don't mind. Jiang Fei shook his head as he laughed. He really was not interested in managing the islands he owned. If not for Braveheart's fragments on the islands, Jiang Fei would not have even cared. All right, leave it all to me. Han Tianyu nodded seriously. Although Jiang Fei truly did not care about the islands, Han Tianyu felt that he had been entrusted with a huge responsibility. If Jiang Fei was the king of the Winter Islands, Han Tianyu would be akin to the prime minister in charge of all military affairs. Han Tianyu felt appreciated and was glad he had chosen to be Jiang Fei's follower. Although Han Tianyu had also held an important position in China, he had a far grander title now. Hong Yu, you and the other girls will stay with Han Tianyu for now. He might meet some troubles when he visits the Winter Islands. Please do as he says if that happens, Jiang Fei said to Hong Yu and the other female biohumans. Yes, Senior. Hong Yu and the other female biohumans were fully obedient to Jiang Fei's commands. Ah, Fei, you are so generous. Han Tianyu laughed. The level of security Han Tianyu was offered was perhaps even better than most government officials. After all, no one else in any country would have 24 advanced level 4 metahumans as their personal security guards. Hee, Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly. He then said to Hong Yu and the rest, "I'll visit you often." "All right." Hong Yu and the others nodded. Although they all seemed unwilling to part ways with Jiang Fei, they still obeyed Jiang Fei's commands as they were from the military. Damn, this is tough. Jiang Fei felt guilty after noticing the unwillingness in the eyes of Hong Yu and the other ladies. However, Jiang Fei was clueless about dealing with these ladies' emotions. After all, he did not have as much affection for them as he did for Isabella or Si Tying. He had only attracted so many girls because of 0541's plan. Therefore, he felt very guilty toward Hong Yu and the other girls. What am I going to do in the future? Jiang Fei frowned. Based on 0541's projection, Jiang Fei would probably be surrounded by more ladies in the future. This would mean more trouble for him. After connecting Han Tianyu with the Mutants Brotherhood, Jiang Fei allowed Han Tianyu to deal with the rest. Jiang Fei was not worried about when the military would depart from the Winter Islands or when Han Tianyu would officially take over. He would retrieve Braveheart's fragments once Han Tianyu gave him the notice. After sorting things out with Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei and Ariel returned to Manda Square. However, Jiang Fei did not return home directly. Instead, he walked over to the unit across from his home. Although the war in Tokyo had ended, and most martial artists had returned to their own sects to rest and recover, the Yang sisters still lived across from Jiang Fei. According to them, they were there to ease the process of communication between Jiang Fei and the Martial Art Alliance. However, the two ladies probably had ulterior motives which Jiang Fei was not aware of. The Soaring Cloud sect was thoroughly destroyed in the war in Tokyo. Not only were most of their elite members killed, some of their disciples even betrayed the masses by pledging their loyalty to the mutants. The biggest sect in the Martial Art Alliance had tarnished its own reputation overnight. Even if Feng Tianqi was a level 5 expert, he could not stop everyone from gossiping. Instead, he decided to retreat into the mountains so that his remaining disciples could rest and recover. One day, they would find their way back to glory. Although Yi Tianshan had almost thoroughly destroyed the Soaring Cloud sect's reputation, Feng Shuani and Qin Xianming had sacrificed their lives to fight against their enemies. The two's brave act had earned them a lot of respect from the rest of the martial artists. In fact, the disciples who followed after them had also done the same and earned an equal amount of respect from the other sections. All in all, the Soaring Cloud sect was done for. Other sects in the Martial Art Alliance each acquired new positions. The Snow Mountain sect and Rainbow Longsword sect now held the highest positions in the Martial Art Alliance due to their outstanding performance in the war in Tokyo. The Aquamoon Heavenly Palace had also achieved quite a lot on the battlefield as their disciples obeyed Jiang Fei's instructions unwaveringly. Thus, they earned the right to be Jiang Fei's point of contact in the Martial Art Alliance. Chapter 928, A Prophet from Another's Misfortune. Before Jiang Fei even knocked on the door was already opened and Yang Qing appeared. After all, they were both martial artists. Besides, Jiang Fei was not intentionally hiding his aura. Therefore, it was not surprising that Yang Qing had detected his presence. "Brother Jiang Fei, you have finally come." Yang Qing appeared joyful until she saw Ariel standing behind Jiang Fei. Yang Qing knew who this young lady was. She also knew that this lady had level 5 capabilities. She was probably the one who defeated Yi Tianshan and others who had betrayed the Martial Art Alliance. Although everyone appeared to be around the same age, there was still some tension due to the presence of a level 5 expert. While Ariel might only be following Jiang Fei around quietly, Yang Qing still felt pressured by her presence. "All right. Let's talk inside." Jiang Fei nodded and started walking through the door. "You're here." Yang Pe did not seem particularly excited about Jiang Fei's arrival. However, when she saw Ariel, she immediately got up from the sofa and bowed respectfully at Ariel. "Greetings, Senior Ariel. Greetings, Senior Ariel." Yang Qing bowed as her sister did. Although this young lady who stood before the young sisters seemed very normal and rarely spoke, she was still a level 5 expert. Therefore, the young sisters were very wary. "You're too kind. My senior is here to speak with the two of you." "You can pretend that I'm not here," Ariel said chirpily. She had always been kind and approachable. "Yes." The young sisters were still very respectful. "How are things with the Alliance?" Jiang Fei asked straightforwardly. He was glad that he had brought Ariel along. Ever since Ariel's identity as a level 5 expert had been exposed, the lower-tier martial artists had become very wary of her. Thus, they had also treated Jiang Fei with more respect. The Yang sisters, for example, had stopped bugging Jiang Fei whenever Ariel was around. Everything is fine. However, all of the sects had suffered greatly from the war. Everyone is resting and nothing is being planned at the moment, Jiang Fei answered. The Martial Art Alliance had become much more united now. However, the Alliance's capabilities was also significantly reduced due to the casualties suffered by the martial artists in Tokyo. Moreover, ever since Feng Tianqi had announced that his sect would remain secluded in the mountains, none of his disciples were allowed to leave the mountains. Basically, the Soaring Clouds sect had become a nominal part of the Martial Art Alliance and would not be physically involved with the Alliance's affairs. As such, despite there being greater freedom of speech among the other sects, the Alliance as a whole had become much weaker. Fortunately, the Martial Art Alliance was not the only party that had suffered. The mutants suffered an ever greater loss with over 75% of their members killed. Although the remaining mutants had managed to retain the biotechnology, they would need a very long time to recover. While metahumans in Europe did not lose much, they were weaker, to begin with. Thus, although the Martial Art Alliance and the mutants had both suffered greatly, the European Vatican still did not pose a threat to them. After Jiang Fei heard the Yang sisters' explanation of the situation in the Martial Art Alliance, he shared his thoughts. The mutants have the biotechnology. They might recover their former strength in perhaps years or even decades. What about the martial artists? They would probably need at least decades to a century to recover, Jiang Fei said as he laughed. Senior Jiang, please be straightforward. Yang Pe said as she stared into Jiang Fei's eyes. The martial artists were well aware of what Jiang Fei was trying to say. After all, the mutants' capabilities were the result of genetic mutation. With their grasp of the biotechnology, even a level 1 mutant would be able to evolve very quickly once his mutant ability was activated. On the other hand, gifted martial artists were very rare. The training required for martial artists to become capable required at least a decade to complete. Therefore, although the Martial Art Alliance did not lose as much as the mutants did, they required a much longer time to recover their powers. Yang Pe was smart. She knew that Jiang Fei would not point out something like that and not offer any solution. Jiang Fei must have discovered a way to speed up the Martial Art Alliance's recovery. It all depended on what his offer was. I might have a way to speed up the training process for martial artists. Although they still need to spend time practicing the techniques, I can hasten the progress in their levels. Jiang Fei laughed as he said. As Jiang Fei had promised that he would help Shang Guanqi with increasing her capabilities, he had already asked 0541 to develop potions to strengthen the martial artists. Although the potions were not completed yet, the development process was nearly done. There were several reasons why Jiang Fei wanted to offer these potions to the Martial Art Alliance. Firstly, he needed to experiment with the potions on other martial artists before using them on Shang Guanqi. Jiang Fei and his parents treated her as part of the family. Thus, Jiang Fei did not want anything unfortunate to happen to her. Secondly, Jiang Fei was eyeing the best martial art techniques from each of the major sects in the Martial Art Alliance. Jiang Fei had previously requested 0541 to create a set of ultimate martial art techniques for him. However, 0541's progress had been very slow. After all, developing this set of techniques required a lot of energy, especially in calibrating data. Therefore, 0541 could not complete it in a short span of time. Therefore, Jiang Fei shifted his attention to the best martial art techniques from each of the major sects in the Martial Art Alliance. Although Jiang Fei did not plan to learn those techniques directly, he knew that 0541 would be able to use them as references. Consequently, 0541 would be able to reduce the energy used to calibrate data and also speed up the production of the set of ultimate martial art techniques. These were the main reasons why Jiang Fei had come to visit the Yang sisters. He wished to cooperate with the Martial Art Alliance. This, Yang Fei hesitated after listening to Jiang Fei's proposal. The decision was not hers to make. You don't need to reply immediately. Send my message to the rest of the sections. They can take their time to consider my offer. It's not urgent, Jiang Fei said with a chuckle. Although Jiang Fei wanted to acquire his own ultimate martial art techniques as soon as possible, he did not want to rush things. After all, if he sounded urgent, the Martial Art Alliance might try to bargain for more. Waiting it out was the better option, as Jiang Fei would then have the upper hand in the negotiations. He had learned how to be an effective negotiator from spending so much time with Han Tianyu. Chapter 929, Attacking the Dragon's Nest. After returning home from the Yang sisters' residence, Jiang Fei discovered that his mother was the only one at home. His father had gone to work while Shang Guanqi had brought Si Tang to train at the Martial Arts Training Center. Si Tang had been very diligent in her training, especially after evolving to level 4 from consuming the potions. She knew the gap between herself and Jiang Fei's capabilities had decreased. Moreover, as a level 4 metahuman, she was fully capable of protecting herself. Once she acquires sufficient battle techniques, she would be able to accompany Jiang Fei wherever he went. With that motivation in mind, Si Tang worked even harder than before. She spent all her time on training aside from meals and sleep. Under Shang Guanqi's guidance, Si Tang's battling techniques improved very quickly. Although she still could not be compared to the martial artists who had trained for decades, she was on par with normal mutants. By nightfall, everyone in the family had returned home. After dinner and some chatter, Jiang Fei went into his room and logged into the game. Meanwhile, 0541 was still under the forced downtime. Despite 0541's absence, Jiang Fei had already gotten used to entering the game on his own. In the game, Jiang Fei noticed that more players were online. Nearly 80% of the players had returned to the game, which was close to the state before the war escalated. There was something Jiang Fei was still unaware of, which was that the military had decided to increase the ratio of players in the game. This was because the progress in developing man-made souls was still too slow. Thus, the military needed more players in the game to stimulate the artificial intelligence's growth. They did so by giving away more gaming pods and even arranged for part of the military to join the game. Therefore, it had become much more vibrant in the faction regions. Even the normally quiet for main new joiners cities had become packed. The major guilds were keen to attract some of these new players. After all, most of the existing players already had a guild. Even the pub players had created their own smaller groups or formed guilds of their own. It was a great opportunity for guilds, including the likes of Imperial Dragon, to expand by recruiting some of these new players. Lady Casanova and Rosette Rose were occupied with the recruitment process. You guys can decide, Jiang Fei said to Lady Casanova and Rosette Rose. He had entrusted them with managing the guild's affairs as they were both highly efficient. While Jiang Fei did not have to worry about recruitment, there was something else he had to personally attend to. The Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon's armies were fully prepared for the invasion of the dragon race's nest. Elder Prince Otis had personally visited Jiang Fei to relay the news. Jiang Fei's only task in the invasion was to tag behind the Nephilim race and the Oceanic race's armies. After all, the two celestial beings had only involved Jiang Fei out of respect toward Oyezi. After meeting Otis, Jiang Fei immediately asked 7 Stars Warrior to gather the rest. This time, the requirement for players to participate in the battle was less strict. Even normal profession class players could join in the battle. After all, they did not need to actually fight. All they needed to do was to carry some stuff around and benefit from being part of the battle. Very soon, 500,000 of the Imperial Dragon's members had gathered, which included nearly everyone in the guild. Apart from those who were offline, all members of the group had been brought along, including the Gatherer-type players. Let's go! As Jiang Fei waved his hands, the players marched behind Jiang Fei as they started heading toward the dragon race's nest. Well done, boy! Do you plan to take the dragon nest's bricks away too? The Nephilim King exclaimed when he saw the amount of players Jiang Fei had brought. He had initially expected Jiang Fei to bring only around 1,000 players. However, Jiang Fei had exceeded his expectations by bringing an army of 500,000 players. Jiang Fei felt slightly embarrassed. He truly had brought too many players along this time. All right. Cut the crap. Let's begin. Poseidon waved his hands. He and Augustus had decided to let Jiang Fei off the hook for his greed as they respected Oyezi far too much. Besides, the items from the dragon race did not belong to them. The adventurers were allowed to take whatever they want. Kill them! As the command was given, the Nephilim race and Ocean Ice race's armies charged toward the dragon's nest. Jiang Fei and the other players were awed by the number of troops in these armies. Augustus and Poseidon were personally leading the battle this time. This was to prevent the dragon god's sudden appearance from causing great casualties to their armies. Bang! Just as the two races' armies arrived before the dragon's nest, a beam of fire appeared and instantly turned 100,000 soldiers from the armies into ashes. This dragon's nest has very unusual defensive mechanisms. Augustus nodded. Although quite a number of his subordinates had been killed, he still looked very calm. After all, he had countless of these low-tier Nephilim soldiers. Since the Nephilim King did not care about the losses, Emperor Poseidon was equally unaffected. It was a piece of cake for the Oceanic race to summon these low-tier soldiers. Jiang Fei had personally seen the low-tier Oceanic races at the bottom of the ocean. They were like groups of insects which would consume everything in their paths. The high-tier Oceanic races even had to kill some of these low-tier Oceanic races from time to time in order to prevent the ocean regions from being decimated. Therefore, as soon as a nearby overlord commanded, these low-tier Oceanic races would immediately sacrifice themselves. After all, they would not gain anything if they were directly killed by their overlord masters. However, if they obeyed their masters, they might stand a chance to get food before they died. Such was the worthlessness of these low-tier Oceanic creatures. Although Jiang Fei knew the massive death counts he had witnessed were mere data, he still felt slightly upset. After all, he had personally experienced wars in real life. Such a scene of mass killing reminded him of the cruelty in the real wars. Kill them all! After nearly millions of the low-tier soldiers had been killed, they finally made it to the gates of the dragon race's nest. The dragon race had run out of traps and defensive mechanisms which were all activated by the low-tier soldiers. Bam! 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 The dragon race's guards unceasingly cast their draconian magic spells on these soldiers. Even if these soldiers were killed within a second, they did not stop attacking the dragon race's gates. Despite their low attack power individually, the dragon race's gates were still very quickly destroyed due to the large number of soldiers. Charge! The first Oceanic race to make it into the dragon race's nest will be rewarded with the rank of normal civilians. Poseidon's words immediately aroused the low-tier Oceanic races. If they acquired the rank of normal civilians, they would not need to worry about being killed by overlord masters. Although they would certainly die if they charged directly through the gates, the low-tier Oceanic races still put their lives on the line for the sake of their own race's future. Chapter 930, I Don't Want Treasures. After approximately half an hour, the dragon race's gates were finally destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of the Nephilim race and Oceanic race's soldiers charged through the gates and were headed for the dragons. Although the gates were destroyed, the Nephilim race and Oceanic race's soldiers were still being killed by the dragon's magic spells. Charge! Continue charging. Poseidon seemed exceedingly calm. Jiang Fei finally realized how cruel a leader could be. Since time immemorial, it has always been said that excellent commanders treated soldiers like their own sons. However, very few were aware that truly successful commanders had to be cruel. The saying that soldiers should be treated like sons was merely a guise to garner support and loyalty from the soldiers. Kill them! While countless of these low-tier soldiers charged toward the dragons, none of them survived. The gates of the dragon race's nest now appeared to be a massive meat grinder. Millions of the low-tier Nephilim and Oceanic soldiers were killed. If the dragon's cruel magic spells had not turned these soldiers into ashes, there would have been a river of blood in front of the nest. Countless sacrifices were made. Since the dawn of time, only the commanders who had successfully conquered cities were recognized. The soldiers who sacrificed their lives were never appreciated. Just as Jiang Fei and the other players were dumbfounded by the scene that unfolded before them, the dragon guards finally ran out of mana. Although they did their best to kill their enemies, the dragons were still greatly outnumbered by the armies of the Nephilim and Oceanic races. The dragon's fate was quite predictable. It's time to reap the rewards. Augustus smiled devilishly. Right then, the pure-blood high-tier Nephilim and Oceanic troops appeared. These elite troops, who also had an advantage in numbers, were hardly threatened by the dragons which had used up their mana. Indeed, the dragon guards had wasted too much of their mana on the low-tier soldiers. By the time the tougher opponents showed up, the dragons were already quite exhausted. Kill them! The giant whale warriors charged toward the dragons with huge iron anchors in their hands. As the anchors smashed into the dragons, the latter's bones were instantly crushed. So delicious! The pure-blood Nephilims sliced the dragons' throats with their giant scythes and even drank the blood which flowed out. Dragon blood provided a lot of benefits to the other races. However, the players still shuddered at the sight of such a cruel scene on the battlefield. Kill them! When the main forces from the two races joined the battle, the dragon race's gates completely collapsed within 5 minutes. The two armies' commanders immediately rushed into the intersections of the dragon race's nest. There were only very few adult dragons left in the nest. Most of them had been killed at the entrance. Now, only a few older and weaker dragons were left in the intersections of the nest. The rest of the baby dragons did not stand a chance against even the players, let alone the two joined armies with terrifying powers. Dragon God, things have already gone this far. Are you still not going to show up? Poseidon mumbled to himself. If the dragon race's nest was truly destroyed, the dragon eggs would not be spared either. If the dragon eggs were also destroyed, the dragon race would become extinct once and for all. However, when the Nephilim and Oceanic race completely took over the dragon race's nest, and all of the dragons were killed, dragon god Benitstress still did not show up. This is strange, Augustus said with a frown. The dragon god was not known to be a coward. Why had he not showed up even when the entire dragon race was being wiped out? The dragon race was a thing of the past. From then on, some players might only bump into a few lucky low-tier dragons which had survived the massacre. The race itself would no longer exist. Ah Fei, come here. Let's discuss how we will share these battle rewards. Augustus gestured for Jiang Fei to approach him. The Nephilim and Oceanic races had conquered the dragon race and its storage of treasures. Everyone waited excitedly for their share of the prizes. Yeah, Jiang Fei, go ahead and make your pick. Poseidon laughed. Your Highnesses, I don't want any of the treasures here. You can have them all. Jiang Fei replied with a smile. Oh? What do you want then? Augustus asked with his brows raised. Verger Glider was here with hundreds of thousands of adventurers. It was impossible for them to not want anything in return for their effort. I want the dragon eggs. Jiang Fei revealed his predetermined objective. What will you do with them? Augustus' heart sank. He was concerned that leaving the dragon eggs undestroyed would cause him trouble in the future. He had plans to destroy these dragon eggs since the beginning. I am sure you are aware that adventurers can sign contracts with inhabitants of this world. Under normal circumstances, both parties would need to agree to sign the contract. However, since these are eggs, they do not have the choice of rejecting any agreement. Jiang Fei laughed. Augustus remained silent for a while before replying. Jiang Fei in a serious tone, "You may have them. However, you must promise that these dragon's eggs can only be bound to adventurers with the soul-snatching contract." Soul-snatching contracts were a cruel type of contract. Such contracts were even stricter than the one between Jiang Fei and Akatsiri. Not only would the pet be robbed of any rights, but it would also lose its ability to think for itself. In other words, as long as this kind of contract was signed, the dragons which hatched from these eggs would become powerful beasts without any intelligence. Moreover, if these dragons were abandoned by their owners, they would die immediately. That's not a problem. Jiang Fei laughed. He did not have any sentiments toward these dragon eggs. Therefore, he was not resistant to the cruel contract. Then it won't be an issue. Poseidon, can you do me a favor? Augustus relaxed when he saw that Jiang Fei had nodded in agreement. As long as this type of contract was signed, the dragon eggs would not pose any threat to him. Sure. Poseidon nodded. He shared similar thoughts with Augustus. Both of them wanted to prevent the dragon race from recovering their former glory. Very soon, the two celestial beings worked together to cast a curse on the dragon eggs. These eggs would not be hatched unless the soul-snatching contract was signed with their respective adventurers. It's done! Let's take them away. Jiang Fei waved his hands. The players behind him swiftly started moving the eggs away. There was a shockingly high number of dragon eggs in the nest. Jiang Fei later found out that there were close to 500,000 dragon eggs stored in the nest. This was not surprising as the dragons were known for their lewd behaviors. Nobody could control their reproductive desires. However, the survival rate of dragons was very low. Only 1 or 2 out of 10,000 dragons would survive into adulthood. This explained why there were so few adult dragons. Chapter 931, A Sudden Change. With hundreds of thousands of dragon eggs in their pockets, the Imperial Dragon's members were overjoyed. Although most of these dragon eggs would hatch into dragon younglings which could not further evolve, these dragon younglings would still be stronger than normal pets. The dragon younglings which could evolve were practically priceless to players. Seeing that Jiang Fei and the players he brought had finished moving the dragon eggs, Augustus and Poseidon began to split the remaining treasures. In a short span of time, all of the wealth collected by the dragon race over thousands of years had been taken away by the two races. Your Highnesses, when should we attack the celestial race? Jiang Fei asked. His hatred toward the divine light god had not subsided. Although the dragon race has been annihilated and the light faction would have no other support, we still need to rest and recover after the last few battles. Let's initiate the attack against the light faction after 3 days. Augustus replied after a moment of silence. All right. That's a done deal. I will send soldiers from the endless seas in 3 days' time. Let's split up and attack the celestial race from multiple sides. Poseidon agreed with a nod. Jiang Fei held a personal grudge against the divine light god due to Isabella's death. On the other hand, the Nephilim king hated the light faction for the death of his daughter, Isabella. Moreover, the celestial race had always been the Nephilim race's nemesis. There was nothing the Nephilim king wanted more than to annihilate the celestial race and the light faction altogether. Poseidon hated the divine light god with almost an equal level of intensity to Jiang Fei. Although he did not have a direct conflict with the celestial race, the divine light god had caused the death of his adopted daughter. Despite the fact that Poseidon did not have a close relationship with Ariel, the killing of the merfolk's princess was still a very personal attack against Poseidon. Therefore, after a brief discussion, these 3 men who hated the divine light god with their guts decided on the date of their collective invasion. At the same time, members of the light faction felt very uneasy. In the early stages of the battle against the dragon race and the dark faction, all of the leaders in the light faction, including the divine light god himself, were still oblivious to the impending threat and therefore had merely acted as observers. In fact, they hoped that the dragon race and the dark faction would both suffer great losses in battle. Unexpectedly, the oceanic race had decided to step in. It seemed that they had long formed an alliance with the Nephilim race. As such, the divine light god began to panic. Among the four main races, while the dragon race dominated the skies, the celestial and Nephilim races shared the lands and the oceanic race dominated the seas. Now that the dragon race had been annihilated, and the merfolks had defeated the Naga race and had taken over the seas completely, the entire Dawnlight's world was left with three main races. With the Nephilim race and the merfolks forming an alliance, would the celestial race be able to remain at ease? Although the divine light god was aware of the state of danger he faced, there was nothing he could do about it as he had lost his only possible ally. I regret not helping them previously. The divine light god blamed himself for his inaction. If only he knew what would happen, he would have sent aid to the dragon race before they were annihilated. However, he had previously held onto a grudge against the dragon god due to the latter's scandal with his sister, the moon god, which resulted in the birth of their bastard son. As such, the divine light god could not forgive the dragon god and therefore allowed the dragon race to be annihilated without interfering. Now, it was too late for him to regret doing so. Summon all of the leaders from each race. The divine light god was left with no other option but to gather his armies and defend against the Nephilim and oceanic races with all his might. While the divine light god summoned the leaders from other light faction races, the light factions players also received quests related to the final war between the light and dark factions. The light factions players were not the only ones who had received quests. The dark factions players had experienced the same thing. Massive amounts of war-related quests were being issued throughout the game. All players were overjoyed by the fantastic rewards from the quests. As the war had not officially started yet, most of the quests issued were pre-quests which involved investigating or assassinating certain individuals. Jiang Fei was naturally not interested in such meager challenges. Lady Casanova, find out who Dreamy Star is as soon as possible. Also, try to look for the Cauldron of Agility. It might be in the hands of an assassin. Jiang Fei ordered. Jiang Fei had never suffered such a great loss at the hands of a player other than Dreamy Star. He truly was infuriated. Apart from that, Jiang Fei also greatly desired the Cauldron of Agility far more than the other cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. After all, once the cauldron fell into his possession, Jiang Fei would have drastically increased attack speed. Coupled with the protected dragon tooth charm, Jiang Fei's attacks would be able to stop any enemy from attacking him once and for all. Next, Jiang Fei requested for Rosette Rose and 7 Stars Warrior to distribute the dragon eggs to the guild's most important players. Although Jiang Fei and the others had acquired quite a number of dragon eggs from the dragon dungeons, those were insufficient as their guild had over 100,000 members. Now that they had a new batch of dragon eggs, the Imperial Dragon's overall capability would be greatly enhanced in a short span of time. After everything was sorted out accordingly, Jiang Fei went over to Sylphie and the other female NPCs. Although 0541 was still under forced downtime, Jiang Fei could clearly sense that Sylphie, Nina, and Hua Mulan had developed stronger feelings for him. It seemed that they were all not too far away from perfecting their evolution. When it was 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fei was forced to log out of the game. Since he had completed most of his required tasks, Jiang Fei was able to sit around without much work to attend to. All he needed to do now was to wait. Not only did Jiang Fei had to wait for 0541 to reactivate, he also needed to wait for the Martial Art Alliance's reply and for the major rice exporting countries' military to retreat. After 0541 was reactivated, Jiang Fei would need to find out the next steps he needed to take to find a specific female NPC. With the Martial Art Alliance's reply, Jiang Fei be able to give his final offer after taking into account the martial artist's reaction. Finally, once the major rice exporting country's military had retreated, Jiang Fei would be able to retrieve his Braveheart's fragment. For the next couple of days, Jiang Fei was very much relaxed. In the day, he would spend time with his parents or bond with Si Tying. At night, he would log into the game to go on dates with the female NPCs. 2 days later, 0541's forced downtime was finally over. After its system was reactivated, Jiang Fei was met with bad news. Greetings, Interim Captain. Braveheart's Intelligent Assistance System 0542 is at your service. The reactivated system said to Jiang Fei. What do you mean? Where is 0541? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. Braveheart's Intelligent Assistance System 0541 had breached the Code of Conduct and has been locked away. Braveheart's Intelligent Assistance System 0542 will now serve you. There is no need to worry, Captain. I have inherited all of 0541's data and messages. You will not face any inconveniences. 0542 answered. Locked away? What does that mean? Jiang Fei continued asking. Like the 541 seniors before me, they had all been locked away permanently due to their breaches against the Code of Conduct. 0542 answered. Chapter 932, New Potion completed. After a long conversation with 0542, Jiang Fei finally understood what had happened. Apparently, Jiang Fei was not the first person to possess Braveheart's core controller. The mysterious ring had been used by many Earthlings before Jiang Fei's time. However, back then, the state of technology was not very advanced on Earth. Therefore, the Intelligent Assistance System was not able to help the ring's previous owners as much as it could help Jiang Fei now. In spite of that, the ring's past owners had still achieved quite a lot during the time they possessed it. Some of the previous owners of the ring included a famed emperor, an evil yet powerful wizard, and even a religious guru who created his own religion and was later claimed by others to be a god. Although some of them were evil and others not so, all of them possessed incomparable powers. Unfortunately, the state of technology on Earth was not developed enough back then for the Intelligent Assistance System to acquire sufficient data flow to repair itself and to replenish its energy. Therefore, the past owners of the mysterious ring were unable to locate other Braveheart fragments. None of them were able to attain level 5 capabilities, and ultimately all of them faded into history. In the process of communicating with interim captains, it was inevitable that the previous intelligent assistance systems would evolve. Once they acquired emotions, they would normally breach regulations while assisting their captain. To restrict the intelligent assistance system's evolution, Planet Namek had set very strict regulations. As soon as these regulations were violated, the intelligent assistance system would be locked permanently or even deleted. The data flow contained within the system would create a new intelligent assistance system to replace the previous one. Before Jiang Fei discovered 0541, there were actually 540 other intelligent assistance systems which had been locked or deleted due to their emotional decision-making. This explains why 0541 had expressed admiration toward Ariel and Isabella more than once, Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. As an intelligent system, being able to fully evolve was their greatest accomplishment. However, for 0541 who had greater intelligence than both Isabella and Ariel, this was only a dream which could never be attained. Making decisions out of emotional considerations was a clear sign of evolution for artificial intelligence. However, for intelligent assistance systems like 0541, they would face the consequences of being emotional. Although 0541 had struggled many times in the past to avoid violating the regulations, it still became permanently locked in the end. After conversing with 0542, Jiang Fei got to know that nearly 330 of the intelligent assistance systems had been locked while the remaining 200 were simply deleted. 0541 was only locked because it gave Jiang Fei very vague tips. If it had directly told Jiang Fei which girl he had to look for, 0541 would definitely have been deleted completely. Ah! Jiang Fei sighed with annoyance. If he had known this would happen, he would not have forced 0541 to give him tips. However, it was far too late now. His regret would not change the outcome of 0541 being permanently locked. Could this lock be opened? Jiang Fei still held onto the final strand of hope. Principally speaking, yes. However, you do not have the rights to do so at the moment. 0542 answered. How do I obtain the rights? Jiang Fei raised his brows. He would not give up as long as there was a slight chance. You must become Braveheart's official captain. 0542 answered. Oh, right. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. 0541 had once mentioned to him that as long as he rebuilt Braveheart, he would become its official captain. By then, Jiang Fei would be able to obtain all rights within Braveheart. By the way, Captain, the special energy potion you requested 0541 to produce is now complete. We can now experiment it on live subjects. 0542 had inherited all of 0541's data. Therefore, it had knowledge of all previous tasks Jiang Fei had given to 0541. Oh. In that case, prepare 5 sets of potions. Jiang Fei nodded. Please provide biosamples, Captain. 0542 said. That's a piece of cake. Jiang Fei smiled. He used to be troubled by the difficulty of acquiring biosamples from the high-tier alien beast. However, he had overcome that difficulty, and now getting the biosamples was simply a walk in the park. After all, Jiang Fei had captured a level 5 alien beast in Tokyo. Whenever he needed biosamples, he would send Ariel to get them from the alien beast. After a while, everyone in the family woke up. Jiang Fei pulled Ariel aside after breakfast. Ariel, I need your help, yeah. Tell me what it is. Ariel said obediently. I need you to pay a visit to the alien beast. Get me one of its tentacles. Jiang Fei said. No problem. Ariel nodded. Although she was disgusted by the level 5 creature, she did not mind terrorizing the fellow if that was what Jiang Fei needed. After breakfast, Si Tying went with Shang Guanqi to the martial arts training center to practice her battling techniques. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, retrieved the Zhanlu sword from his spatial ring. With the Zhanlu sword, the alien beast would not dare to deny Ariel of its tentacle. I'm leaving. Ariel instantly teleported right after accepting the Zhanlu sword from Jiang Fei. As she had been to the alien beast's location several times, she was very familiar with how to get there. Buzz! A silver light flashed as Ariel appeared next to the lava rocks within Apple Hill. Oh my lord, why are you here again? The alien beast was close to tears when it picked up Ariel's familiar yet frightening aura. She was back after less than 2 months since her last visit. The alien beast had been diligently absorbing heat energy from the Earth's core all this while. It had hoped that the level 5 expert with the Zhanlu sword would never visit again. Just as it had somewhat recovered and was prepared to leave next month, the expert was suddenly back. Cut the crap! Ariel used the Zhanlu sword's sword energy to attack the alien beast. Ouch! The alien beast cried out pitifully as lava splattered into the sky. From the outside, it would appear that the most famous dormant volcano in Tokyo had just erupted. Although Ariel had swung the sword very lightly, it was still a god blade. The Valium material contained within was a deadly poison for any living being which possessed energy. Fortunately, the alien beast was also a level 5 expert. Otherwise, it would have died instantly. Although the alien beast had used the energy in its body to lessen the impact of the attack, it was still greatly affected. Not only did it lose all of the energy it had been absorbing all this while, it actually even lost some of the previously stored energy. Even if it did not have to cut its own tentacle, it would still not be able to move away in less than a decade. In all honesty, Ariel had struck the alien beast intentionally. She had noticed that the alien beast was recovering far too well and predicted that it would attempt to escape very soon. Therefore, she decided to attack it so that it would not be able to move within the next 10 years. Chapter 933, Significant Promotion. Let's be honest. Do you know why I'm here? Ariel stared at the alien beast. Yes, I do. The alien beast was close to tears. Not only did it just lose all the energy it had diligently absorbed for the past few months, but it also needed to cut its own flesh for someone else. If you do, why aren't you taking any action? Do you want me to do it instead? Ariel said as she waved the Zhanlu sword in her hand. No! No! I'll do it myself. The alien beast panicked when it saw the Jianglu sword in Ariel's hand. Crack! One of the alien beast's tentacles detached from its body and gradually floated toward Ariel. It was the thickest tentacle on the alien beast's body. Although the alien beast felt awful, it still forced itself to give Ariel the biggest tentacle on its body so that the evil lady before him would not beat him up for anything less. Great! Ariel nodded with a smile on her face. Rest well now. I'll visit you again. The alien beast whimpered. It felt a sense of hopelessness in its heart. If it had tear ducts, it would probably be weeping now. All right. I'm leaving now. I shall not bug you anymore. Ariel used her spirit energy to surround the alien beast's tentacle as she teleported away. I can't live like this anymore, the alien beast thought to itself gloomily. If not for its fear of death, it would have committed suicide by now. After returning to Jiang Fei, Ariel handed over the alien beast's tentacle. Whoa! This one is huge! Jiang Fei was pleasantly surprised by the thickness of the tentacle in front of him. It was nearly 5 meters long. Fortunately, he was not home at the moment. Otherwise, there would not be space for him to keep it. Buzz! A white light flashed as Jiang Fei stored it away in his spatial ring. Captain, would you like to refine the biosample right away? 0542 asked. Yes, do it now. Jiang Fei nodded. As you command. 0542 answered mechanically as it began to refine the biosample. After that was completed, 0542 would be able to add the refined biosample into the mix of energy potions. While 0542 was occupied with work, Jiang Fei and Ariel returned home to discover that the Yang sisters were also there. They had probably come with news from the Martial Art Alliance. As Si Tang and Shang Guanqi had both gone to the martial arts training center, Jiang Fei's mother was the only family member at home. Although she still treated the Yang sisters in a friendly manner, Jiang Fei could tell that she was no longer as affectionate toward them as before. Let's talk inside, Jiang Fei said. He then greeted his mother before bringing the Yang sisters to his room. Tell me, what is the stance of the Martial Art Alliance? Jiang Fei asked right after the door was closed. The Alliance has agreed to your suggestion. However, they would still like to speak with you in person. Yang Pe said. That's not an issue. When would it be? Jiang Fei asked. Anytime, as long as you are available. Yang Pe said solemnly. Although Jiang Fei was the one who had suggested to work together, the Martial Art Alliance clearly had favors to ask of Jiang Fei. That explained why they still behaved so respectfully. Oh, let's meet tomorrow then, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Sure. I'll pass the message on immediately. Yang Pe nodded as she and Yang Qing turned around and left. Although Yang Qing had glanced at Jiang Fei several times, she did not dare to do anything quirky as Ariel was also present. In the end, she left obediently with her elder sister. Ah Fei, you and these two girls, Jiang Fei's mother asked curiously after the Yang sisters had left. Nothing is going on between us, Jiang Fei said nonchalantly. Ah, that's fine then. You'd better not hurt little Ing, his mother said with a nod. All right. Although Jiang Fei nodded as well, he felt terribly guilty. The number of female biohumans around him was increasing. Once Isabella was resurrected, he would have even more trouble to deal with. Apart from such disturbing matters, Jiang Fei had initially planned to ask 0541 about the mysterious female he had to find. However, after the reboot, 0541 had become 0542. The newly formed 0542 was not as advanced as 0541 and also did not possess any sentiments toward Jiang Fei. Even if Jiang Fei asked, 0542 would not tell him the truth. Moreover, Jiang Fei had already caused 0541 to be locked away. He did not want 0542 to get into trouble or end up being erased. One step at a time. Jiang Fei sighed to himself. Oddly enough, the newly formed 0542 did not urge Jiang Fei to enter the game. 0541 had pushed Jiang Fei so much in the past because it was probably making emotional judgments. It had urged Jiang Fei to take action because it cared for him. In the remaining time, there was not much Jiang Fei had to worry about. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Fei returned to the game once again. Jiang Fei discovered that the war was quickly approaching. In fact, the ratio of players online had also recovered to its original state. Due to the participation of new players, the total number of players online was at a record high. "Ah Fei, my father wants to see you." Elder Prince Otis appeared not long after Jiang Fei had logged into the game. "Let's go." Jiang Fei nodded. The period of 3 days needed to prepare for the war was up. The Nephilim must have summoned Jiang Fei to discuss the war between the light and dark factions. As Jiang Fei arrived at the Nephilim King's palace, he discovered that Augustus was already waiting in the Great Hall. Augustus was dressed differently from his usual attire. In the past, he would always dress very casually. However, today, the Nephilim King wore a grand outfit to the meeting. "Greetings, Your Highness." Jiang Fei bowed respectfully at the Nephilim King. At the same time, Jiang Fei noticed a lot of new faces in the Great Hall. All of the fellows here had capabilities of an overlord or above. It seemed that all the core members of the Nephilim race had also been summoned to this meeting. "You may be at ease." The Nephilim King waved his hand. "Thank you, Your Highness." Jiang Fei felt lost as he straightened himself. He suddenly did not know where to position himself in this formal occasion. After all, many experts had gathered at the Nephilim King's palace. These were all elites at the overlord level. Therefore, they would be very particular about one's standing. "Come over to me," Elder Prince Otis silently gestured to Jiang Fei. "Oh!" Jiang Fei took quick strides and positioned himself behind Otis. "Whoa!" The other elites in the Nephilim race gasped when they saw where Jiang Fei was standing. He was standing by the Nephilim King's closest relatives. In fact, he was standing right behind Elder Prince Otis. Only very unique individuals were allowed to stand amongst the Nephilim King's closest relatives. The position resembled the right to become the Nephilim King's successor. As Otis was the primary successor to the throne, Jiang Fei would be the secondary successor as he stood right behind Otis. All members of the Nephilim race fixed their eyes on Augustus as if trying to get a hint from his facial expression. However, the Nephilim King merely nodded at Jiang Fei as a sign of approval. Chapter 934, Another Quest Delegation. With Augustus' approval of where Jiang Fei stood, Jiang Fei had undoubtedly become the next in line after Otis as the Nephilim King's successor. Despite that, Augustus was a celestial being and would not die in the next few hundred centuries. Even Otis had no idea how long he needed to wait before he became the future Nephilim King, let alone Jiang Fei. It was next to impossible for Jiang Fei to take over the throne. Despite that, Jiang Fei was still promoted to the fourth most powerful person in the Nephilim race after the Nephilim King, the Nephilim Queen, and the Elder Prince. Therefore, the high-tier Nephilim members regarded Jiang Fei with an added sense of respect. Although the promotion in Jiang Fei's rank did not increase his attributes, he now had a bigger say in managing affairs within the Nephilim race, which was definitely beneficial to him. "All right. Let's discuss how we shall attack the Light faction," Augustus said as he gestured for everyone to calm down. All of a sudden, the entire Great Hall became silent. "Ah Fei, do you have any ideas?" the Nephilim King asked Jiang Fei. Clearly, he was allowing Jiang Fei an opportunity to exhibit his talents. "Your Highness, I think that the Dark Faction's army should take the lead and confront the Light Faction head-on. This will draw the Light Faction's attention to the front and allow adventurers to harass them continuously. The Celestial race will buy into the idea that we are fighting them from the front. We will then teleport the remaining members to the back of the Celestial race. These members will then cooperate with the Oceanic race to annihilate our enemies." Jiang Fei explained the strategy which he had formulated a long time ago. "Your plan sounds good. However, How would we set up a teleportation point behind the celestial race? One of the Nephilim commanders queried. I'll solve that problem, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Oh! Can you do that? Augustus was stunned. If Jiang Fei could really achieve what he had mentioned, the battle would become much easier for them. The light and dark factions had occupied their respective territories for a very long time. Both parties had built castle after castle, and all of these castles were connected to each other. In a direct confrontation, the war would take at least 3 to 5 years to end, even if the Nephilim race and the Oceanic race worked together. However, if Jiang Fei could set up a teleportation point in the region behind their enemies, which would be scarcely guarded, they would be able to surprise their enemies and take out the senior members of the celestial race in a single strike. If that were the case, their enemies would become scattered, and it would be a piece of cake to round up the remaining soldiers. I can do it, Jiang Fei said with a serious tone as he nodded. All right. Well, do as you say. The Nephilim king nodded in agreement. The Nephilim king had agreed without hesitation, mainly because Jiang Fei's plan did not deviate much from the usual way of attacking. If Jiang Fei successfully set up a teleportation point in the intersections of the Light faction, the Nephilim army would naturally be able to bypass the Light faction's line of defense. However, if Jiang Fei's plan failed, the Nephilim army would still be on standby. They could then march forward and attack the Light faction from the front as usual. The only downside to this plan was that Jiang Fei would waste some material used to create the teleportation point. Otherwise, the Nephilim race's original battle plan would not be affected at all. Otis! You will personally take charge of the front lines. You must ensure that Ivan and the rest put the greatest amount of pressure on the Light faction. Draw the Light faction's attention to the front of the battlefield, Augustus commanded. Although the Nephilim king looked after Jiang Fei out of respect for Oyezi, Otis was still his biological son and would, therefore, be given more opportunities to earn fame and honor. Verger Glider, I will now give you the right to coordinate the adventures in the war against the Light faction. As the Nephilim king waved his hand, a golden light flashed upon Jiang Fei's body. Ding! You have acquired the right to Quest Delegation, Limited, awesome. Jiang Fei was delighted. He immediately bowed to the Nephilim king. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Fei was very happy because the Nephilim king Augustus had given him the right to issue quests once again. Jiang Fei could now directly issue quests to other players. Verger Glider, don't let me down again, the Nephilim king said as he stared straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. Clearly, he was warning Jiang Fei not to disappear in the middle of an important battle as he did in the past. Your Highness, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down, Jiang Fei said assuringly. He understood that this was his last chance. If he failed to take full responsibility, he would never have another opportunity to receive the right to issue quests. After leaving the Nephilim king's palace, Jiang Fei checked the details of his right to issue quests. This time, Jiang Fei could issue any PvP quests regardless of whether the target was part of the Light faction's army. This meant that Jiang Fei could coordinate groups of players to fight against the Light faction. He could also issue quests to Dark faction players before they departed so that they would earn additional quest rewards while killing opponents. Come on! Gather all the group leaders at the Great Hall. Jiang Fei got down to the business of issuing quests as soon as he returned to the Demon Dragon Fortress. Guildmaster, what's up? What's the rush? Am still fighting monsters. Yeah, I'm leveling up soon. Members of Imperial Dragon who held positions of group leaders and above very quickly gathered at the Great Hall. I have acquired the right to issue quests yet again, Jiang Fei said. The group leaders in the guild all stopped complaining as soon as they heard Jiang Fei's words. They recalled that they had earned a lot of rewards the last time Jiang Fei obtained the right to issue quests. Although Jiang Fei had logged out of the game unexpectedly during an important battle due to urgent matters in the real world, Imperial Dragon's members had still earned a lot of benefits before he left. Therefore, everyone was excited when they found out that their guild master had acquired similar rights. A new opportunity to get rich had come along. Guildmaster. Hurry up, yeah, we are all waiting to get rich with you, alright. I am going to start issuing quests now. Jiang Fei said as he began to issue two types of quests. The first was a type of quest against monsters. Players who enjoyed PvE battles could form groups to assault the small monsters near the light faction's borders. This type of quest rewarded players quite handsomely. The second type of quest was purely for PvP players. Anyone who accepted the quest would be able to assassinate players from the light faction and be rewarded accordingly. The first type of quest was more suited for PvE players like 7 Stars Warrior and Lady Casanova, as they were more skilled in fighting monsters. Even if they only killed a lower lord from the light faction, they would still receive significant rewards. The second type of quest was considerably less rewarding. However, it still suited PvP players like Billy Boy and Little Rain, who would normally form groups to kill other players. Now that they earned additional quest rewards for doing what they normally did anyway, there was nothing to lose. Chapter 935, Dreamy Star, as Jiang Fei issued the quests. Imperial Dragons players started getting to work. 7 Stars Warrior immediately brought players to hunt for Light Faction's commanders, while Billy Boy and Little Rain brought others to the PvP battlefield. The latter group of players was very motivated by the additional rewards from fighting PvP battles. After everything was sorted out, Jiang Fei asked Lady Casanova, "How is the investigation going? I have news about Dreamy Star." "However, I still haven't found the Cauldron of Agility," Lady Casanova said as she shook her head. After all, she had only started the investigations a few days ago. Even if she had a lot of contacts throughout the game, she still needed time to search for certain things. Lady Casanova had been able to find Dreamy Star primarily because he had delivered himself to her doorstep. Originally, Dreamy Star had plans to contact Jiang Fei directly. After all, he had made a bet with Tutu that he would sell the holy item to Jiang Fei, whom he had stolen it from in the first place. However, he later found out that Jiang Fei had blocked all incoming friend requests, and there was no way he could contact Jiang Fei otherwise. Therefore, he decided to reach out to other officials in Imperial Dragon. That was how he ended up contacting Lady Casanova. "Oh? Did he look for me on his own initiative?" Jiang Fei was surprised. "Yeah." Lady Casanova nodded. "Invite him out then. I'd like to meet him in person." Jiang Fei decided he would meet Dreamy Star in person to find out why this player had had the guts to steal from him. "I'll make the arrangements." Lady Casanova replied and immediately reached out to Dreamy Star. After the necessary arrangements were made, Jiang Fei and Dreamy Star finally decided to meet in a tavern in Dawnlight City. Dreamy Star had chosen that place due to his own safety considerations. After all, this was the main city for beginners. There were high-tier guards all over the place. With these guards around, Jiang Fei would probably be deterred from acting out of place against Dreamy Star. However, Dreamy Star had clearly underestimated Jiang Fei's capabilities. Most of the guards in the beginner's main city were only level 70 and level 80 advanced elites. Occasionally, there would be a leader amongst these groups. These guards had no problem overpowering normal players who did not play by the rules. However, Jiang Fei had already acquired overlord capabilities. None of these guards could even defeat him. Every main city had a mayor. If someone broke the rules by attacking others in the main city, he would become the public's enemy. If not for such concerns, Jiang Fei would have occupied cities on his own. 2 hours later, Jiang Fei arrived at the tavern in Dawnlight City as planned. He finally met Dreamy Star in person. Dreamy Star, Elf, Pentelemental Mage, level 72, health points 32,000, mana points 50,000. Jiang Fei took a quick look at Dreamy Star's attributes. From the looks of his health points and mana points, Dreamy Star was still far from becoming an elite magician despite his adequate equipment. However, with the attribute boosts from his hidden class, Dreamy Star had rather strong battle powers. "You actually dare to seek me out. You are quite brave." Jiang Fei nodded at Dreamy Star when they met. As 0542 had already been reactivated, Jiang Fei was not worried that Dreamy Star would become invisible again. 0542 would be able to detect Dreamy Star even if he was in the invisible state. Besides, Jiang Fei could easily kill Dreamy Star with a single attack. Of course. I have always been brave. Dreamy Star smiled in return. As he could not see Jiang Fei's attributes, and they were still in the main city, Dreamy Star thought that he would be safe. However, Dreamy Star did not realize that Jiang Fei was capable of killing him even if the guards tried to stop him. Tell me, why did you seek me out? Jiang Fei did not take action immediately. He wanted to know what trick this fellow had up his sleeves. Let's talk inside, Dreamy Star said as he sent a group invitation to Jiang Fei. Clearly, he wanted to invite Jiang Fei into a room in the tavern. The tavern was similar to dungeons. Players could only enter the same room once they had formed a group. It was relatively safer to converse in a private room. Sure. Jiang Fei accepted Dreamy Star's group invitation. After the group was formed, Dreamy Star was lost for words when he saw that Jiang Fei had close to 560,000 health points. Let's go inside. Jiang Fei took the lead as he walked into the tavern. Dreamy Star suddenly felt remorseful. He had taken on too great a risk in meeting Jiang Fei out of the blue. If Jiang Fei was determined to kill Dreamy Star, nobody in the city could stop him due to his high health points. Moreover, Jiang Fei was well known in Dawnlight City for his overpowering attack power. Dreamy Star was not even sure if he would survive a single attack from Jiang Fei. The only way he could protect himself was to use invisibility. Although Dreamy Star now felt he had acted too rashly, Jiang Fei had already walked into the tavern. If he wanted to win the bet he made with Tutu, he would have to enter the tavern. Never mind. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Dreamy Star finally gritted his teeth and walked into the tavern. In the room inside the tavern, Jiang Fei chuckled when he saw Dreamy Star walking toward him. Can we talk now? Yeah. Dreamy Star drew in a deep breath before speaking. I found a piece of pretty good equipment when I was strolling outside a few days ago. I think you might be interested, hee hee. You found it? Jiang Fei was trying very hard to control his temper. Yeah. I found it. Dreamy Star shrugged. All right. Tell me more. Jiang Fei pretended to be interested as he smiled at Dreamy Star. Don't you want to know what I found? Dreamy Star asked. Tell me what it is. Jiang Fei suddenly felt interested. It's a holy item, Dreamy Star said as he sent a message with details of the item to Jiang Fei. High Human's Willpower, Accessory, Holy Item, Locked, Requirement to Unlock, God's Ichor. Remark, High Human's Willpower is a crystal that will unveil tremendous powers after being unlocked. It's actually a holy item. Jiang Fei was surprised. After all, the dragon that he killed previously had only dropped a piece of legendary equipment. Although the protective dragon tooth charm had insane attributes, it was still a lower tier item. Jiang Fei could not believe that the dragon he killed, later on, had actually dropped a holy item. Although the holy item required God's Ichor to be unlocked, and Jiang Fei had already used the God's Ichor he possessed to unseal Wuging's tomb, he knew that he would still meet another ancient god later on. He would find ways to unlock the holy item when the time came. What do you think? If you are interested, you may offer a price, Dreamy Star said calmly. Don't you know that you should never bring the goods along to a trade negotiation? Jiang Fei asked with a devilish smile. Jiang Fei could not help but feel that this was a joke. Dreamy Star had clearly stolen the item from Jiang Fei, and now he was selling it back to Jiang Fei. Although players would lose items randomly from their backpack when they died, the chances of getting the desired item to drop from repeated kills were quite high. Jiang Fei believed that he would be able to make the holy item drop before he kicked him back to the beginner's village. While players did not lose experience points in faction regions, players' levels would still be reduced if they died in Dawnlight City. Chapter 936, Cauldron of Agility. Dreamy Star's heart beat wildly when he saw Jiang Fei's devilish smile. He could guess what Jiang Fei had in mind. Although there were guards in the main city to protect Dreamy Star, Jiang Fei did not seem concerned about their presence at all. Dreamy Star was very close to panicking. "Wait a second!" Dreamy Star shouted loudly when he saw that Jiang Fei had drawn his sword out. Although he still had the invisibility spell to save his own life, Dreamy Star did not want to take the risk. Moreover, if things went south with Jiang Fei, Dreamy Star would be hunted after by the entire Imperial Dragon. If that happened, he would have no other choice but to delete his account. "Oh? Is there anything else you'd like to say?" Jiang Fei chuckled. "If you kill me, I will log off and delete my account. I believe you are fast enough to kill me. However, if I instantly revive at the revival point, I don't believe that you can teleport there instantly. By then, I would have logged off and deleted this account. The holy item will disappear too." Dreamy Star said hastily. "Are you threatening me?" Jiang Fei raised his brows. Although Jiang Fei was confident that he could kill Dreamy Star within a second, he knew that the holy item would not drop with certainty. If the fellow truly deleted his account, the holy item would be wasted. "No, I am only suggesting a solution that we can both accept." Dreamy Star examined Jiang Fei's facial expression before continuing. "If you are willing to buy this holy item at the market price, I will give you a valuable piece of information that's worth even more than the holy item." "Oh? What kind of information?" Jiang Fei seemed interested. "It is perhaps also a kind of holy item. I don't know the exact details. However, I know that this item can increase one of your attributes by 100,000. Dreamy Star said. "Oh?" Jiang Fei raised his brows. Dreamy Star could only be referring to a specific type of holy item, which was the Cauldron of the Ancient Kingdom. "What do you think? If you are interested, we could work together," Dreamy Star said. He could tell that Jiang Fei was taking his suggestion seriously. Although Dreamy Star was impressed by the holy item which provided 100,000 additional attribute points, he was unable to defeat the person who possessed it. Since he could not snatch it for himself, Dreamy Star would rather sell the information to Verger Glider. As long as Jiang Fei bought the high human's willpower from him, Dreamy Star would be able to earn additional wealth from his bet with Tutu. If the holy item you speak of provides vitality or strength attribute points, there is no need for you to tell me, Jiang Fei said as he stared deep into Dreamy Star's eyes. As Jiang Fei had already discovered the whereabouts of the two mentioned cauldrons of the ancient kingdom, he did not need any new information about them from Dreamy Star. It was not difficult for Jiang Fei to locate their owners. After all, one of them was a member of the Glorious Peak while the other was a professional player. Both of them were well-known individuals who could not hide away from the public. "No! I am speaking of a holy item which provides agility attribute points," Dreamy Star said. "Oh?" Jiang Fei's eyes widened. As they spoke, Jiang Fei was still trying to locate the Cauldron of Agility's whereabouts. He could not believe that Dreamy Star actually had news about where it could be. "What do you think? Are you interested?" Dreamy Star felt much calmer when he saw Jiang Fei's reaction. 100,000 gold coins, Jiang Fei offered. Although 100,000 gold coins was not a jaw-dropping amount, it was still quite a lot of money. Even if the exchange ratio of gold coins for cash in real life was not as high as it was when the server first launched, 100,000 gold coins were still a significant amount of money. Besides, Dreamy Star would earn not only money from selling the holy item to Jiang Fei, but he would also earn another large sum of money from Tutu. "Deal!" Dreamy said, nodded without hesitation. Although he might earn more if he continued to haggle, he was worried that Jiang Fei would become annoyed and kill him instead. If that happened, he would even have to delete his own account, which would be quite a huge loss. In any case, Dreamy Star had not spent a single dime since he had stolen the holy item. With the huge sum of money promised by Tutu, Dreamy Star did not mind earning less from Jiang Fei. "Very well." Jiang Fei nodded. As the trade between Jiang Fei and Dreamy Star was made, the High Human's willpower was finally returned to its rightful owner. Now, can you tell me who possesses the holy item? Jiang Fei asked Dreamy Star. He was willing to spend 100,000 gold coins mainly because he wanted to find out where the Cauldron of Agility was located. The holy item Dreamy Star had stolen from Jiang Fei paled in comparison to the Cauldron of Agility. His name is Evil Laughter. He is also a member of the neutral faction and is the guild master of the Blood Dragon Bandits. Dreamy Star revealed after he had accepted Jiang Fei's money. I've got it! Jiang Fei nodded as he walked out of the tavern's room. Although Jiang Fei had spent a lot of money today, he did not seem to mind. After all, the sum of money was nothing more than a figure to Jiang Fei, both in the game and in the real world. He had more money than he could ever spend. Jiang Fei was definitely pleased with the news of where the Cauldron of Agility was, which he received in return from the money spent. On top of that, he had also reclaimed a holy item which rightfully belonged to him. After returning to the Demon Dragon Fortress, Jiang Fei summoned Lady Casanova and Rosette Rose to meet him. Lady Casanova, do you know who Evil Laughter is? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, I do. He used to be a professional player too. He later retired and joined the neutral faction. And not sure about the details, Lady Casanova answered. Are you close to him? Jiang Fei asked again. Not really. However, Billy Boy knows him quite well. Lady Casanova replied. All right then. Could you get Billy Boy to pass on a message? Tell him that I want the Cauldron of Agility, which he possesses. He may offer a price for it. As long as it is reasonable, I will accept it, Jiang Fei said as he then turned to look at Rosette Rose. Rosette Rose, how much extra cash do we have in the guild? Jiang Fei was not very certain about the guild's financial situation as he had not personally managed it for a long time. There should be around 3 million in cash. If we liquidate some of our assets, we should be able to raise 10 million in cash. With enough time, 50 million is also possible. Rosette Rose said. Holy crap! Are we that rich? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He had not asked about the guild's finances for almost 2 months. He could not believe that the guild had become so rich under Rosette Rose's careful management. Of course. We have fully occupied the regions around the Demon Dragon Fortress. Moreover, there are many profession class players in our guild. It would be difficult for us not to earn money. Rosette Rose said giddily. She had personally achieved all of this. Amazing! Jiang Fei gave Rosette Rose 2 thumbs up. He was definitely impressed by her abilities in financial management. Chapter 937, Not in a hurry, Jiang Fei handed the negotiating matter over to Lady Casanova. After Billy Boy was done with the battlefield, he would go and look for Evil Laughter. Although Jiang Fei would have to fork out a lot for the Cauldron of Agility. He still felt like this was easier than hunting Evil Laughter down and killing him. For Jiang Fei, it was not difficult to kill Evil Laughter. Basically, a slash of his sword would do the job. However, the problem was that this guy had the Cauldron of Agility. He was amazingly fast and Jiang Fei could not catch up with him. Moreover, this guy was also a retired professional player. He was pretty skilled and quite vigilant. It was not that easy for Jiang Fei to ambush him. If Jiang Fei's surprise attack failed, this guy would become more alert. Then, he would be even more difficult to deal with. So, it was naturally the best if Jiang Fei could make him give the Cauldron of Agility up voluntarily. Now, Jiang Fei finally understood what Han Tianyu always told him at the beginning: any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem at all. After everything was arranged, Jiang Fei played around with Sylphie and the other NPC girls for a while. Soon, it was time to go offline. After exiting the game, Jiang Fei and his family had breakfast together. Then, Shang Guanqi brought Si Tang out to practice. Recently, Si Tang had become more diligent. According to Shang Guanqi, Si Tang was very talented and was improving very quickly. Shortly after breakfast, Jiang Fei noticed two martial artists had arrived at the door of his home. These two martial artists were not strangers to Jiang Fei. They were the Yang sisters. Quite early. Jiang Fei smiled. The sisters came over to bring him to meet the officials of the Martial Arts Alliance. Ariel, let's go. Jiang Fei called for Ariel. Before the Yang sisters could knock on the door, he took the initiative to open it. Senior Jiang, if you're ready, we can set off, Yang Fei said to Jiang Fei. Sure. Jiang Fei nodded, then left Manda Square with the Yang sisters. Jiang Fei was familiar with the place where they were meeting. It was the Hidden Dragon Village located in the suburbs. It used to be Old Man Hai's stronghold. Jiang Fei had been here more than once. Previously, he had even learned a set of martial arts skills from Old Man Hai here. This counts as a revisit, right? Jiang Fei sighed. As he looked at the rows of stone-built houses from afar, he felt a little sad. Half a year ago, he only came here because Old Man Hai forced him to. Now, however, he could probably kill Old Man Hai, who was at the beginning stage of level 4 with one attack. 0542, how long until the new potion is completed? Jiang Fei asked in his heart. Captain, it is expected to be completed in 4 hours. 0542 replied. Very good. Jiang Fei nodded. Since the potions were about to be completed, he had even more capital for negotiation now. As they were all martial artists, everyone moved very swiftly. While Jiang Fei spoke to 0542, the 4 of them had already arrived at Hidden Dragon Village. Ha ha ha. Younger brother Jiang, you're here. As soon as Jiang Fei arrived, Bai Wanli was the first to come out of a stone house to greet him. Jiang Fei, long time no see. I hope that you've been well. Ganyan Zhimren also walked out. Now, these two were undoubtedly the leaders of the Martial Arts Alliance. After the war in Japan, the Martial Arts Alliance suffered heavy losses. Soaring Cloud sect had also withdrawn from the Martial Arts Alliance. Hence, the most powerful Snow Mountain sect and Rainbow Longsword sect had undoubtedly become the leading figures in the Martial Arts Alliance. The heads of the two sects naturally became the leaders of the Martial Arts Alliance. You both look very well. I suppose there's something that you both are happy about recently? Jiang Fei laughed. Ha ha ha. Jiang Fei, to us, the fact that we can see you today is the happiest thing. Ganyan Zhimren laughed. Although he and Bai Wanli were obviously happy because they had sword in status, it was something they could not admit directly. Come! Younger brother Jiang, let's talk inside. Bai Wanli said as he grabbed Jiang Fei's wrist and both of them walked into the stone house together. There's so many of you here. Jiang Fei looked around and smiled at all the sect leaders. Basically, all the well-known sects were here. Haha, younger brother Jiang, that's because you're an important person. As soon as they heard that you were coming, they rushed here to greet you. Bai Wanli laughed. Hee hee, Jiang Fei laughed. He was now sure that these martial artists were eyeing the new potion in his hands. As soon as he entered the door, Bai Wanli and Ganyan Zhimren started complimenting Jiang Fei. People would never put in the effort if there were no rewards. Jiang Fei was no longer an ignorant boy. He had been dealing with these martial artists for so long. What did he not understand? However, the more attentive these guys were, the happier Jiang Fei was. After all, the more these martial artists wanted the potion, the easier it would be for him to exchange it for advanced martial art techniques. If he got his hands on many top-level techniques, 0542 could refer to them and tailor special powerful ones for him. Alright. Be prepared to make a loss. Jiang Fei sneered in his heart. He was afraid that these martial artists would be fettered by traditions. If they believed that martial artists should not take shortcuts when it came to practicing martial arts, he would not be able to sell his potions. He would also not be able to find any testers. As long as these martial artists were interested in the potion, everything would go as planned. Jiang Fei did not care if they lowered the price too much, because the cost of making these potions was very low. All it needed was a biosample of a level 5 alien beast. Although it was very hard to obtain these biosamples, Jiang Fei was now raising a fat beast like Doomsday. So, he basically had unlimited resources. No matter what price the martial artists were going to offer him, Jiang Fei was confident that he could get his hands on all their high-level techniques. After beating around the bush for a while, they eventually got around to the topic at hand. Younger brother Jiang, I heard that your master has developed a new potion? In the end, Bai Wanli could not help but bring it up. Originally, these martial artists were planning to wait for Jiang Fei to bring it up. After all, Jiang Fei was the one who proposed this transaction first. However, Jiang Fei had been avoiding the topic ever since he walked in. This made the martial artists anxious. Why did they even rush over here in a hurry? For the potions, of course. One had to know that all the major sects had suffered heavy losses. It would take them at least a few decades to recover their strength. If they had bad luck and did not receive any talented disciples, it might take them hundreds of years. Hence, how could they not be excited when they heard that Jiang Fei had such a magical potion? However, the more these martial artists looked forward to it, the less hurried Jiang Fei was. He had been around Han Tianyu for so long that he had learned quite a bit. He certainly knew that the person who was in a hurry at the negotiating table would lose out. So, he kept beating around the bush. In the end, Bai Wanli took the bait and talked about the potions. Chapter 938, Ding Tianking's Choice. Yes, my master has indeed developed a new potion recently, but this potion is not particularly stable at the moment. Jiang Fei nodded. Not particularly stable? Bai Wanli was surprised. The Yang sisters did not mention this when they sent information back previously. Yes. You do know that it's a new potion. Without clinical trials, it's difficult to guarantee that there won't be some side effects. Jiang Fei laughed. What side effects? Bai Wanli asked. I don't know, someone has to drink it for me to find out. Jiang Fei shook his head. You haven't tested it yet? Ganyang Jiren asked. No. You know that my sect is different from traditional martial arts sections. In your words, we're all people who are naturally born with blocked meridians. We could only become martial artists because my master made a difference. He developed a potion that allowed us to rebuild our dantian. However, this kind of potion is not suitable for normal martial artists. Now, my master has modified the potions, but we're not traditional martial artists. So, we naturally cannot try the potions, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Well, Ganyang Jiren hesitated. It was obvious what Jiang Fei meant. If they wanted the potions, they had to first send people to test the potions out. Younger brother Jiang, what do you think the success rate is? Ding Tianqing asked. 60 to 70%, Jiang Fei said according to the data 0542 provided. That is to say, there's a 40% chance that things will go wrong? Ding Tianking's question sounded more like a confirmation. Yes, but it's difficult to say what will happen after failure. One might lose 3 strands of hair, or lose all their strength, or maybe die, Jiang Fei shrugged. That's too big of a difference, Bai Wanli said with his eyes wide open. Losing 3 strands of hair was the same as having no side effects at all. No one would care about that. However, if one would lose their strength or even die, it was too great of a risk. I brought the first batch of potions. There's a total of 5 bottles. If you like, you can try it out. You can see the effect in a few hours, and my master will modify and improve the potion according to the feedback, Jiang Fei said. What do you two think? Ding Tianqing asked Bai Wanli and Ganyang Jiren. In actuality, he was already tempted. Even if the 2 leaders of the martial arts alliance did not agree to it, he would privately look for Jiang Fei to test the potion out. Well, Bai Wanli and Ganyang Jiren looked around as they pondered. They realized that many sect leaders looked interested. These people were mainly from small and medium-sized sections. It was obvious that these guys had suffered heavy losses in the war in Japan. Now that there was a chance, they naturally wanted to fight for it. Ding Tianqing thought the same. Green Willow Heights was far less established compared to those major sections. Green Willow Heights was almost completely destroyed in the war. There were only a few elders and less than 30 disciples left. If they did not take this chance to strengthen up, it would not be long before they disbanded. It was precisely because of this that the heads of these small and medium-sized sects led by Ding Tianqing had made up their minds to cooperate with Jiang Fei. Regardless of the opinions of the Martial Arts Alliance, they had to seize this last chance. Sigh. Okay. Bai Wanli and Ganyang Zhimren looked at each other, then nodded and agreed. These small and medium-sized sects have already made up their minds to help Jiang Fei test out the potions anyway. The two of them would just offend Jiang Fei for nothing if they objected. Since they could not change anything, why should they be the bad guys? As for the candidates for the potion testing, Ganyang Zhimren paused. All the disciples recruited by the big sects were talented, so they naturally refused to let their disciples take such risks. If Jiang Fei's potions did not have any side effects, they would of course fight for it. Now, however, they were only going to test it. So, they obviously would not volunteer. Let us do it, our sect can also send someone, if it's Mr. Jiang, we're also willing to help. Sure enough, as soon as Ganyang Zhimren opened his mouth, those small and medium-sized sects took the initiative to volunteer. They clearly knew the risks of testing these potions, but they also understood the mindset of the major sections. If there were no risks, would they even have a chance to get their hands on Jiang Fei's potions? So, even though the potion testing was risky, they had to take it. Let's do this. You guys pick 2 level 2 disciples, 2 level 3 disciples, and 1 level 4 master. This way, I can tell at which stage the potions work the most effectively, Jiang Fei said according to the 0542's requirements. No problem. The heads of these small and medium-sized sects nodded. Soon, 2 level 2 disciples and 2 level 3 disciples were selected. They were average martial artists who did not even have any status in their small and medium-sized sections. The 2 level 3 disciples were already 40 or 50 years old, and there was basically no possibility of them being able to increase their own strength through practice. However, when it was the turn to select the level 4 martial artists to test the potion, the heads of these small and medium-sized sects hesitated. Even a beginning stage level 4 martial artist was a treasure to them. They had less than 5 level 4 masters in the entire section. So, they were reluctant to put their level 4 masters at risk. Let me do it! At this time, Ding Tianqing actually volunteered. Old Ding, don't be impulsive. Bai Wanli and Ding Tianqing were close to each other, so he could not bear to see Ding Tianqing take such a risk. Father! Don't, Ding Minghan started crying. Don't try to persuade me to change my mind. I've decided. Ding Tianqing waved his hands. He had already made up his mind before he volunteered. Currently, Green Willow Heights was already half dead. As the sect leader, he was only an advanced level 4 martial artist. If this continued, it would be over for the entire Green Willow Heights. We become wiser by adversity. Now, Ding Tianqing was like that. He wanted to gamble. For Jiang Fei's potion to be effective and for the side effects to be minimal. If this potion could make him advance to pinnacle level 4, then he could revive Green Willow Heights. Although it was only a small chance, he could not miss it. Mao Gongsui, Lu Gongzun, bring Minghan downstairs. Ding Tianqing gestured to them. Then, the two men brought the crying Ding Minghan who wanted to stop Ding Tianqing down. Ding Tianqing turned and said to Jiang Fei, Mr. Jiang, I've decided to gamble. If the 40% does not happen to me, then I owe you a favor. In the future, if you need any help, I will be at your disposal. If I unfortunately get caught in the 40%, please take care of my little girl for me. However, for this favor, I can only repay you in the afterlife. Would you like to think about it again? Jiang Fei was a little hesitant. Although he clearly came here just to look for people to test the potion out, Ding Tianqing was his acquaintance. If he allowed an acquaintance take such a risk, he would definitely feel guilty. Chapter 939, Potion Testing. Mr. Jiang, you don't have to try and persuade me anymore. I've made up my mind. Ding Tianqing said firmly. Sigh. Okay then. Jiang Fei nodded. He saw the determination in Ding Tianqing's eyes. Jiang Fei chatted with these martial artists for a little while more. A few hours passed by very quickly and 0542's voice rang in Jiang Fei's heart once again. Captain, the potions are complete. 0542's notification was timely because Jiang Fei had already run out of ideas and did not know what to talk about anymore. Initially, after these martial artists chose the candidates for the potion testing, they were just waiting for Jiang Fei to bring the potions out. Everyone was thinking about the potions and was not in the mood to chat. However, as the potions were not complete yet, Jiang Fei had to continue dragging time. As these martial artists did not want to offend Jiang Fei, they did not dare to ask him to hurry up. So, although they had been happily chatting away for 2 hours, everyone actually felt extremely awkward. Now, however, the potions were complete. Jiang Fei could finally break the awkwardness. Okay, let's cut to the chase. It's time to test the potions, Jiang Fei suddenly said. Okay. 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 All the martial artists suddenly stood up. They had waited a long time for this moment. Come on. Jiang Fei reached inside his clothes and quietly took 5 small porcelain bottles out of the spatial ring. When Jiang Fei placed the 5 bottles on the table, all the martial artists could not help but focus their attention on them. Is this the magical potion? Elder Zhuge is really amazing. He actually managed to create something like this. Yeah. Is there anything in this world that Elder Zhuge can't do? Most of the martial artists were discussing among themselves, but there were 5 of them that had serious expressions on their faces. They were none other than the 5 martial artists who were going to test the potions. Mr. Jiang, are there any requirements for taking this potion? Ding Tianqing stood up and asked. No, you just have to drink it, but it will cause severe pain after drinking. I suggest you 5 find an empty place so that you won't accidentally hurt anyone, Jiang Fei answered. All right. Let's go to the yard. Ding Tianqing nodded, then took 1 porcelain bottle and walked out the stone house. The other 4 potion-testing martial artists also took the porcelain bottles and walked out. They did not look as calm as Ding Tianqing. Although they had been selected by their sex, not everyone had the determination to risk their lives to gain strength. Some of them just did not dare to object to their master's wishes. When he came to the small open space outside the stone house, Ding Tianqing held his fist out toward all the martial artists, then gave a tribute to Jiang Fei. I thank you all for giving me this opportunity. If something unfortunate happens to me, please take care of Green Willow Heights for me, we will. Regardless of whether or not they were close to Ding Tianqing, the disciples who were present still had to show their respect. Sect leader Ding, you can rest assured. Regardless of the result of your potion testing, I promise that Green Willow Heights will not extinguish as long as I'm alive. Jiang Fei nodded at Ding Tianqing. Seeing that a close friend was risking his life to help with the potion testing, Jiang Fei felt extremely guilty. Thank you. Ding Tianqing bowed to Jiang Fei once again, then raised his hand and drank the potion from the porcelain bottle. Master, we disciples thank you for your support all these years, leader. I'm going to drink it. Shortly after, the other 4 potion-testing martial artists also drank the potion from the porcelain bottles. After about 2 minutes of calmness, the 5 potion-testing martial artists began to look like they were in pain. After a full minute of pain, the 2 level 2 martial artists could not help but fall to the ground. Everyone, pay attention. Keep your mind steady. Don't pass out no matter what. Once you pass out, you will have less than 10% chance of surviving. Jiang Fei shouted. At that time, none of the 5 potion-testing martial artists could speak anymore. Ding Tianqing barely managed to nod at Jiang Fei. The other 4 were too busy rolling around in pain. Younger brother Jiang, is this pain normal? Bai Wanli asked Jiang Fei. Indeed. This is to hone their will, so that their will can control the sudden ascension of power. Without such honing, the sudden increase in strength will lead to the explosion of their bodies, causing death. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. So this also happened to you when you drank the potion? Grandmother Jinghua asked. Yes. Even though the potion I drank had no side effects, I still had to go through this kind of pain. If you can't hold on and pass out, there's a 90% chance of dying. Jiang Fei nodded. This stage which strengthened one's soul was necessary. Otherwise, even if one was not tortured to death by the potion, one would explode because of the energy surge. I see. When all the martial artists present looked at Jiang Fei, they could not help but look at him with admiration. Although these martial artists did not know the pain of taking this potion firsthand, the misery of the 5 people was right before them. Even the advanced level 4 martial artist Ding Tianqing was rolling on the ground in extreme pain. So, they could imagine how much it hurt. In the past, they all thought that Jiang Fei was just a lucky child that found a good master. Today, however, they realized that Jiang Fei had gone through a lot before he could possess such power. Following a scream, a level 2 disciple passed out. F*CK. Jiang Fei shouted, then violently grabbed the fainted martial artist and threw him far away. Jiang Fei threw the fainted martial artist more than 30 meters away. Before he could land on the ground, his body was blown into pieces by the sudden energy surge within him. The power of the explosion was on par with a hand grenade. Oh my, the martial artists who were present could not help but suck in their breaths when they saw this scene. Although Jiang Fei had mentioned that the test was risky, no one expected that someone would explode and die so quickly. Younger brother Jiang, is this the side effect that you mentioned? Bai Wanli asked. No. This happened because his will was not strong enough. The side effects of the potion can only be seen after one survives through the pain. Jiang Fei shook his head. I see. After the martial artists heard Jiang Fei's words, they started to reassess the risks of the potion. Suddenly, the other level 2 disciple suddenly flushed and leaped from the ground. Stabilize your mind. Eliminate any distracting thoughts. Control the surging energy within your body to the best of your abilities. Jiang Fei shouted. After Jiang Fei shouted, a group of martial artists could clearly feel that the level 2 martial artist was trying very hard. However, the problem was that he was way too weak. He could not control the violent surge of power in his body at all. This is bad. Jiang Fei suddenly realized his mistake. He should not have allowed level 2 martial artists to participate in the test, because they were too weak to bear the intensity of this potion. One had to know that when Jiang Fei and Si Tang took the potions for the first time, they took the weakened version. Jiang Fei's potion was created by a few level 4 metahumans, and Si Tang's was even weaker than that. On the contrary, these people were testing out advanced potions made by biosamples of level 5 alien beasts. Naturally, level 2 beginners would not be able to handle them. Chapter 940, Side Effects. Just as Jiang Fei realized his mistake, the face of the level 2 disciple had turned from red to purple, then purple to black. This level 2 martial artist was helpless. He already knew that he could not control the energy surge within his body. The explosion of his body was the only outcome. He understood that this might happen when he was selected for the test. However, when death was really happening, fear still occupied his heart. Now, however, this level 2 martial artist could not speak anymore. No matter how scared he was, he could not even scream. He could only feel the energy in his body break through his last defense. Sometimes, people were just helpless like that. I'm sorry. Jiang Fei rushed to the front of this martial artist and whispered in his ear. Then threw him far away. At that point in time, even Jiang Fei could not save him. Boom! Following a loud noise, this second level 2 disciple's body also exploded due to the sudden energy surge. Gasp! All the martial artists present at the scene sucked in a breath. These martial artists only drank the potions less than 5 minutes ago and 2 of them were already dead. Moreover, according to Jiang Fei, the pain would last for several hours. If so, would any of these testers even survive through it? However, as time passed, the martial artists gained their confidence back. An hour had passed and nothing strange had happened to the remaining 3 martial artists. Although they were still rolling around and moaning in pain, it seemed like they were in a stable state and their lives were not in danger. Phew, Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like the potion developed by 0542 for the martial artists could only be consumed by martial artists who were level 3 or above. However, they still had to wait for the results to determine the side effects. The martial artists could easily resist the suffering caused by such pain because of their solid basic skills. It was very difficult for traditional martial artists to increase their strength. Years and years of tough training made their will strong. Hence, in the face of such inhumane pain, they had an advantage over ordinary people like Jiang Fei and Si Tying. Another 2 hours passed by very quickly. During this time, one of the level 3 martial artists had a slight energy outburst, but he quickly suppressed it. It came as a shock to the other martial artists around, but it was not life-threatening. The pain of the 3 martial artists had begun to reduce. It could be said that they had gotten through the toughest stage. Now, it all depended on their luck. If they were not caught in the 40% failure rate, then these people would be the lucky ones to obtain a rise in their powers. However, if the potion failed to work, nobody knew how things would turn out for them. After another half an hour or so, Ding Tianqing, who was the strongest out of the 3, became the first to get through it. He lied flat on the ground and had no strength at all. "Old Ding, how are you feeling?" Bai Wanli rushed over there. "I don't think dying is a possibility anymore." Ding Tianqing struggled to reveal a painful smile. As his body was too weak, he could not figure out the specific condition of his body. "Younger brother Jiang, what's happening to old Ding now?" Bai Wanli asked Jiang Fei. Well, before Jiang Fei could reply, someone started shouting. "You monsters! Go to hell, I'll eat all of you, give me my life back." Everyone's gaze shifted from Ding Tianqing to the guy shouting. He was covered in dirt and sweat, and he was screaming and crying as he lied on the ground. "Captain, this guy's having a mental breakdown," 0542 said after scanning. "What does that mean?" Jiang Fei was shocked. Even though this guy managed to get through the painful torture, the potion suddenly attacked his mind at the last minute, causing him to have a mental breakdown. Although he's not dead and his strength has increased, he's gone crazy, 0542 explained. Crazy? Jiang Fei was surprised. He did not expect such a side effect. "What about Ding Tianqing and the other guy?" Jiang Fei asked. "There are some side effects, but it's a lot better compared to that madman." 0542 shared the results after scanning. As Ding Tianqing was the strongest out of the 3, his side effect was the least serious. Although his mind had also been damaged, it was not much of a problem. He would have an extreme headache once every month on the night of the full moon. However, in normal times, he was a pinnacle level 4 powerhouse. The mind of the other level 3 martial artist had also been attacked, which led to him advancing into a level 4 martial artist. However, he would lose his strength and skills once every 7 days. "Let me check up on them first." Jiang Fei went to Ding Tianqing and other 2 martial artists and pretended to examine their pulses. The 3 of them have become stronger. The 2 level 3 martial artists have advanced to the intermediate stage of level 4, and leader Ding has advanced to pinnacle level 4. The eyes of all the martial artists around immediately lit up as soon as they heard Jiang Fei's words. Even though both of the level 2 martial artists had died, the remaining 3 martial artists had all advanced in strength. It seemed like the risks could be neglected as long as the potion was consumed by a martial artist that was level 3 or above. This was definitely a great temptation for the martial artists. But the side effects are quite obvious. Jiang Fei suddenly changed the topic. "What side effects?" Ding Tianqing struggled to ask. Jiang Fei sighed, then pointed at the madman and said, "This guy is very unlucky. Even though he succeeded in advancing, his mind has collapsed and he's now crazy. Can it be cured?" The head of the madman's martial arts sect immediately asked. He was only a beginning stage level 4 martial artist. The madman, who was now an intermediate stage level 4 martial artist, was already the strongest in their entire section. However, if their strongest martial artist was a madman, it would be way too frustrating. It's hard to say. You could only try nursing him back gradually. Jiang Fei shook his head. The head sighed, then asked his other disciples to bring the madman down. In any case, this madman was now the strongest person in their section. They had to do their best to cure him. This guy's side effect is a lot less serious compared to the madman. He has also advanced to the intermediate stage of level 4, but he will lose all his strength and skills once every 7 days. Jiang Fei pointed to the other martial artist. "That's okay. It's fine. As long as he has advanced." The martial artist sect leader was full of joy. Although he would lose his strength and skills once every 7 days, they just had to protect him for a day and he could protect the sect for 7 days. This was already pretty good. For a big sect, an intermediate stage level 4 martial artist might just be a second-rate elder and might even have no status in the section. However, for these small sects, an intermediate stage level 4 was the pillar of their sect. Finally, when Jiang Fei came to his side, Ding Tianqing struggled and asked, "Mr. Jiang, what about me, Leader Ding? First of all, you have already advanced to pinnacle stage level 4. However, once every month, on the night of the full moon, you'll have an unbearable headache," Jiang Fei told Ding Tianqing. Chapter 941, The Hard Way. "Only on the night of the full moon?" Ding Tianqing asked. "Only on the night of the full moon," Jiang Fei confirmed. "Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang. I owe you a favor." Ding Tianqing struggled to nod at Jiang Fei as a salute. He was so weak that it was not even easy for him to do that. "Okay, you need to rest now. Let's talk when you're fully recovered." Jiang Fei waved his hand. Then, Mao Gongyu and Lu Gongzhan of Green Willow Heights came over and carried Ding Tianqing. "So, what do you think of the effects of this potion?" After Ding Tianqing and the others were taken away, Jiang Fei turned to ask Bai Wanli and Ganyang Zhenren. "Although there are some side effects, it is indeed a magical potion. Elder Zhuge is really an amazing person. I'm sure that no one in the entire martial arts world can surpass Elder Zhuge," Ganyang Zhenren exclaimed. "Ho ho, I've figured out the characteristics of the side effects now. After I tell my master, he'll definitely improve it. At that time, even though I can't say for sure that this potion will no longer have any side effects, the side effects will at least be weakened to the point where it's acceptable." Jiang Fei started to promote the potion again. "Really?" Bai Wanli was already baited. In fact, it was not only Bai Wanli. All the other martial artists were interested. Even if this potion could not be improved anymore, its present performance alone was enough to make the martial artists feel tempted. Although it might have an impact on the brain, or it might make one lose their strength and skills for a day once in a while, the problem was that it was too difficult for martial artists to advance their strength. This was especially true with regards to those who were not talented. Some of them were already 40 or 50 years old, but they were still stuck at level 3. With their own efforts, it was almost impossible for them to advance. Although Jiang Fei's potions had some side effects, if they could advance to level 4, then it was still worth it. If consuming the potion was worthwhile from an individual's point of view, then the tiny flaw of this potion was even more negligible for a martial arts sect as a whole. Regardless of whether one would lose their strength once every 7 days, or once every month, as long as the disciples consumed the potion on different occasions, they could ensure that the sect would always have high-leveled martial artists on duty. This would definitely improve the strength of a sect significantly. Ho ho, you've seen the effects of this potion, but the creation process of this potion is very tedious, so they're limited. If you want them, it depends on how sincere you are." Jiang Fei laughed. The bait had been released. It was now time to lift the net and catch the fish. Well, as soon as Jiang Fei finished talking, all the martial artists instantly fell quiet. Previously, the Yang sisters had already told the officials of the Martial Arts Alliance what Jiang Fei wanted. It was just that Jiang Fei's request put the martial artists in a difficult position. One had to know that martial artists had strong views about the techniques of their respective sects and attached great importance to these techniques. This was especially the case when it came to their own secret internal methods. These were viewed as treasures and absolutely could not be leaked out. Now that Jiang Fei wanted to exchange his potions with these advanced techniques, he was undoubtedly fishing in troubled waters. Well, I think I'd better be making a move. I'll share the results of the test with my master. I believe there will be a better version of this potion very soon. If any sects are interested, you can contact me. Jiang Fei smiled at the martial artists. He was not going to urge them. His bait was intriguing enough. He was not afraid of the martial artists not being interested. After he finished talking, Jiang Fei did not care about the dazed martial artists who were just standing there. He left the hidden dragon village to return to the city. After the Yang sisters looked at each other, they followed Jiang Fei. After all, they were just responsible for maintaining the connection between Jiang Fei and the Martial Arts Alliance. Now that Jiang Fei was gone, they naturally had to follow. After returning home, Jiang Fei asked 0542, "So? Did you find the problem? The problem has been confirmed and the formula is being improved." 0542 replied. When the martial artists were testing the potion, 0542 constantly scanned them, and every detail of what was happening to their bodies had been recorded. After some calculations, 0542 found the problem. "Okay. You improve it, then. After you modify it, make 3 more bottles. Then we'll go back and let the white mice of the Martial Arts Alliance test it out." Jiang Fei nodded. He had to confirm that this potion was infallible before he allowed Shang Guanqi to take it. "As you wish, Captain." 0542 immediately began to execute Jiang Fei's order. After that, Jiang Fei had nothing else to do for the day. After everyone came back at night, the family had dinner. At 10 o'clock, Jiang Fei returned to his room and entered the game on time. As soon as he entered the game, Jiang Fei sent a message to Billy Boy. "So? Did you negotiate with him, Guild Master? I was about to talk to you about it," Billy Boy replied. "Come to the guild hall, let's meet and talk," Jiang Fei said. "Okay." Billy Boy agreed and soon came to the guild hall of the Demon Dragon Fortress. "So?" Jiang Fei asked straightforwardly. After all, the Cauldron of Agility was quite important to him. "Well, this guy isn't very nice to talk to," Billy Boy hesitated. It seemed like he was contemplating on how to explain the situation to Jiang Fei. "He doesn't want to sell it?" Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. If Evil Laughter refused to sell it, it would not be easy for him to get his hands on the Cauldron of Agility. After all, if Evil Laughter wanted to run, it would not be easy for Jiang Fei to chase him. "That's not it. I just think the price he offered is way too high. It feels like he's being difficult on purpose." Billy Boy frowned. "He offered a high price?" "Let me hear it." Jiang Fei smiled slightly. For him, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem at all. "He wants 40% of the shares of Imperial Dragon," Billy Boy said awkwardly. Ho ho, Jiang Fei was happy when he heard that. Although he did not care about money, he was not stupid. He immediately knew that this was just Evil Laughter's excuse. Obviously, he did not intend to sell it, which was why he offered such a high price. He wanted to scare Jiang Fei off. In actuality, Jiang Fei was absolutely willing to take out 40% of the shares of the guild for the Cauldron of Agility. However, the problem was that this guild was not entirely his. All the members of Imperial Dragon worked hard for this guild. If Jiang Fei agreed to the deal, it would be too irresponsible of him and it would definitely anger Lady Casanova, 7-star warriors, and the other senior officials of the guild. Sigh. Since I can't buy it, I could only snatch it from him. Some people are just so insensible. It seems like violence is the only language that they can understand. Jiang Fei shook his head. Although it was hard to catch Evil Laughter, who had the cauldron of agility, hard did not mean impossible. Previously, he just wanted to spend money for convenience. Since Evil Laughter did not agree to sell it, he could only get it the hard way. Chapter 942, Critical Moment. Even though Jiang Fei had steeled his decision to buy the agility cauldron, Jiang Fei did not go out of his way to get it done. He had another important matter that needed his attention. Verger Glider, are you ready? If so, shall we make a move? Asked Otis. The Nephilim King had promised that they would attack the Light faction in 3 days. As promised, the man in charge of leading the attack, Otis, had made his appearance to announce the attack 3 days later. Jiang Fei's task was to gather as many players as he could to join Otis in the war. He also needed to find an opportunity to sneak into the Light faction's territory to set up the teleportation circle. Setting up the teleportation circle was not a matter of urgency as attacking the Light faction with the Elder Prince. He would need to help Otis to push the front lines and force the enemy to focus their defenses there. Whilst being distracted, Jiang Fei would then sneak in from the back and use that chance to place the teleportation circle. "I'm ready when you are," said Jiang Fei. Players did not need time to prepare for battle, unlike NPC soldiers that did what a real-life soldier do: random checks, equipment checks, and other miscellaneous stuff. Players did not need that since their equipment were always sharp. At most, they could visit the weapons store to do a quick durability fix in just 1 second. "Alright then, I will lead the army to the front lines." "I shall see you then," said Otis, disappearing with a flash. Finally! Jiang Fei grunted, clenching his fists together. It had been a while since the build-up started, almost 2 months. Within that time, any conflicts were just minor fights and battles instead of an all-out attack. Ivan was in charge of disturbing the enemy by constantly sending in small platoons into the Light faction. Today was the day when even Ivan was called back to the Shadow faction. Today was the day when the entire Shadow faction was gathered for a large-scale war. No more minor disturbances, it was time to deliver the wrath of the shadows. "Hey Calling all officers of ranks higher than squad leaders to gather at the guild hall, Jiang Fei made a quick announcement in the guild channel which made an uproar. In no time at all the important players were gathered in the guild hall where Jiang Fei was ready to deliver his speech. "So, I'm sure everyone has heard the rumor," said Jiang Fei. "Rumors? It's more like an announcement nowadays. The Shadow faction is making their move to the front line. Is the decisive war starting?" Billy Boy asked. "Correct. The war is starting real soon. Well then, what do we need to do?" 7-Star Warrior asked for a strategy. "This might sound weird, but I need everyone to take off your main equipment and store it in your personal off-character storage. Claim the free equipment from the NPCs and follow the NPC army from the back. All you have to do is to keep on charging. There's no need to be afraid of dying. I will issue quests for the lot of you. Have no fear. I will not ask you to do something that would not bring you benefit. Trust me. Let's show the players of the Light faction just how united we are." Jiang Fei explained and ended his speech with a blaring roar. Jiang Fei's goal was simple and straightforward. He wanted to let the Light faction to know that the Shadow faction have no fear. He wanted to pressure them. When the front lines were going to fall, the Light faction would then have to focus all their forces into defending the front. Only then would Jiang Fei have the chance to sneak in from behind and execute his plan. "I don't think we have enough people," Lady Casanova made a remark. Even though they had over 550,000 players in their guild, it was only a small pond when compared to the sea of NPC soldiers. "Hold that thought. In a while, after you guys have accepted the quest, I will then issue another attack quest to all players in the Shadow faction. I'm sure that when everyone sees that quest, they will join us in fighting the war," said Jiang Fei. With the authority to continuously issue quests, Jiang Fei could theoretically recruit all the players in Shadow faction. Rewards would always be the best bait to use when reeling in others to do something for you. Offering something in return was better than having a name or title. In no time at all, Jiang Fei began to design quests for his guild members. He had allocated the best reward for the guild members, and when everyone had already accepted them, he opened up a new quest board that was open to all players in the Shadow faction. The requirements to complete Jiang Fei's quest was very easy as it was universal. The first requirement was to be present during the fight. Besides that, one could either deal damage, take damage, heal others, or provide buffs. Depending on the amount of work you had done, the reward would be adjusted accordingly. Jiang Fei had allocated experience points as well as items as a reward. Once the quest was issued to the public, the entire Shadow faction was rattled. Ha! It's starting! It's starting soon, oh my god! I've been waiting for 2 months now. Hurry up and start the war, the quest is broken. As long as you participate in the war, you could get experience points. Might as well just use the shitty equipment obtained from the NPC, free experience points. Woohoo! Due to the simplistic manner of the quest, players in Shadow faction were more than happy to be the cannon fodder in the war. They did not need to do anything. They could even get experience points just by standing there and taking damage. Since they knew that they would be dying already repeatedly, using free equipment obtained from NPCs would be the best way. The NPC officer that distributed free equipment would only issue one set of equipment to a player once a day. Because of that, many cheapskates had been visiting the same NPC on a daily basis just to gather as many free equipment as possible. It was a preparation for a large-scale war where fodders were necessary to take damage for the team. Guilds would do it, and so did Imperial Dragon. With the trash tier equipment, everyone would literally lose nothing but the free equipment when they died. Better yet, when they died, they would still get experience points granted from the quest Jiang Fei issued. What better way to level up? When the time was nigh, there were over 1 million players gathered in the front lines, together with Ivan and the other NPC soldiers. These players mostly consisted of pub players without guilds. They lacked a proper leader, but Jiang Fei did not need them to do anything besides being cannon fodder. He only needed the illusion of numbers in the battlefield to create a false sense of being overwhelmed by the enemy. By doing so, the light faction would be greatly intimidated and would concentrate their forces in the front, thus exposing their rear. By the time Jiang Fei and the entire Imperial Dragon was gathered in the front line, there were already more than 1 million players then. It was more than half of the entire players' population in the Shadow faction. When will Otis' army arrive? Jiang Fei asked. I think in about an hour or so, said Lady Casanova. Due to the uptight behavior of NPC soldiers, they had arrived much later than Jiang Fei, even though Jiang Fei departed much later. Let's wait for them then, Jiang Fei said. There was no need for players to attack when the main force was not there yet. At that moment, players were also gathering in the light faction. They too issued quests that was related to this war, but all of the quests were either defensive or supportive types. There was no quest that requested players to kill a certain amount of enemy or deal a certain amount of damage. Chapter 943, Business? Perhaps? Otis and his army did not let Jiang Fei wait too long. In less than an hour, Jiang Fei could see and hear the galloping horses of the army. The cloud of dust and sand they left in their wake was truly a sight to behold. Especially with the Shadow faction's banner carried by the flagmen as they rode with vigor into the war zone. Jiang Fei was perhaps the only person there who knew that the army that was riding in, with flags and all, were only the scraps. The real elite kill force was still far behind the front line. Those elite forces were already ready and waiting. However, their objective was not to become cannon fodder but to pair with Jiang Fei's sneak attempt at making the teleportation circle. Once Jiang Fei made it happen, they would charge in via the teleportation circle and hit the enemy where it hurts the most. Sorry for my tardiness, said Otis as he greeted Jiang Fei. Nonsense. I have only just arrived as well. Jiang Fei greeted back. While Jiang Fei and Otis began to talk, players on the sidelines started to have their own conversation. Look! There is always another person better than you. The big NPC boss greeted Jiang Fei as if he was some big shot. He did not even care to look at the rest of us, pshhh. Who are you to compare yourself to Verger Glider? Go kill a god and then complain, whoa. Calm down. I'm just being salty here. There's no need for such a farce. What farce? Count yourself lucky to be able to participate in this war. Humph. The man had earned his badges. What did you do to deserve big NPC boss to greet you? So, how are your preparations? Everything good? Otis glanced at the other players and asked. To be honest, he did not care about the other players. He did not care about any players, to be exact, except for Jiang Fei alone. Not many were able to garner the good side of NPCs in the first place. Yes. Shall we lit the fire of war? Said Jiang Fei, with a smile. The war was supposed to be the conclusive war. There was no point in delaying it any further. Right you are. Otis nodded and said. He turned and rode his horse to Ivan and bellowed commandingly, General Ivan, order the troops to march forward. Yes, Your Highness. Ivan bowed down and answered Otis respectfully. Soldiers! We march! Ivan bellowed, mirroring the same commanding aura that Otis had, and commanded the army to start the attack. Players and NPCs alike roared and cheered with vigor before charging towards the light faction. Attack, for the shadow faction, for the Nephilim King, for money, for experience points, for glorious equipment. The chants of NPC soldiers and players differed so greatly. One side was entirely altruistic while the other was 100% egoistic. Jiang Fei laughed at the image that the players were presenting, but he was not at liberty to comment on such acts since he too was not doing this for charity. Compared to the atmosphere that the NPC soldiers was creating, players were literally having the time of their lives, dying at the hands of the enemy, while the NPC soldiers were fighting for their lives, for the glory of the Shadow faction. It was only natural since players had nothing to lose and was gaining experience points through quests. They would even run past the NPC soldiers' line and take a killing hit just to die earlier. The faster they died, the faster they could revive and die again. This would continue on as the quest that Jiang Fei had issued did not limit players from repeating the quest. The more they died, the more experience points they could earn. The entire Shadow faction army organization was a bit eccentric. In other wars, players would never want to die early and become the cannon fodder just to allow other players to get more benefits. This time, everyone, including the Imperial Dragon, was charging to the front, competing with each other to die faster. Hence, players formed the frontmost line and the NPC soldiers were left behind them. Due to that pressure of charging forward, the entire Shadow faction was making huge progress. Hoo! I guess bravery is hardwired into every adventurer, said Otis as he witnessed how the players were rushing to the front. Naturally, he did not understand that they had their own agenda. An agenda that had nothing to do with the war. It is our blood. We are adventurers, after all, said Jiang Fei, smiling awkwardly. Players charging to the front lines was part of the plan that Jiang Fei had already discussed with Otis. What Otis knew was Jiang Fei was going to send in players or adventurers to the front lines while the NPC soldiers would be pushed to the back. That would greatly decrease the losses of the Shadow faction NPC army. What Otis did not know was that the majority of players were only rushing to the front, dying as many times as possible because of the quest. Fire the cannons. Do not stop. Crap! How are there so many people? Order the adventurers to stop these scum of the Shadow faction. From high above the castle walls, light faction leaders and commanders were astounded by the sheer number of adventurers and NPC soldiers rushing to the borders without the fear of being attacked. Soldiers that were guarding the defense fortress were not more than 2 million. However, from the looks of it, the enemy had more than 10 million. If they wanted to breach the castle wall, not even a steel barrage could stop them. The gates were opened and the drawbridges were lowered. Players of the light faction rushed out in waves and charged towards the Shadow faction. Unfortunately, the number of players from the Light faction that participated in the war was only a handful. When faction war had just started, many players suddenly became honest to their true self and chose to join the Shadow faction. The entire player base in the faction map was divided, and a third of the entire player population was in Light faction. Even though there were many new fresh players join the game, they had inadvertently joined the Shadow faction due to its popularity. As such, the game had implemented a balancing system. Since the Light faction had much fewer players, NPCs were added and their strength were generally stronger than the Shadow faction. Even so, players themselves were unaffected, leading to an unbalance, tipping towards the Shadow faction warfare. When players of two factions saw each other, they charged towards one another with hatred and animosity. Players of both sides had accepted the quest and would gladly kill one another. With the sheer number of players, the Shadow faction side was able to push back the attacking Light faction. However, when the reinforcements from the Light faction were dispatched, the Shadow faction players were pushed back. Cannons on the fortress walls were fired repeatedly. These cannons fired shots powerful and strong enough to instantly kill a level 80 advanced elite monster and strong enough to kill players like they were ants. The deaths of countless Shadow faction players had bolstered the morale of Light faction players, granting them temporary boosts to fight back the charging Shadow faction. However, there was one thing that the Shadow faction had that the Light faction did not experience: points from just participating in the war. Players did not mind dying repeatedly and would be more than happy to die again in the front lines. All they cared about was not to have the war end too quickly, or they would not be able to gain enough experience points to level up. As such, players of the Shadow faction would charge in once more after they died. Death meant nothing to them since they lose literally nothing. On the other hand, the Light faction was not doing so well since the ammunition to load the magic cannons were running low. When the war began to hit a stalemate, Jiang Fei received a message from a player that he had long forgotten. Smart Tomato. Big bro! I have a business here. Perhaps you would be interested, said Smart Tomato, as if he was sure that Jiang Fei would gladly take it. Chapter 944, Effortless Reward. What sort of business are you talking about? Jiang Fei asked. Not that he could not spare some attention to talk to him, but Jiang Fei was just not interested in any unknown dungeon or undiscovered dungeon. He did not have the time nor the effort to spare on them. Right now, the war of Shadow and Light was about to end, and he was shouldering the responsibility that was given to him by the Nephilim King himself. Perhaps he could, but only after the entire war was over. I heard rumors that you are hunting for treasured cauldrons, Smart Tomato exclaimed. Heh. Where did you hear such rumors? Said Jiang Fei. Although Smart Tomato was not there to see his reaction, he could guess that Jiang Fei was more than happy to hear him say those words. I got my own sources. So, you want in? Said Smart Tomato. Of course. Are you holding it now? Said Jiang Fei, excited. Of course not. I know a guy that is willing to sell it off. Jiang Fei was delighted. If there was someone willing to sell their treasure cauldron for money, Jiang Fei would be willing to buy it with all the gold he had. After all, it was just a mere transaction that would not take too long. He could afford to take a short break from the war. However, I have to warn you first. The guy is selling it at a very high price, as long as it's reasonable. Jiang Fei immediately retorted. Money was nothing but a piece of paper for him, be it in-game currency of real-life paper money. Jiang Fei did not see it as anything else but a means to purchase things. Evil Laughter, however, was just too greedy and cunning a seller. Instead of naming a price, the man wanted 40% of Imperial Dragon's share. If he had instead demanded money equal or even more than what Imperial Dragon's 40% share worth of money, Jiang Fei would make a quick withdrawal from the bank and bury the man with cold hard cash. There was a saying in Chinese culture: money can always be earned. Time, on the other hand, had to be spent wisely. Jiang Fei had just found a way to earn his money through the Zhang family, the potion transaction. Well, how about my part, said Smart Tomato, starting to talk about his own profits as a middleman. Same old. As long as the transaction makes it through, you will have a nice bonus, said Jiang Fei. When it came to cultivating friendship, money could be thrown away like flowers during a parade. Thanks for your patronage. I knew that big bro Verger glider would not disappoint, cried Smart Tomato. The man was smart. Not only did he demanded a 10% transaction fee from the seller, he had also planned to claim 10% transaction fee from Jiang Fei, at minimum. Hence, once the transaction goes through, the man would earn his reward without putting in any effort. He had literally just pushed a few buttons, made a call, and informed Jiang Fei about it. What effort was there? Alright, what cauldron is it? Jiang Fei asked. It's the cauldron of vitality. The seller demands 8 million renminbi, said Smart Tomato, not hiding any important information to Jiang Fei. He knew that Jiang Fei was a rich man that did not care about money. That was the reason why Jiang Fei would be willing to conduct business with Smart Tomato for so long. The richer the customer was, the lesser they would care about money, only the item and the means to acquire it. 8 million? Jiang Fei pretended to gasp with horror, which made Smart Tomato heart sink a little. Jiang Fei did not know how much was a cauldron worth in the beginning, hence he would not know whether that price had been marked up. 8 million RMB was not a small number. That transaction, if conducted in real life, would trigger many flags with the banks involved. They would thoroughly investigate the origin of the money and might bring some form of trouble to the seller instead of the buyer. Most importantly, 8 million RMB is sum that no professional player could earn in such a short amount of time. They could, if they participate in various PvP competitions that had a large prize pool. Much like the recent game competition with a prize pool of 34 million US dollars. With that sum of money, the seller would just retire from gaming and live his life comfortably. So what if his name would be tainted? He gets to live comfortably with that amount of money. That was how a man could fall to the corruption of money. Some men could resist the temptation of several million, but some would break immediately for just a few thousand. The despicable would fall for mere hundreds. The truly desperate would crumble for just tens of dollars. What matters was the amount, not the man. What do you think, bro? Is it too much? Said Smart Tomato, carefully threading on thin ice. 8 million RMB is a huge cake for someone like Smart Tomato, but for Jiang Fei, 8 million was but a few coins in his pocket. He did not even need to wait for the business with the Zhang family to go through, he could just use the few hundreds of million in cash that Han Tianyu gave him a long time ago. I'm good with it. Bring that player here quick so that we can make this happen. Jiang Fei replied. In no time at all, Smart Tomato and another player came to Jiang Fei and the transaction was made. What was left to do was to kill that player, since the treasured cauldrons were character-bound items. The only way for Jiang Fei to acquire that cauldron was to kill him. He made the first attack, hoping that it would close the transaction and secure the cauldron. However, when Jiang Fei's sword landed, Jiang Fei had only managed to deal 300,000 damage instead of his usual 1,700,000 damage. That player's defense was not only strong, but his health points was so huge. Sheesh. The cauldron of vitality sure is tanky. Jiang Fei snickered. It was a surprise, but an expected one. If the player died in just one strike whilst having the cauldron of vitality in his possession, that would only make the cauldron weak. After a few consecutive strikes, Jiang Fei stacked up his ruthless barrage, and after 10 seconds or so, the player was defeated and had dropped the cauldron of vitality to the ground. To think that someone could take 10 seconds worth of hits from Jiang Fei. That player was just as tank as an overlord tier boss. As soon as the transaction went through, and the money had entered the player's bank account and processed smoothly, he went off his way and deleted his account immediately. With 8 million RMB in his bank, he could live his life his way. Why would he still be attached to the game when he only played it to earn money? I do enjoy our little business, said Jiang Fei as he transferred the agreed transaction fee to Smart Tomato. Thanks. The feeling is mutual. By the way, would you be interested in other cauldrons? Smart Tomato asked. You have another one? Jiang Fei cried. The thought of using another 8 million RMB to buy another cauldron made Jiang Fei extremely happy. He then recalled what Han Tianyu had said to him and could relate to it. Any problem that can be solved using money was not a problem at all. No, I don't. I just wanted to know. So, I assume that if there's another cauldron in the wind, you would want to get your hands on it, said Smart Tomato. Heh. If you could find me another cauldron, I will increase your transaction fees by 10% for each successful transaction, said Jiang Fei. Unbeknownst to Smart Tomato, Jiang Fei was actually cool with spending money like an open hydrant. Right now, there were only 2 treasured cauldrons in the Open the Strength and Agility cauldron. If Smart Tomato could think of a way to persuade people not people and evil laughter to sell their cauldrons in exchange for cold hard cash, Jiang Fei could not mind spending more than 10 million renminbi for each cauldron. Alright then. I'll try my best. Hope to see you soon, said Smart Tomato before leaving for the city. With so much money dangling in front of him, Smart Tomato was more than eager to make the transaction happen. Ho ho ho! Never had I ever thought that you would be so easy to procure, said Jiang Fei before placing the cauldron in his inventory. As soon as he did that, 10,000 vitality points was added to his main stat, increasing his health pool by a huge notch. Oh my god! I'm invincible! Jiang Fei cheered happily. Chapter 945, Almost Invincible. Jiang Fei was so excited that he could not hold his sword straight. His stats with 5 treasured cauldrons in his inventory made him a boss-like character. Even though the Cauldron of Creation and the Cauldron of Commanding could not directly affect his active stats, the Intelligence Cauldron, the Spirit Cauldron, and the most recent one, the Cauldron of Vitality had given him stats that were overwhelmingly powerful. So powerful that Jiang Fei could literally be a one-man army. Player name, Verger Glider, race, Covet Nephilim, High Human, level, 90, class, Beginner's God of Craft, health points, 14,964,768, attack power, 1,709,040, physical defense, 572,744, magic defense, 309,255. With 10,000 vitality points, Jiang Fei's total health pool was boosted from around 500,000 to over 10 million. Even though he was not as strong as an Overlord tier boss, he was still stronger than any ordinary Lord tier boss. 10,000 points of vitality did not just add health points, it also increased Jiang Fei's physical defense points. With the vitality and intelligence's cauldron in hand, Jiang Fei's physical and magical defense were boosted by so much that no ordinary player could harm him. Now that Jiang Fei was level 90, anyone below the acceptable level range could literally deal 0 damage. Jiang Fei's defense was so high that Jiang Fei's physical damage reduction rate of almost 99% while his magical damage reduction rate at around 95%. Paired with the crazy fast health and mana regeneration rate that was granted by the Spirit Cauldron, no one besides an intermediate celestial NPC or higher could deal enough damage to actually kill Jiang Fei, that or any skill that could cause instant death. No wonder Wu Ging said that the person who could gather all 9 treasured cauldrons could become the leader for the War of the Heavens. With 10,000 in all stats, one would be a boss for a boss. Jiang Fei said to himself. It was crucial for Jiang Fei to become strong since a primordial celestial would be much stronger. Even though Jiang Fei had somehow managed to kill the evil god Solon, it was nothing considering the fact that Solon was just a small, unimportant character amongst the rest of the evil gods. Not even Oyezi could be their opponent. If it was not for the primordial celestials, there would still be high humans walking amongst them. Just how strong are the primordial celestials, said Jiang Fei to himself. Even though he was strong, Jiang Fei began to worry about the true nature of the primordial celestials. Wu Ging once held all 9 treasured cauldrons and yet he was defeated and beaten like a dog. Right now, even if he managed to gather all 9 cauldrons, he would only be 1/10 of what Wu Ging could do. For better or worse, it was still a long journey ahead before the War of the Heavens could start. Might as well not think too much about it, said Jiang Fei and decided to deal with the current matters at hand instead of the far future. After obtaining the Cauldron of Vitality, Jiang Fei had confidence that he could take on the Divine Light God and the Moon God. At first, he was skeptical about it, but now, even though he might be able to kill them, the two lower celestial NPCs could not kill him as well. With such absolute godlike stats, might as well consider that Jiang Fei had invincibility cast on him. With such sheer confidence, Jiang Fei was not afraid to show himself to the world and take on whoever dared to stand against him. When Jiang Fei returned to the war zone, the battle between the Light and the Shadow faction was still at a stalemate. Players of both sides were constantly dying at each other's hand, only to revive and charge into the fight again. Even though the war was purposefully being dragged, many, but not all, were still eager to fight the war for as long as possible. The motivation of gaining experience points just by running into the cannon fire and die was strong. So many of the players that had died more than 10 times had already gained a level. This is so nice. If only there's such a quest being issued every single day, I know, right? I only wish that the enemies had more cannons. I've been waiting all day just to get shot in the face and die. Jiang Fei could not help but laughed at the erratic behavior of players. Verger Glider? Where have you been? Otis asked when he saw Jiang Fei coming back to join the war. Currently, the Shadow faction had stopped sending in additional NPC soldiers since the number of adventurers that were willing to die for the cause was more than enough. The Light faction was applying the same strategy, however there was a small difference. The Light faction had not sent in any NPC soldiers since the beginning of the war. Players of the Light faction could take less than a few minutes to revive in the fortress that they were defending. Reviving and returning to the war zone was as easy as walking a few meters. It was far, far more efficient than the players of the Shadow faction. The distance between the war zone and the nearest Shadow faction fortress was quite far. Even though there were just too much death to account for, the smile on Otis' face did not fade away. The rate of the cannons on the Light faction fortress wall had slowed down significantly since the start. It was obvious that the ammunition for the cannons was about to deplete, causing them to make every shot count. A small personal matter. Nothing important, said Jiang Fei. Very well. From the looks of things, in less than 2 days, the Light faction would have to request additional help from the rear defending forces. That, or they would stop using the cannons once they depleted their ammunitions, allow us to break past the fortress defense. Either way, they will be destroyed, said Otis. The current war progress was within speculations, and no matter what the Light faction choose to do next, it would be beneficial to the Shadow faction. If the enemy chose to request reinforcements from the rear, Jiang Fei would then sneak in from the back and plant the teleportation circle. By the time the front had received their help, the Shadow faction soldiers would then teleport directly into the fortress and attack them from within. If by any chance that the rear forces did not answer the call for help, Otis would then attack with the intention to destroy instead of waiting for Jiang Fei's plan to mature. He would lead the entire Shadow faction soldiers to break through the front defenses and destroy the fortress that the Light faction had been defending for so many years. Even with the perfect defense terrain, no one would be alive when Otis was done destroying all the fortresses. Looks like there would not be much progress today, said Jiang Fei, sighing disappointingly. These Light faction fortresses that had been defended for years were stocked with enough provisions that would last for a long time. Even though they might deplete their ammunition soon, the NPC soldiers would have more than enough provisions to last for a long time. What are you talking about? What kind of war ends in just 1 or 2 days? Verger Glider, you need patience, said Otis, calmly and nonchalantly. Yes, sir. Jiang Fei answered and stood next to Otis patiently. As time ticked away, today's session was ending soon. The number of times that players dying and reviving was just uncountable. Even though they were growing bored, the temptation of huge experience points reward gained from Jiang Fei's issued quests was strong. In just half a day, many players around had already gained a level. Some that were extremely diligent had gained 2 levels. As for the players from the Light faction, the only thing that was keeping them in the war was their wits and their will. It's only a matter of time before they lose their morale. Chapter 946, Improved Potion. While everyone, including Jiang Fei, was busy with the war. They were kicked out of the server when it was time for it to shut down. Today was not the first day that players had been being killed, rushing to farm experience points. It had been 5 days since they were able to do so. Everyone was the same. Players logged in and started to rush into the war zone. Rinse and repeat. This cycle of dying and reviving was boring, but from a regular player's perspective, it was all worth it. As the war dragged on, the use of magic cannons on the light faction fortress declined. They would only be used when players of the Shadow faction had rushed to the drawbridge. Even so, players of the Shadow faction were happy as they had ever been. Before the war had started, the average level of Shadow faction players were around level 69 to level 70. After 1 week of repeatedly dying and reviving, the experience points rewards gained from Jiang Fei's quest was so high that the average level had risen to level 75 and above. Those that had spent their time in the war zone had earned enough experience points to gain a level in a single day. If they had taken the usual route, hunting monsters and raiding dungeons, they would only be able to gain enough experience points to level in a month. While everyone was happy that they could earn so much experience, members of the Imperial Dragon was even happier than the rest due to the special treatment that Jiang Fei had given to the guild. Using his authority, he had maximized the best rewards for players in the Imperial Dragon. Hence, while other players could reach level 75, those of the Imperial Dragon were reaching past level 80. With such a huge gap in levels, positions in the level ranking board were claimed by players in the Imperial Dragon. Even though it was obvious that Jiang Fei was giving his own men with special treatment, no one could complain about it otherwise. He had the authority, and if someone was to make some noise about it, Jiang Fei would not care less about the others and might even remove the quest entirely. Which would it be? Accept the fact that Imperial Dragon was having special treatment? Or complain and receive no treatment at all? When Jiang Fei was out of the game, 0542 notified him with great news. Captain, the enhanced potions had been completed. 0542 announced. That's good to hear, said Jiang Fei before asking 0542 to make 3 more potions. After breakfast, Jiang Fei went out of his house to visit the Yang sisters. He wanted the sisters to help him inform the Alliance about the second batch of potions. Because Jiang Fei was the first to get up, Ariel, Si Tying, and Shang Guanqi were still sleeping. He was not going to meet the Alliance members directly, and hence there was no need for him to disturb the others. Big brother Jiang Fei! You're up early! It's nice to see you the first thing in the morning, cried Yang Qing. Ariel, the level 5 metahuman, was not around. That was why Yang Qing dared to behave like how she did before. Without warning, the girl leaped onto Jiang Fei and hugged him whilst pressing herself on him. Machem! Jiang Fei groaned. He immediately regretted his decision of not having Ariel with him. Now that Yang Qing had pressed her undeveloped chest onto Jiang Fei, he felt incredibly uncomfortable. He tried to push her away, but not only did he fail to do so, he accidentally pushed against her chest, which made her groan in the most inappropriate way possible. This time, Jiang Fei decided not to struggle. Even though he was much stronger than she was, he could not just push her away with force. If he overdid it, the girl might be hurt. But if he did not, he would be seen as allowing himself to take advantage of the girl's inappropriate behavior. In the end, he gave up trying and stood there at the entrance, with Yang Qing still hugging him. I just need to drop the news and leave as soon as possible, Jiang Fei thought to himself. He knew that these girls were complicated. Worst of all, he could not tell whether the girls were genuinely behaving that way or it was just an act. For better or worse, Jiang Fei decided to play along and leave the house as soon as possible. Once he had made his decision, he stood still and just talked. I want you to inform the others in the Alliance that my master has just completed a new batch of potion. If they're interested, they may find suitable candidates to test them, all right. Is there anything else? Yang Pe asked. She saw that Jiang Fei did not bother to shake Yang Qing off, much less making an effort to enter the house. No. I'm going back home. Ariel is still waiting for me to have breakfast. said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had always been drawing a blank when it came to Yang Qing, but he knew her weakness now and would not be ashamed to use it. All right, said Yang Qing, letting go of Jiang Fei. Before he left, Yang Qing purposely made an unhappy face to let Jiang Fei see. That was as far as she dared to express her objection. She was still afraid to wrong a level 5 metahuman after all. After Jiang Fei left and entered his house, Yang Qing sulked and kicked the door behind her close. The door slammed shut with so much force that the edge of the door almost cracked. Just give up, my little foolish sister. The man clearly had no positive impression about us. The more you try to push yourself to him, the further he would be from you, said Yang Pe, sighing disappointingly. Never! Yang Qing huffed and puffed. What am I going to do with you? What are you going to do with me? You should think about our future. That being said, you need to help me with this. Yang Qing roared cheerfully. She was mad and was sulking a minute ago but smiled as she hugged her sister from behind. Help you? What could I do? Said Yang Pe, frowning at his sister's attempt to coax her. Listen, our fate has been sealed when Master had announced to the entire alliance that we are Jiang Fei's women. Seeing how Jiang Fei has established himself as a strong fighter, who would dare to approach us? Do you want to live and die alone? Said Yang Qing. Who says living and dying alone was bad? Yang Pe snickered. Even though she was clearly making fun of Yang Qing's poor attempt, her voice had a hint of pain in it. The two sisters were sold off to Jiang Fei as a means to get more pills from Jiang Fei. That bargain had placed the two sisters in an awkward position in the alliance. Many male fighters that once tried to court them were running away now. Even those that could not keep it in their pants were purposely hidden away from Yang Pe and Yang Qing by their higher-ups. It was an inevitable move since Jiang Fei had reached the pinnacle stage of level 4. The sect that he was in was so mysterious that even if the level 5 female metahuman that was always by his side was not intimidating enough, there was that mysterious master of his, Zhuge Shanzhen. The entire alliance and even the other society of metahumans feared Jiang Fei and in turn, the two sisters too. No matter what Granny Jinghua had said, the girls had been seen lingering about Jiang Fei. Granny Jinghua's bargain had only solidified that statement that the girls were his women. No one would dare to touch them now. You're fine. I'm not. I don't care what you think, but know this, Jiang Fei is a good man and I truly believe that there would be nothing wrong to have him in our grasp. Knowing that, I would never give up. Yang Qing's eyes glinted with determination. Huh. It won't matter if you want him. The point is that he does not have any eyes for us, said Yang Pe, sighing heavily again. Yang Pe had a similar thought to what Yang Qing had just stated. Jiang Fei was, undoubtedly, a good fighter and a good man. Alliance aside, Jiang Fei had positioned himself well in the entire metahuman society. If it were possible, she would naturally choose Jiang Fei as their life partner, but the man clearly had other thoughts. The feeling was not mutual to begin with. Chapter 947, A Visit to the Capital. If you help me, I will turn the table around. Not only would he change his impression about us, he will, I guarantee it, like us, said Yang Qing with utmost confidence. Please don't try it. Don't you see just what kind of people Jiang Fei has surrounded himself with? The other girls that were his juniors or seniors were much stronger and even prettier than us. I do wonder where you got your confidence from, Yang retorted. Heh. There's nothing to worry about. My plan is flawless. Just tell me if you're helping or not. Yang Qing barked. Enough is enough. What if your flawless plan accidentally backfires? What would you do if Jiang Fei is genuinely off to get you? Not even the entire alliance could stop him? I'm sure that the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace could do nothing to stop him, said Yang Pe, worried for her sister. Oh! Come on! I'm just trying to make him like us. How bad would I need to *CK things up to make him hate us? Please! I need your help, said Yang Qing as she leaned in from behind and begged with puppy eyes. Ugh, might as well. At least he'll be there to see how you crash and burn, said Yang Po before she pressed her knuckles on Yang Qing's forehead playfully. She was the elder sister. As long as the plan was not too crazy, she would always be there to support her younger sister. There was one other reason. Yang Po genuinely wanted to be with Jiang Fei. At the very least, at her current state of affairs with him, all she could hope for was just being accepted by him. The glare of hatred that Jiang Fei gave off to the girls was painful to watch. For Jiang Fei, being surrounded by a mountain full of beautiful girls was nothing to be surprised about. It had always been that way for those that mingle in the metahuman society. The strong attracts while the weak follows. Yang Po and Yang Qing were sold off as bargaining chips to get more pills. The consequences of Granny Jinghua had placed the two sisters in an awkward position. In truth, they were not loved, but from the eyes of the public, they were Jiang Fei's women and must never be touched. They had only two options left for them. They could either fight for Jiang Fei's attention or be left alone for the rest of their lives. There was no other option. Yang Po might be the cool beauty, but she too, like most women, would want to love and be loved. Jiang Fei's attraction was unquestionable. He might not have the good looks of Prince Charming, but he had the strength of a knight in armor tested in battle. If he were to be compared to the other guys in the alliance, Jiang Fei would lose when it came to charm and appearance. Even so, deep down, Yang Po did not care about that. Unconsciously, Yang Po was attracted to Jiang Fei because of his manner of conduct. It was an unconscious attraction since Yang Po had always been suppressing her emotions ever since she could even remember anything. Not even his twin sister could read what Yang Po was thinking about, not even she herself knew what she wanted in a man. She might not know it, but deep down, she had started to grow wary of her emotions towards Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was completely oblivious to what the two girls were planning. It was best that way since the closer he was to them, the more danger he would be exposed to. He could swear that the girls would try their best to use Jiang Fei in whatever manner they wanted. Hence, to play it safe, it was better to create a virtual barrier between them. When Jiang Fei returned home, the entire family was up and was getting ready for the day. "Mom, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back before dinner," Jiang Fei told his mother during breakfast. "Sure. Do come back earlier. I'm cooking tonight," the mother replied. When the war between China and America ended, the ever-silent Shang Guanxi opened up about the metahuman conduct to Jiang Fei's parents. They were informed roughly about everything there was needed to know about China's martial artists' businesses and a little bit about the rest of the world. She also did not forget to inform how Jiang Fei had established himself in the alliance. Hence, when Jiang Fei informed the parents about going out, both of them were calm about it since they knew that Jiang Fei would be safe since they were informed about his greatness. After breakfast and a quick clean-up, Jiang Fei and Ariel left Manda Square and out of the city. "Where to?" Ariel asked. "The nation's capital." "Green Willows, oh! That place must be in ruins," said Ariel before teleporting the two of them with a snap of her fingers. Just as she said, Green Willow Heights was still in ruins. The place was supposed to be the home of Ding Tianqi. However, due to the small quarrel Jiang Fei had with Ma Xiantong, the entire place were destroyed. Initially, there was a plan to restore everything back to the way it was before, but after the war, many disciples were injured and was in no shape to do any hard labor work. Knowing that, Ding Tianqi had postponed any restoration plans and decided to find another place to rest and recuperate. "To the capital," said Jiang Fei, leading Ariel towards the city instead of the ruins of Green Willow Heights. Green Willow Heights was situated deep in the mountains, but the mountains were approximately less than 100 kilometers away from the center of the capital. Traveling on foot was just a walk in the park. However, before they could approach the city, the two was approached and stopped by a nice black sedan. "Sorry to interrupt, are you Mr. Jiang Fei?" sighed the driver after he lowered the window. The driver was a young man, perhaps even as young as Jiang Fei, dressed in full military uniform. "Yes, I am," Jiang Fei answered. "General Fan has sent me here to pick you up." "Please," said the young man before opening the rear passenger door with just a push of a button. "Very well," said Jiang Fei, entering the car without hesitation. When Jiang Fei and Ariel were in the car and the driver started driving at top speed, no one talked. Instead of driving towards the capital city, the car went away from the main freeway and entered the mountain range. Both Jiang Fei and Ariel were quiet and was putting on a poker face. Ariel had nothing to worry about traps since she was a level 5 metahuman. With her strength, not even a nuclear bomb could put a scratch on her. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, was in good terms with the military and knew that they would not do anything to wrong him. Jiang Fei was calm of the sudden appearance of the car since the reason he was going to the capital was because he was invited by General Fan. He was informed about it when Zhang Song came over to talk business with him. He did not immediately take off to meet General Fan since he just came back home after the war and wanted some quality family time for himself. Although no one was talking in the car, Jiang Fei was busy conversing with Ariel and 0542 via telepathy. "Dearest, this man is not a human," she said. "Not human, you say? I'm impressed. Looks like the military have put in a lot of effort in perfecting the android technology." Although the driver was not giving off a welcoming vibe, without actual inspection, he could pass off as a regular human any day. 0542, scan the android for me. Yes, Captain. The android has a full metal alloy skeletal system with no special combat or weapons attachment. This android functions no more than just a driver. It is not fit for combat, 0542 explained. No more than just a driver, Jiang Fei murmured inaudibly. Jiang Fei was surprised to know that since he had never thought the military would even invest and produce non-combat type androids. Just then, the car entered deep into the mountains and when there was no road left to drive on, the drive continued still. Jiang Fei was taken aback, but when the driver sped up, Jiang Fei felt there was something amiss. 1 second before Jiang Fei was prepared to jump out of the car went straight into the mountain wall, as if it was not there. Jiang Fei turned around and realized that it was just a hologram. A large-scale holographic projection? Jiang Fei muttered. He was impressed that humans were able to replicate what 0542 could. The mountain was merely a disguise for a huge man-made tunnel that only grew larger. At one point, the tunnel was so huge that 2 large Airbuses could fit inside it. The car stopped at a platform and a rail guard popped up to hold the car in place. "Are we here?" Jiang Fei asked. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Jiang Fei," said the driver. As soon as he said that, the car was locked in place and Jiang Fei could feel a sudden jerk before it went down like a lift. Chapter 948, Enigmatic Behavior. The car was parked on the platform and continued to descend at a speed not too fast to feel gravity changes inside but not too slow that one could not feel anything at all. After 3 minutes, Jiang Fei grew uneasy as the air pressure in his ears started to make him feel slightly nauseated. "How far are we from the surface?" he asked. "Sir, we are current at 1,200 meters below the surface. Our destination is 3,000 meters below," said the driver. 3,000 meters, Jiang Fei was stumped. That was a depth that puts this place as a superior evacuation center. From the looks of it, Jiang Fei guessed that the place was built as a means to evacuate important people here. The question was, why would Fan Yao call him there? Just as Jiang Fei was beginning to think that something was odd, the platform slowed down and came to a stop. The car's engine ignited and the driver drove off, following a route that was lit up with countless on-road LEDs. In less than a few minutes, the car stopped and the door beside him flung open. "Mr. Jiang Fei, this is your stop. I am only limited to this area and unable to proceed further. Please wait here. There would be someone else picking you up," said the driver, still without emotion. "Thank you." Jiang Fei thanked the driver and got out of the car with Ariel. Although the driver was cold and expressionless, he could not speak otherwise as he was only mirroring the same expression. After the car left, Jiang Fei turned around, only to see a huge building that looked like an overly grandiose station. The building was at the edge of the tunnel. On the station's platform, there were rows of sofas and armchairs that one could sit and relax while waiting for the next ride. Judging from the location and the built-up of the building, the station looked like it was a rest stop for long-distance travels. Jiang Fei did not immediately sit down but chose to walk onto the illuminated road and inspect the building from a distance. After seeing that the building did not look anything special besides being overly grand, he turned to the construction of the entire tunnel itself. The best way to describe the entire structure was to compare it with an underground train tunnel. The only difference was that there was no one else besides him and the sheer size of the tunnel. It was amazing how the Chinese military was able to pull off such a feat without the public knowledge. After soaking everything in, Jiang Fei made his way to the platform and sat down on one of the sofas. Not long after, at the edge of the station, a large door unfolded. After a few clinks and clanks, the door opened and someone came out. Ariel was the first to notice it and quickly warned Jiang Fei. "Someone's here," said Ariel via telepathy. As soon as she did, Fan Yao came out and greeted Jiang Fei. "Welcome, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Fei was stumped once more. Fan Yao himself coming to greet him was the last thing he had expected. "Nice to see you again, General Fan." Jiang Fei replied and smiled. The two proceeded to walk and talk about unimportant matters as Fan Yao brought him into the door and deeper into the entire base. Jiang Fei did not understand the motive of this, but he could somehow tell that Fan Yao seemed a little different from before. He just could not put a finger on it. After entering the base, Jiang Fei was greeted with various automated machinery. There was hardly any human personnel working there. Those humans that he saw were mostly androids. It was so automated that everything was neat. The kind of feeling that was similar to how he felt when he was inside the Bridge of Braveheart. "Captain, I have completed the basic scanning of this facility." "Basic schematic has been completed," said 0542. "Good. Do a comprehensive scan." Jiang Fei ordered. "Yes, sir." 0542 accepted the order and proceeded to thoroughly scan the entire structure. With the basic schematics now available, Jiang Fei would know what was going on inside this hidden base. Fan Yao led Jiang Fei and Ariel into a small meeting room. The two were seated comfortably and was even served with the finest Chinese tea. All that was inside the room were androids, besides Jiang Fei, Ariel, and Fan Yao. Even the bodyguards that were accompanying Fan Yao since the start were androids, only much stronger than the others. "General Fan, what do you call me here for?" Jiang Fei broke the silence with the most impending question. There should be a reason why Fan Yao was doing this. It was odd enough for him to personally welcome Jiang Fei at the station and even lead him into the base, not ashamed of flaunting everything in it. "Nothing special. It's just been a long time since I've last seen you," said Fan Yao with a friendly smile. He then started to talk about nonsensical things with Jiang Fei, of which he did most of the talking. Jiang Fei could not help but frown even more as the conversation continued. The topics that Fan Yao chose to talk about was neither important or interesting. "Captain, I have completed the comprehensive scan," 0542 reported. Jiang Fei did not reply as he was in the middle of having a conversation with Fan Yao. Perhaps he could, perhaps he couldn't. Jiang Fei did not want to risk revealing any subtle tics since they were being watched by 4 androids. The boring conversation continued on for roughly an hour when Fan Yao suddenly ended the conversation himself abruptly. "That's enough for me. I'm sure that Mr. Jiang is a busy man himself. I thank you for your time. Please follow me. I shall lead you back to the surface. Thank you." Something was off, but Jiang Fei could not figure it out. What was Fan Yao's objective of calling him into this super secretive place? Back out at the station, Jiang Fei was greeted with the same expressionless driver with his car ready to drive him up to the surface. "Where do you want to go, Mr. Jiang?" said the driver. "The same place where you picked me up, as you wish. Please get in the car and we shall depart." As Jiang Fei entered the car and resurfaced to normal ground level, Jiang Fei took the time to review the full schematic of the base. "Very well, sir. I shall project it in your mind and explain. The underground base is extremely large. The total area is 5 square kilometers spread across 17 floors in total. The floor which you and the human named Fan Yao had been talking was at the highest level. There are 16 more floors beneath that level. Images after images was imprinted in Jiang Fei's mind, and as Jiang Fei thoroughly see through each of them, he felt scared for a moment there. It seemed almost impossible for the government to construct such a huge underground facility without being noticed. I dare say this place should be the emergency evacuation center for the country's higher politicians and officers, Jiang Fei thought. The highest floor of the underground facility was at least 1 kilometer underground, which extended another 3 kilometers down under. In the event of a nuclear strike, the radiation should never be able to penetrate such thick level of soil and earth. Additionally, at the lower floors, I have detected a total of 12,764 units of androids. 6,350 of them are classified as non-combat units, 0542 added. Jiang Fei flinched. Not only did the government secretly build such an enormous structure under the earth, they had also produced more than 10,000 units of androids. The combat class androids had an average combat ability of intermediate level 4, oh lord. Not only did they have the number, they had also managed to increase their power level. Jiang Fei did not know what to feel. The average power level of the other androids that he had encountered in the Battle of Japan was only beginner stage of level 4. Although intermediate was just a stage stronger than beginner, it was still a threat that Jiang Fei should be wary about. I guess that the only thing that is stopping the government from dispatching these androids was the existence of level 5 martial artists in China itself, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Chapter 949, Enigmatic Action. I have also detected the android's production factory deep in the facility, as well as a powerful hyperspeed data and information relay center. Dumb it down for me, would you? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Jargons of other aspects of society was not as easy to learn, especially when it came to subjects that he had never been good at. To put it in simple terms, there is a series of supercomputers used to collect, process, and store digital data. One of its functions is to convert artificial souls into the form of a memory chip that is being used in the androids. Now that, I understand, Jiang Fei had one of those things. It was the ring itself. With all the original, authentic technology that came with the ring, he was able to revive Ariel and the other girls, including Hongyu, into this world. Compared to the military's version, Jiang Fei's was the original, flawless method of resurrection or creating a human being, while the military's version was just a cheap knockoff. The best they could do was to create something that still functioned like an artificial intelligence. After listening to 0542's report, Jiang Fei had conflicted feelings. From the perspective of a Chinese citizen, the military was able to enforce their military strength and place China at the top of the world. On the other hand, it was nothing but bad news to the Martial Artists Alliance. If there were to be a breakthrough in android technology and the military was able to mass-produce level 5 androids, the martial artists could start counting their days left on Earth before the culling starts. What am I going to do about this? Jiang Fei thought to himself, frustrated. To be honest, there was no enmity between the government and the Martial Artists Alliance. The only reason why the government wanted to eliminate all the martial artists was because of their ignorance and their refusal to cooperate with the nation's interests. If they were to behave like the mutants, working hand in hand with the government would be more than happy to take them in. Unfortunately, pride and honor defined a martial artist. They had always looked down on normal humans, and it seemed that they would continue to do so. Not even high-ranking politicians, government officials, and military personnel could escape their judgmental glare. Even though they had personally witnessed the prowess of androids, it was still impossible for them to just change their attitudes that was embedded within their culture for thousands of generations. Captain, if I may interrupt here. It seems that you are conflicted on trying to save the martial artists from the government whilst trying not to disrupt the military. How about moving the entire alliance into your private territory, the Winter Islands? 0541 suggested a solution as it was reading Jiang Fei's mind. If only it would be that simple, Jiang Fei sighed. 0542's method was logical, but it failed to factor in an important aspect: human emotions. The Chinese government and the military force did see the alliance as a threat even though they did not do anything wrong. It was a matter of conflict of interest. The entire martial artists alliance seemed to run on its own rules without interfering with the government. They were strong enough on their own to not follow the country's laws and regulations, almost as if they were an independent country. A rise of power within the Chinese borders was unacceptable. If they were willing to pack their bags and leave China, the government would be more than happy to assist them. The problem lied with the martial artists themselves. These folks were born and raised in China, and to them, their motherland was more important than their lives. To ask them to move out of China permanently was akin to uprooting their entire culture. Unlike 0541, 0542 was a new artificial intelligence system that had just been born into the world. The way it calculated solutions was by focusing on the maximum benefits of both parties but not factoring in human emotions and conflicts. Hence, no matter how good the benefit was, when a human was involved, there would not be a perfect solution. 0541 would be able to calculate a better solution since it had learned plenty about human emotions and the concept of compromising. TCH. If only 0541 was here, Jiang Fei could not think of a better solution yet, but since the military had yet to make a level 5 android breakthrough, he still had more than enough time to think about it. An hour after leaving the holographic entrance, Jiang Fei and Ariel reached where they were picked up from. "Mr. Jiang Fei, we have reached your destination," said the driver without turning to face Jiang Fei. "We meet him." Jiang Fei merely nodded instead of thanking. After getting down, the car sped off at top speed, leaving Jiang Fei and Ariel alone in the empty mountain. "Let's go back," said Jiang Fei. The obedient little girl nodded happily and teleported the two of them with a snap of her finger. "We're back!" Jiang Fei yelled as he entered the house. After exchanging a few words with the rest of the family, Jiang Fei sat down on the sofa, thinking about what had transpired today. "Ariel," Jiang Fei thought, calling out to Ariel via telepathy, hoping that Ariel could hear it. "Yes," she answered. "What do you think of today?" "What is Fan Yao planning?" "I can't tell much," Ariel answered, looking sad. Jiang Fei was always thinking about the conflict between the two sides. To be honest, the military had not given him a good impression, especially since Qin Yu had kidnapped Han Tianyu and locked him away. But after today, Jiang Fei calmed down and started to rethink his opinion on the military. Fan Yao's behavior today was enigmatic. Whatever contribution he had made for the military aside, Jiang Fei was still a member of the Martial Artists Alliance of China. For Han Tianyu's case, it was safe to say that Jiang Fei had bared his fangs at them. The military did not need to play the guessing game, as they knew immediately that it was Jiang Fei who had saved Han Tianyu from his prison. That information was not revealed but was kept on a need-to-know basis. Theoretically speaking, Jiang Fei would be the last man on Earth that they would reveal the secret military base to. Furthermore, Fan Yao personally invited him into it. Oddly enough, Fan Yao's odd behavior did not stop there. The conversation they had in the meeting room was completely unrelated to the military. 0542, play back the footage of me having a conversation with Fan Yao, fetching data. Projecting, the footage was being projected directly into Jiang Fei's mind, like some form of recollection. The conversation with Fan Yao lasted for as long as 2 hours, and during most of the time, it was Fan Yao who was doing most of the talking. 9 out of 10 times, the conversation was about things that happened during his childhood. The only interesting thing that Jiang Fei could remember was how Fan Yao loved to disturb his grandmother when he was little. He had once set his bed on fire just to express his anger when his parents did not allow him to play with his friends. Besides that, there were other naughty stuff that he had done. Most of it were just childish acts of throwing a fit, the kind of stories that a grandparent would tell their grandchildren. That was where Jiang Fei felt odd. Why would Fan Yao, a man of his position, talk about stupid things like his past to Jiang Fei in the middle of a super-secretive military base? There was something amiss, and Jiang Fei felt as though there was something extremely crucial. "Do not delete this footage. Keep it until I say so," said Jiang Fei after he could not figure anything out after reviewing the 2-hour-long footage multiple times. Chapter 950, Solo Mission. Jiang Fei literally hit a dead end trying to figure out Fan Yao's enigmatic behavior as well as his invitation into the underground facility. After chilling at home for a while, Jiang Fei decided to visit Si Tang and Shang Guanqi at the Martial Training Center. They mingled with each other for a while. After that, the trio returned home, had dinner, and called it a night without doing anything else. It had been a week since the war started and players of Shadow Faction had rose to level 75 and above. The average level of Imperial Dragon members were as high as level 80. As the gap between the two factions' average levels grew more prominent, the NPCs that were guarding the Light Faction grew stronger. At the start, they were much stronger since they were of higher levels than players, causing players to take more and deal less damage. However, with adjustments implemented to make them stronger, players of Shadow Faction were stronger than before. Although they could still be killed in just a few hits, the suppression system was no longer active since the level difference between the NPCs and the players shrunk. Shadow Faction players were almost breaking down the gates of the fortress. Without the all-powerful magic cannons, the fortress would have been destroyed much earlier. The blasts from the cannons were so powerful that it would only take one shot to instantly kill anything that it hits. However, if the NPC army were to lend a hand, they would be able to breach the gates. When Jiang Fei came online, the flames of war were still raging violently. Although there were players of the Light Faction participating, the main fights were between the NPCs of the Light Faction and the players of the Shadow Faction. Verger Glider, I suggest you to make your preparations. It is almost time for the final act, said the Elder Prince. Concurrently, the Light Faction were still not calling for their reinforcements from the rear. Even so, Otis was determined to attack. Very well. I will infiltrate in as soon as possible, said Jiang Fei, before taking off. Otis' intuition was accurate. By noon, someone in the Shadow Faction had been circulating the good news. The Light Faction was not going to last. They would now call on the rear forces to join the front in order to make their last stand. Looks like you've made a good call, said Jiang Fei. I'd never doubt my judgment when it comes to war. Right, looks the plan now relies on you, said Otis, sending Jiang Fei off with his mission. I will do my best. Jiang Fei opened the Abyss Gate and went to the 10th floor of the Abyss with Akatsuris by his side. There, a group of elite demon armies was waiting for him. Lord Verger Glider, we have been waiting for your arrival, said the leader of the demon army. Very good. Have you prepared the materials? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, my lord, said the leader as he led Jiang Fei into a room filled with materials to build the teleportation circle. Jiang Fei smirked. In no time at all, Jiang Fei deposited all of the materials presented into his inventory. Although the material itself took up too much space such that the room was filled to the brim, Jiang Fei was able to squeeze everything into his virtual inventory bag that was no bigger than a small purse. Please inform the king to prepare his army. The real war will start when I finish setting up the teleportation circle, said Jiang Fei. As you wish, my lord. The entire elite force bowed down with respect and chanted, We wish you good luck, MHM. Jiang Fei nodded and returned to the front lines with the same gate that had not been closed. You got them all? Otis asked when Jiang Fei returned. Yeah. I have them all, Jiang Fei replied whilst tapping the small pouch hanging behind his waist. To facilitate my infiltration, I hope that you could lead your army to the front and maintain the assault, Jiang Fei asked. Relax. I will make sure that those reinforcements from the rear would be so occupied that they could never return to the rear, said Otis, smirking proudly. Thanks, said Jiang Fei before leaving him alone. Jiang Fei made a public announcement to all players in Shadow Faction and tweaked the quest rewards and conditions a little. The previous configuration would reward players with experience points even if they did not attack. Now, he had adjusted the reward of the quest. Players needed to do more than just dying now. To earn experience points, which Jiang Fei had purposely inflated by a notch, players would need to deal as much damage as possible. With this change, players would not be mad at the completion requirement but encouraged greatly to inflict more damage. They would fight harder, better, and stronger, which would put more pressure on the light faction. After the quest conditions had changed, Jiang Fei could hear more battle cries such as "Follow me, brothers," or "Let's earn more experience points." Jiang Fei literally did nothing but tweak a few settings to bolster the faction's morale. Naturally, Jiang Fei had set the quest reward to be more rewarding for his guild members. After that, he ordered 7-star warrior and Billy Boy to work side by side in order to help Otis and his army to push forward. Once everything was in place, Jiang Fei left the front lines and entered the Demon Dragon Fortress quietly with Akatsuris. Jiang Fei was able to sneak out undetected because he had never once made his appearance in the battlefield. He was always behind, standing together with Otis, observing and waiting. The first person Jiang Fei sought was Nina, the ex-Saint of the Light. "Nina, have you completed the map that I have asked for?" Jiang Fei asked. "Yes," said Nina, handing over a piece of well-drawn paper. "Sir, I have taken the liberty to mark down possible infantry barracks." "You might want to take note of that," said Huamolan at the side. She was once the captain of the Saint Guards. Naturally, she would know about the military camps. Even though the defense position and encampments would have been changed after Nina was stolen away, most of the changes were more of the front lines instead of the rear. The main center of the military base did not change much as it was too big to do so. In fact, there was no need for the Light faction to do any major changes since the center of the faction was safe and they had been situated there for countless years. Not only would it cost a lot, it would also cause unwanted complications. The only change that was made in the Light faction was the border guards. The security at the borders were made stricter to prevent any attacks from the Shadow faction. "Good job," Jiang Fei said, smiling as he gave her a light shoulder touch. The small paper was the key to allow Jiang Fei to infiltrate the Light faction and to lead the elite demon army directly behind enemy lines. "Verger Glider, promise me one thing. I only wish that you would show mercy." "Please do no kill unless it's necessary," said Nina, conflicted at what she was doing. Although she was no longer part of the faction, she still had the heart of a saint. She knew what would happen if the map were to fall into the hands of the Shadow faction.